Good morning, everyone. Yeah, no, hey, Manny, what else you got going on today, man? Just let us know. What do you got going on Friday? A little haircut? Maybe get a little lunch later? Maybe hit Panera? Get a little Panera, a little soup and salad?
Tell us what kind of frappuccino you get
what kind of
if you stop at Starbucks.
Yeah.
Forgot this is GD Facebook.
Everybody, what do you got going on today? Give us your whole daily itinerary. What I don't appreciate is Manny jumping in here where one of the hosts is very openly bald and bragging about going and getting a haircut.
Oh, that's just
like cool, man. Must be that sounds like a fun thing to get to do. Taking shots like that. It's Bush League.
That's hilarious. Rustall got the belt. Good morning, Katrina.
That's not correct. I got Michigan with the belt.
At what time?
Hang on. 8:57.
Oh, I got 8:59 for whatever reason. Okay, you're right.
Michigan gets the belt today. Congratulations, Michigan. Heyo.
We got Wheezy. We got Katrina. We
Rustdog
got Warren.
is in here, though. So's Warren. We are up in here. What's up, guys?
We got David up in here. Miss Mac.
Hey, vibes are way up today.
Siler. Casey Tucker Band. What's up?
Sir, this is a insane question.
Zabo. Johnny G's up in here.
Ayo.
There's Michigan. I see Michigan.
I forgot to... Oh, son of a gun.
Son of a nutcracker.
Share. No, I don't want to share. I want to invite. Copy.
Word. We're going to talk about this. Oh.
What do we got?
CD in a gambling investigation? Question mark from Tyler.
Jeez.
God. Hello, Michael Fredgren. Hello. Chief of Wolverines, LLC. I don't even know what that is. What's up, Norm? We're on day 4 of James's Ribs Keep Floating. Chris Juvenile. What's going on, man? Chris Ochoa. All the Chris's are here.
We're not going to have a Fantasy Friday today, by the way, guys.
Steven Castaneda.
Sorry.
We do Fantasy Friday, and James can answer your questions. What's up, Sean Muller? I can answer your questions, but I can't guarantee any accuracy at all. West Sac Kings fan? Yo.
What's up, West Sac?
Michigan, Dak didn't kill you. Dak was perfectly fine yesterday. Oh, my bad. CD Lamb killed you.
That's facts. Dak was really freaking good last
I thought he was too.
All right, hang on. Here we go. Well, 10 seconds to the legal, but
he did throw quite a few hospital balls. Chewy Wolf. Robert, hello. Spencer.
All right, here we go. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. We are the Insiders, and the vibes are way up on this Friday. Christian McCaffrey update.
Oh,
yikes. Big yikes.
Oy vey, everybody.
We had an NFL game to talk about, a spitgate. What to talk about? We'll talk Raiders, Patriots. We'll talk Raiders expectations. We'll talk 49ers expectations. We're going to do all of that today. We're going to do some picks. We're going to do a modified version of Mad Props.
Oh.
Which, if you're not familiar with that bit, we typically, when the basketball season starts, we take the Kings game along with the 49ers or Raiders game, and we match up like Domantas Sabonis, points, rebounds, assists versus 49ers points scored or something along those lines. And we match up stats and we pick which one's going to be higher. We do that with Jesse Tapia. So we have a little bit different version of that today. It's going to count toward the Mad Prop standings, but we're just going to do picks. We're just going to pick some games.
Okay. And we've got Jesse coming in.
Jesse will be here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great time. Really excited about that. You may be familiar with our guest at 1045. He used to host a show in this market, and now he's the host of Locked On Patriots. That's Nick Cattles.
Oh.
Big Patriots guy. Now lives out in Boston doing Patriot stuff, and hit him up. And he is going to join us to talk Raiders-Pats ahead of their matchup on Sunday, which you can hear right here on ESPN 1320. Coverage begins at 9:30. Before we get to anything sports-wise, though, air horns and applause and a ding for us. 2 years. We've been doing this program 2 years today. So a big happy birthday to us, and a big happy birthday to Chris Ochoa, whose 34th birthday is today. That is 32 years more than 2. If we're doing this show for 34 years, it means we're doing something extremely right. Or maybe extremely wrong, depending on how it's going, I guess.
Or we're just good at avoiding getting fired somehow.
We're cool with the right people, and we get to stick around.
That's right.
So we've been doing the show for 2 years, having a blast doing it, and hope for to continue doing this for at least the next 2 years.
Yeah, we had a good community day yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Kyle?
I have never seen you more in your element than when you were making people drinks.
Oh, really?
You were so dialed, and you were having such a good time. You're skipping. You were like skipping around the office.
Yeah,
you were having a grand old time. No, it was great. It was
I may have
really
had a drink
great.
Or two.
Yeah, no, of course.
I did.
It was awesome.
Some air jumps.
No, and you made a great drink. It is so easy to mess up a Moscow Mule, and you made me a Moscow Mule. It was very good. Everybody was complimentary of the old fashions and all the drinks you made. So shout out to you. I hosted some trivia. We had a blast yesterday.
We did. We were curator of vibes.
We curated. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For
Whatever wasn't curated by the trivia, I was curated by liquor. So it worked out.
Oh yeah. All right. I have a text message I need to send, but I can wait till the break.
Oh,
it's kind of urgent. It was something I did not think about.
Do I need to talk while you go?
No, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's not something that I want to really talk about on air yet.
Okay.
Because I don't know the nature of the thing that we're supposed to do this weekend. I invited a lot of people to come to that. And I'm trying to navigate how many people I've invited, and I'm trying to send text messages to be like, hey, FYI.
Hang on.
And I just realized that I forgot to tell my folks. So hopefully they're listening. I just sent them a text. Hopefully they didn't buy tickets yet. Hopefully you listening didn't buy tickets. And if you do, go enjoy the game, whether James and I are there or not.
Yeah, we just don't know.
It's a major TBD. Speaking of TBDs, that is going to be Christian McCaffrey's status for week 1, it looks like.
Good segue.
Because naturally, thank you. Naturally, Christian McCaffrey has an injury problem. Because why wouldn't he? If you've not been following along, Christian McCaffrey was a full participant in training camp, and everybody's saying he looks like he did in 2023. Workload's been the same during camp. Everything's great. Everything's fine. First practice report comes out on Wednesday. There are only 2 players not participating. They were Jordan Watkins and Yetur Gross-Matos. Trent Williams is also not participating, but it was for rest. There are some players limited, like Jawan Jennings, Jordan James, just guys who hadn't gotten a ton of practice. Everybody else a full go, though. And then yesterday's practice report comes out, and Christian McCaffrey shows up as a limited participant with a calf injury. Yikes, dude.
Okay, so
what a nightmare.
In 1984, there was a Cheech and Chong movie that came out.
Oh, I can't wait to see what this segue is.
It's called The Corsican Twins.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever seen The Corsican Twins.
Bro, I've not even seen all the Rockies. I've certainly not seen The Corsican Twins.
Okay, so The Corsican Twins, basically, when one of them got punched, like in the face, the other one felt the pain.
Okay.
So it's based off of like some twins back in the like 1600s or something. But of course, this was Cheech and Chong. So I'm wondering if Jawan Jennings and Christian McCaffrey aren't like the Corsican Twins. Like they just keep switching off injuries, and like one of them gets hurt, the other one actually feels the pain. So I don't know what to make of this. I just know that if you're a fantasy football player that either kept or drafted Christian McCaffrey extremely high in your draft, I feel for you, because last year it was exactly the same thing. Like, he should be back by week 1, and the dude didn't play until week 8, right?
Okay, so I want to put a pin in the fantasy thing for a moment.
Okay.
I like that's obviously a big deal, and we'll get to it because I'm sure there are plenty of people listening who may have Christian McCaffrey on their fantasy team and want to know what the hell to do. We'll get to that in a second. What the hell do the Niners do?
I don't know,
because I've already made it very, very clear that I am cautiously optimistic about their chances to just return to the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the postseason. With Christian McCaffrey, if and we'll get to the update that we got from Tom Pelissero from NFL Media here in a second. If Christian McCaffrey is going to miss 6-8 weeks,
yeah,
more, the ceiling on the 49ers and the floor drop precipitously. Like, if you told me Christian McCaffrey's healthy and everything kind of goes right, I could see the 49ers being a Super Bowl contender this year. When you remove Christian McCaffrey from that equation, even if you go, yeah, everything else went pretty well, I don't think they can go to a Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey both being on the field and playing somewhere near the level he played in 2023.
Oh, I totally agree. And I think going out and getting Brian Robinson was like a very, very smart move by the 49ers, without any question. But also the problem that you have is that you got him late in camp. And so if he knows the playbook, that's fine as a runner. I just don't think he can be as impactful as a receiver early on in his tenure with the 49ers. There's going to come a point where he gets up to speed and he becomes more and more and more valuable. But at the end of the day, like, he's just not there yet. And even if he is, he knows the playbook and he's got it all down.
Mm-hmm.
He's not Christian McCaffrey. Like, Brian Robinson's a
bottom line,
perfectly good player.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's like having the insurance of that type of player is a really, really good idea for the 49ers. Yes. But you're replacing a Ferrari with like a really, really nice like Ford F-150.
Right. It is insurance. Yeah. Like, oh, cool. Christian McCaffrey can play 70% of the snaps now or 75% instead of needing to play 90.
Yeah.
It's not. It might be insurance like, yeah, hey, you know what? He's out a week. You can figure it out for a week. Brian Robinson is not Christian McCaffrey insurance like, oh, yeah, everything's good. Like, everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It just puts additional onus on the 49ers run game or their running backs specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But it also now, all right, the explosive play element that Christian McCaffrey brings is not there. The way that you can manipulate defenses with pre-snap motion and even post-snap motion where he goes on the field, you can't manipulate defenses quite the same way. So how do you adjust? That comes down to Kyle Shanahan. It comes down to Brock Purdy. And we've been saying this with the receiving core, right?
Yep.
You got to play with what the ceiling might come down, but you got to keep the floor up there. If Christian McCaffrey, and again, it's an if, we don't know. We'll play the Tom Pelissero update here in a second. But if Christian McCaffrey isn't playing, it raises, all right, Brock Purdy needs to be X% better.
Oh, yeah.
And Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall and George Kittle have to be Y and Z% better. Like, it's just, it changes the entire complexion of the 49ers offense when Christian McCaffrey isn't available. And that's why this is such a massive, massive deal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the 49ers offense can be one of the top 5 in the league if McCaffrey's there. If he's not, they're going to have a tough time being top 15. And we saw it last year. It didn't matter how good Jordan Mason was, and he was excellent.
He was really good.
He still could not bring the other element to the game that McCaffrey did.
Yeah.
He gives you he is one of your top 4 wide receivers, and realistically, probably one of your top 2 or 3 wide receivers on this team.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's not there, you're just in trouble. Like, he changes the entire dynamic where defenses have to stack the line. They've got to trace him the whole time. They've got to send somebody after him the whole time. Mm-hmm. When he's not there, it just puts you in a really, really weird situation where you're trying to just kind of get by. And getting by is why you went 6-11 last year.
Yeah. And even still, without McCaffrey last year, they were still 13th in points scored and 4th in yards. They were 2nd in yards per play. But the problem becomes everything is so uphill. And I think you have a really high floor when Kyle Shanahan's your play caller, when Brock Purdy's your quarterback, when you have Trent Williams, when you have George Kittle, when you have Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall. Like, your floor is going to be there. You can have a top 10 offense with that group. But is it a top 10 offense where you're liable to hang up 40 any game? Or is it a top 10 offense where, all right, they're going to move the ball, but man, they're going to need 12, 13 play drives to score every time.
Oh, yeah.
And it just changes the margin for error. Makes everything a little bit more difficult.
It adds one other element too. It adds the element that your kicker better be really good. Because there's a lot of time where McCaffrey just gets that first down that you didn't expect. And he breaks off the long play that you didn't expect, and he scores the easy touchdowns. If he's not there, the easy touchdowns kind of go away. The other players that you have on the roster, they're good players. They've got opportunities to be really George Kittle is a Hall of Famer. Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall, they're really, really good players. They're not that breakaway dude. And he is your breakaway guy. He's a guy that at any moment can be standing in the end zone and everyone is looking around going, I can't believe we just saw that.
Right.
You take that away, everybody else has to be better, including that kicker. And I'm just not sure that they're built to withstand something like that.
So McCaffrey showed up on the practice report yesterday as limited. Kyle Shanahan doesn't talk on Thursdays. He'll talk today before practice. He'll talk after practice. He'll give the injury report. And I'm sure, because the way it goes, he gets to the podium. He goes, all right, guys, injuries for this week. Gross Matos, knee out. Watkins, ankle out. McCaffrey, calf, limited. He'll go through that. And then he'll go take questions. And that first question is going to be like, what's up with McCaffrey? So we don't have an official update yet, but here's what Tom Pelissero from NFL Network, or what from NFL Media, said today on NFL Network. He was talking about Najee Harris from the Chargers, and then he got into Christian McCaffrey. This is Seahawks. Thanks, Tom. It's not DEFCON 1, but they practice later today. That to me smacks of the 49ers are trying to weather this a little bit. Like, no, it's not. Nothing crazy happened right now. Oh, he just felt his calf a little bit, so we pulled him out of practice. Like, man, that wasn't a report where Tom Pelissero came out and went, everything's good. They were just being it's just a precaution. He'll play week 1. They expect him to be ready for week 1. That was, he hurt his calf yesterday. So they took him out of practice. He'll have imaging, he'll have testing, he'll have treatment, all that. They'll see how he responds today.
Yeah.
My guess is he's either limited or a non-participant today, and he'll be questionable for Sunday. That's my guess.
And if he's questionable for Sunday, he's probably questionable for the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season.
Absolutely.
Calf injuries are just absolutely no joke, especially with a player who already had Achilles issues.
Would it surprise you at all? And I know we got to step aside here in a second, but would it surprise you at all if it's just an exact replay of last year?
No, not at all. Especially when the 49ers go out and get Brian Robinson. Because that tells me they may have known something a little bit before right now.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Definitely a possibility. We'll keep talking about the Christian McCaffrey situation. If you've got him in fantasy football, what do you do? We'll try and figure that out. We've got day 61.
Kaminga Watch.
Not a lot going on there. We've got a minor, very small bit of Sacramento Kings related news. We had football last night we'll dive into. We've got Raiders stuff. We've got Niners stuff. It's NFL season, baby, and we're diving into it on the Insiders for the next 2 hours. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
What's up, everybody? Okay, so The Corsican Brothers was a novella by Alexander Dumas, or if you've ever seen Shawshank Redemption, Alexander Dumas. It was published in 1844 as two conjoined brothers who, although separated at birth, can still feel each other's physical distress. I prefer the Cheech and Chong version, which is hilarious. Steven, how have I had time to watch all these movies? I don't know. I was a movie buff when I was a kid, but then I worked at a video store for a year, and that's where you like bring home many, many, many movies every single night, and then you watch as many as you can. But yeah, I've seen a lot of movies. What's funny too is my oldest is the same. He's like a full-fledged movie buff. He's watched everything. Yes, I did watch Slumdog Millionaire. That was a great movie. Keenan Allen or Mark Andrews, and man, that's a tough one. I'm gonna put Mark Andrews. He really finished the season well last year, after it looked like he was kind of done, and Isaiah Lively kind of took over. But I'm not sure what Keenan Allen's role with the Chargers is going to be. Ooh. Norm, I believe just our guy Faraz Siddiqui would say Egbuka. Right?
Yeah.
Especially the first, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks. There. Why am I drawing a blank? What's Tampa Bay's number 2 wide receiver behind Mike Evans? He's out. Yeah, no Faraz today. Sorry, folks. My starting fantasy lineup. Yeah, I don't know. In my big league, we might make some changes between now and this weekend. We've got Mahomes, we got Neighbors, we've got Genty, we've got Travis Kelce, Brian Thomas Jr., Brees Hall. Right now we have
10 seconds.
We're starting Bill, but we might switch Juwan Jennings into that flex spot. Fairbairn, and then defensive players.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, shout out to the 49ers who just put out a September birthdays graphic featuring a player named Trey Brown who was cut.
Ouch. Yeah, they even added like an extra partial row to their little clipboard graphic.
Why did Trey Brown resign? Did I miss something?
I don't know.
I know this is not a good radio thing because nobody cares about the status of veteran cornerback Trey Brown. I currently have him as not on a team. I want to go to the 49ers roster real quick.
2 weeks ago, they placed him on injured reserve.
I've got a Control F. You probably heard that for Trey Brown on their roster, and he is not here.
Yeah, I have him.
No practice squad.
Being put on injured reserve 2 weeks ago.
IR. Nope. He's not on IR.
At
least he's not listed on IR.
All right.
Maybe I missed something. I don't think I did.
Well, you would be a guy who
Jair Brown is on the team.
Who would know. So I trust you, Kyle, in this situation.
Yeah, I might be wrong, and maybe they just don't list him on IR. I don't know why they wouldn't, since they list everybody else on IR.
Yeah.
Like everybody, not just a guy like Patrick Taylor, Trent Taylor, Trey Tomlinson. All those guys are on here. Trey Brown, not. Weird.
All right. Well, happy birthday either way. September birthday.
Salute to Trey Brown. Hope he has a great day today. So we were talking about the Christian McCaffrey stuff with the 49ers, a borderline disaster for them. With McCaffrey now dealing with a calf injury. Not DEFCON 1, according to NFL Media's Tom Pelissero. But, man, there's a lot there. DEFCON 1 to me would be like, yo, he tore his calf or worse and is out a lot of time. That would be DEFCON 1.
Okay.
There's a lot of space between everything's cool and he's out for the season. And if he misses any time, it's a massive problem for the 49ers. I totally agree.
They're just
not as
they're not as dynamic. I think that's the way to put it. Yeah.
So what do you do? We'll get to the fantasy stuff here. My recommendation would be you keep a very close. Go get Brian Robinson if he's available. I don't know if he will be, but if he is in your league, go get him right now. And if you have McCaffrey, have a contingency plan in place. And you gotta watch very closely what their game against the Seahawks on Sunday is. I think it's a 125 start. No, it's a 105 start. So 11:35 is when inactives will come out, and we'll know about Christian McCaffrey's status.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually Friday, today, an injury report will come out. My guess is he'll be limited. But if he's doubtful or he's out, obviously you don't want him in your lineup. If he's limited, though, is questionable, then 11:35 on Sunday, you'll find out whether you need to pull him from your lineup or you can keep him in. And that's just that's all I got.
Yeah. It's really, really tough situation, but it's week 1. That's what's the biggest bummer is. If you're a 49ers fan, you're walking into the season with a potential long-term injury that at worst case scenario is going, I mean, it could be in the season, but best case scenario could mean a couple of weeks.
It is impossible to see this and not, if you're a 49er fan and you're like, it's fine. I would love to live in that brain space.
Yeah.
Because this just, it reeks of what happened last year.
Mm-hmm.
Just on a shorter timeline. We were told when Christian McCaffrey sat down at the start of training camp last year, everything's good. It's a calf thing. We just don't want it to become something more. He's going to sit out training camp, doesn't need it anyway. He'll be back for the regular season. Everything's fine. And then he's limited throughout the week. And no, it's good. It's just precaution. Everything's fine. Listed as questionable. Well, yeah, he's limited all week. It's fine. And then an hour and a half before the game, he's not playing. And then after the game, he's on IR for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Wait, what? This reeks of that to me. Yeah. I hope I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. I don't know. But how do you look at this situation and you look at last year's situation with a 29-year-old running back, by the way? This is not a 23-year-old offensive lineman who just stepped into the league. It's a guy who has a ton of touches on his body, who was already dealing with Achilles tendonitis. Our friend Zebra PT pointed out that is a usage-related injury.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, I don't think it's just going to magically go away. So
yeah, there's a good chance that worst case scenario here too.
Mm-hmm.
Best case scenario,
mm-hmm.
that Christian McCaffrey just became like a split time back in the back, at least for the first like 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a really tough time envisioning him being a full participant in today's practice and just showing up week 1 and being Christian McCaffrey.
I would also like to know like where Tom Pelissero puts this on the DEFCON like list, because DEFCON 1 is like the worst.
That is, everything is awful.
DEFCON 5. Are we at DEFCON 5? Are we at DEFCON 4? Are we
right.
like preparing?
There's a lot of space there.
Yeah. Are we preparing for the worst?
Which is why, and again, this is another reason I get a bad vibe from this.
Yeah.
Is I think he probably talked to somebody with the 49ers. Tom Pelissero's NFL media is pretty plugged in.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the 49ers didn't go full precaution. He'll be good for week 1. It was, yeah, he felt something, so we wanted to be cautious and take him out. It's not DEFCON 1, nothing crazy. But we got to practice today and see how that goes.
Yeah.
Like, yo, that's not awesome. That's not a good spot to be in. If he gets into the building today and goes, God, I can't go. Like, then it cast doubt, like you said, not only on week 1, but the first half of the year, maybe more.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Very, very frustrating moment for the 49ers.
Yikes. All right. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. There was an actual football game last night. If any other Christian McCaffrey news breaks, we'll have it for you, and we'll dive into Raiders Patriots coming up in about 15 minutes with Locked On Patriots host Nick Cattles. We are going to break down that Pats Raiders game and dive into some Raiders predictions. We'll get to Niners predictions. We'll get to all that. But we had an actual football game last night, and I got out of here a little late because of our fun party that we talked about earlier. And I'm driving in, and there's an injury on the kickoff, and I'm listening to the broadcast here on ESPN 1320. And they're doing the normal thing. There's an injury on the kickoff. And so they're doing the normal thing where they're like, you know what? Don't want to speculate. It's non-contact. The knee buckled, but that's typically in that spot. It's not great, but hopefully, we're hoping for the best. And the cart comes out, and they're like, so they're just doing that whole thing. And then all of a sudden the ref opens his mic and he's like, 15-yard penalty on number 98. He's been disqualified. What? It's 6 seconds into the game. A play hasn't happened. What?
6 seconds into the game.
And I'm sitting and I'm tripping because I thought, did I miss a play? Did I super zone out and miss something? But Baldy and the play-by-play announcer, whose name I can't remember, goes, they're just as confused as anybody.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't know. Jalen Carter must have done or said something. They got suspended. Now they're walking him off the field. And then NBC's cameras caught Jalen Carter spitting on Dak Prescott. I want to put a pin in that whole situation for a second. I am not a fighter by any stretch of the imagination. I will talk it out. I'm not going to be a child and start throwing my fists around because, I don't like what man said to me. Like, no, we can talk about it, right? If you spit on me, I'm throwing hands. No question. I might get my ass whooped, but I'm throwing a punch if you spit on me.
Yeah.
That Dak got spit on and was just like, yo, whose man? Is unbelievable discipline by Dak. But also it makes me question where Dak is mentally that he didn't immediately swing on Jalen Carter.
I also feel like
whoop his ass probably, but still.
Yeah, I kind of felt like too there was some gamesmanship going on there. And later in the broadcast, they did show like the pan out of what happened before. And again, Dak didn't spit on him, but he spit in his general direction as he was talking trash before the actual incident. I'm not excusing anything that he did because you're right, man. Like, and for the most part, like it's lumped into things like legal jargon, like mayhem. And you're like spitting on somebody can get you a felony charge.
Sure.
Yeah. It's like eye gouging or fish hooking.
Sure.
Yeah. Those things aren't allowed. But it's one of those things where like, look, if you really want to fight, that's a good way to start one. And I mean, just like so childish and ridiculous to get thrown out of a game before the first snap. I mean, come on.
It's and one of their, if not their best defensive linemen.
Yeah.
Like, just like you said, it's childish, it's immature, it's all that you can't. There are lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
You smack a guy with his helmet on. All right, yeah, you're gonna get 15 yards. You might get tossed. Whatever. Spitting. That's what you did. And if you watch, look, I'm sorry, I don't. If you're in the camp that Dak started this, I don't know what to tell you. You're an insane person.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. There is a difference between you're jawing with someone and that person just kind of spits on the ground.
Yep.
Which is what happened.
Yep.
And Dak even said after the game, I spit 100 times a game, or whatever number he used. When I played baseball, I did that all the time. Spit in the dirt, cover it up. Like, it's just I'm not shocked that Dak will do that throughout the game. And he said that Jalen Carter walked up and said, "You spit on me?" And Dak was like, "Why would I do that?" And then Jalen Carter spits on him.
Yeah.
That's just insane. That's crazy.
The whole thing was wild. Watching him get escorted up. So I didn't know what happened.
Got an early Big Dom mention. Just disgusting.
We're just looking up at we're at a pizza spot in Auburn. Shout out to Trailblazers. And we're watching the game. And I'm like, what in the world is happening? Why is he getting escorted off the field? And then my son got a notification. Oh, he's like, oh, he spit on Dak. That was dumb. It's like, good. I'm glad you feel that way. Yeah. That's crazy.
Good parenting by you that your kid thinks that's dumb.
Yeah.
It's really well done. I thought I thought Dak looked great last night. We talked about him a little bit yesterday in the sense of good fantasy quarterback versus like a quarterback you would pay $60 million to and trust to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't trust Dak to win a Super Bowl. We've just seen him wilt in big games too many times. If he does it someday, great. But I don't believe in him to do that. But I don't think he's bad at the position. And I think last night was a really great example.
Yeah.
I thought Dak was terrific and has nothing to show for it.
I'll say this. He threw a handful of hospital balls that his receivers did not hold on to, but they, for good reason. Then there's the flip side. I thought he was very good, but he kept going over the middle to his tight end, and his tight end's just getting crushed. And they actually had the 15-yard penalty that put it all the way down like the 6-yard line or whatever it was off one of their possessions. He throws a really, really good ball, but on occasion he just takes those Jimmy Garoppolo, like just a little tick too high throws that get your receivers killed.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but I thought overall he was spectacular, and he should have had at least another 80 yards passing last night if it wasn't for CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee having 4 drops is inexcusable.
Yeah, and for them to make excuses on the broadcast for the late drop, that's a drop, bro.
Right. And if Ricky Pearsall drops that pass, it's like, damn. That's when you've probably got to get that one. Yeah. When you're CeeDee Lamb, when you're one of the best 3 or 5 receivers in the sport,
making like $37 million,
you gotta make a play, man. PFF had him down for 4 drops last night.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And you just off the rip, I said, "Hey, how many drops do you think you had?" You had 3 just off the top.
Well, I could remember 3 very specific drops. Yeah. Even the one right before the big drop down the left side, he went over the middle, just right off his hands.
Yeah.
And then there was either an interception or an almost interception off of one of his drops earlier, where it hit him in the hands and it flipped up in the air. Like, dude, show up.
Yeah.
And I know he had like 110 yards. He should have had 180 yards.
Yeah, you look at his box score and you go, wow, 7 for 110, not bad.
Yeah.
But it could have been 11 for 200.
Even if it was 9, it would have been 9 for like 160 or 170. Like, just really, really egregious drops.
Yeah.
So, yeah, tough. I mean, the reason they lost that game, in my opinion, is because one player continuously let his team down. And, it's not always that way. Yeah, they played well enough to win, for sure. I was super, super impressed with Javonte Williams. Like, he got
really good.
He got his shot in Denver a little bit, but for whatever reason, it didn't work out. He's one of those one-cut runners that Shanahan looks for. Man, I thought he ran hard, and I thought he was punishing people, and he just looked like an NFL running back. Where the other guys, they looked fine. You know, Miles Sanders looked fine, but watching Javonte Williams run, like, oh boy, the Cowboys have something here.
Yeah,
I thought they looked really good.
Yeah, man, it was really, really fun way to open the season. I hate that there's a game tonight.
Yeah.
I want the Thursday game, then I want Friday off, then I want college football on Saturday, and then I want football on Sundays. Having to lock in for a game tonight is like,
maybe
1
week. 1 week of it, I think we can deal, but hopefully there's not a bunch of it. You know, it's crazy. The Dallas Cowboys had 1 sack last night, which is 1 more than the Philadelphia Eagles had.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy.
That is.
They don't miss him at all. They don't miss Michael Parsons.
Watching Dak, or not Dak, but Jalen Hurts just waltz in untouched for 2 rushing touchdowns to start the game. It's like, man, you know what would have been really, really nice to have right there? Michael Parsons.
Yeah.
Again, it's a 1-game sample. I'm not going to overreact to 1 game.
Although that was our quarterback. We do have Jalen Hurts.
Shout out to my Bass Hurts.
Yeah,
he's our leading rusher with 62 yards, a couple touchdowns. But no, man, he was so comfortable last night. Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
the Cowboys never made a problem for him.
No, even like when he got outside the pocket and started running, it just looked like, well, first of all, he's an outstanding runner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's got like
really smart,
really smart, and he's got a really like solid wiggle to him when he's in open field. And then every single time he sees defensive players coming, he goes down, really quick.
Yep.
Yeah, really good.
Something Russell Wilson was always really good at.
Yeah,
is getting into the open field and then not taking a hit.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Daniel Jones, he's not good at that.
Not good at that at all. Does not understand self-preservation, Daniel Jones. All right, the Raiders play this weekend on this station. We're going to dive into the Raiders matchup against the New England Patriots with host of Locked On Patriots, Nick Cattles. He will join us next as we dive into Week 1 Raiders-Patriots. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear?
Oh my gosh. I have to show you this. Kyle.
I can't read that. I see what I can't read the other one. The one that it's.
The depths of their clowning is just spectacular. What's going on, everybody? If anyone is Auburn bound, actually some really good pizza spots in Auburn. Old Town Pizza is really good. They moved the last couple of years, so if you're used to Old Town Pizza being by the brewery, it's no longer there. Spectacular pizza and good people. And then they did open a second Trailblazers. They have one in Alta Sierra, but the second one is now where there used to be a Applebee's in Auburn. Is Old Town Pizza everywhere? I don't know. What's going on, buddy? I haven't been here. There. I've not been there.
Oh, hey, there he is. Let me get that and bang. What's up, Nick?
What's up, fellas? Can you hear me? Good go.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we got you. We're back in about a minute and a half. Oh no, wait, 2.5. About 2.5 minutes. We're live on YouTube though. We're just not on the radio.
All right.
How are things, man?
Good, man. They're good. How's lovely Sacramento?
Honestly, it's great. Weather hasn't been too bad this summer. Been a really, really mild summer, which has been fantastic.
Very nice.
Yeah, man. What about you? How's summer out where you're at now?
Good. I mean, I moved down to Virginia Beach just a couple months ago, so the weather is better down here than it was in New England. But yeah, it's been really nice the last couple weeks. Like really nice. The weather breaks around late August, so usually gets to be beautiful for the next 2-3 months until around Thanksgiving, and then it'll cool off a little bit, but not too crazy.
And then the real one. You're just what else you got going on? Locked On Patriots?
Yeah, Locked On Patriots, Locked On NFL on Friday mornings.
Nice.
Pretty much.
Man.
Yeah, Locked On's been great. Locked On's been awesome.
For sure. Just making sure we're organized here.
Sure.
We get the pleasure of seeing David Locke quite often. Let's roll into town.
Yeah.
Yeah, he calls a game like Happy Gilmore would call a game.
Yes.
He does like the bull dance. He literally looks over at the media and starts taunting us. We're like, bro, we're here watching a game. What are you doing? Like, gonna need you to stop pelvic thrusting your monitor. Like, what are you doing?
That's so insane.
a little over the top. A little over the top, David.
Yeah, he's a little over the top.
Yeah,
I don't love it for him. He's having a good time.
He is.
I don't deal with him too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Locked On's been great. And I don't have to work like 20 hours a week on the radio right now, which is I can't complain.
Yeah, man.
You get used to the grind in radio. It's like
yeah. We've got 2 hours a day. That's a pretty light lift.
See, I would love that. I would love to.
2.5 hours now.
Yeah, I guess technically, it's technically 2.5 because our handoff always goes an extra half hour. But
gotcha.
Overall, like especially this time of year, like 2 hours just.
Yeah. 4 hours is so rough.
It's a lot. All right, here we go. We're coming back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The Las Vegas Raiders open their regular season on Sunday at the New England Patriots. Coverage on ESPN 1320 begins at 9:30 a.m. To look ahead to that matchup with us on the Insiders, it's Nick Cattles, the host of Locked On Patriots. You can hear him on Locked On NFL on Fridays. Nick, how's it going, man?
It's going well, man. Thanks for reaching out so I could do this with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for doing it on short notice. We really appreciate you. So just got word this morning that before we dive into some bigger picture stuff, Christian Gonzalez ruled out, Will Campbell considered questionable. How big of a loss is Christian Campbell for the Patriots defense on Sunday?
Gonzalez is a significant. It's all good. Significant loss. He's their best player on either side of the football. Gonzalez is their best player, most talented guy. He's truly a shutdown corner. So they'll have to adjust. I don't know if he was going to defend Brock Bowers or not. I'm not sure what their plan is with Bowers on Sunday. But yeah, I mean, the trickle down effect is real. And Gonzalez is an excellent young football player. So he's one of the guys that you do not want to lose at any cost. So hopefully he's back soon. I'm not surprised. He's missed practice for like the last 5-6 weeks. So I'm not surprised he's out for Sunday. Hopefully he's back next week for Miami.
Nick, there's a lot of buzz with Drake May this year. And, second-year quarterbacks don't always take the big leap. But it seems like there's a lot behind him and Bo Nix. Like there's a couple of these guys that really, it seems like people are high on. Are you as high on Drake May? And what do you think his season's going to look like this season?
Well, I think he's got the potential to be, a top 10-ish quarterback eventually. I would say closer to 10 than 5. I think he'd be somewhere in that range if he fulfills his potential. So I think he's got the raw talent. I mean, he's got the arm, he's got the athleticism, he's got the IQ. He caught up to Josh McDaniels' offense pretty quickly, has looked comfortable throughout camp. So he has the tools, but he also has been a victim of turnover-worthy plays way too often. He got better at that last year towards the tail end, but he still had 4 fumbles in his last 4 or 5 games. So sometimes he tries to do too much, like a lot of young quarterbacks. If he could take care of the football better, then I do think he ends up being, towards 10 to 12. I don't know, anywhere from 8 to 12. I mean, you're splitting hairs when you talk about, 8th quarterback versus the 11th quarterback in the NFL. But I do think he can get to that level if he takes care of the football. He's at a solid camp, but it's been weird because, at joint practices, he played well. During practice, he played well. But the 2 preseason games he played in, he was not good. So I don't really know why that is. And the other issue with Drake is that, well, 2, he puts himself in harm's way sometimes because he loves to run. He scrambles and stuff. That's kind of his immediate go-to. They've tried to work with him on remaining a thrower while he kind of breaks away from the pocket instead of just wanting to scramble all the time and just run. And the other thing is he tends to get amped up. He gets a little overexcited, especially at the beginning of games and sometimes in the red zone. And so you'll see him start a game and some of his throws are high. He'll miss receivers high, and he's admitted it. I come out amped up. So they're trying to get him to kind of calm down. I don't know. I don't know how they do it, but they're trying to get him to calm down to begin games. So take care of the football, stay out of harm's way, and try not to be so amped. If he does those 3 things, if he could work on those 3 things, I think he'll be good to really good.
Nick Cattles, the Locked On Patriots podcast is talking Raiders Patriots with us here on the Insiders. One of the big changes and one of the reasons I'm kind of bullish on the Patriots this year, not maybe not as a playoff team necessarily, but certainly taking steps forward is because of their new head coach. I really think very highly of Mike Vrabel. What's the difference so far in the Mike Vrabel era in the short time that he's been there?
Night and day. I mean, Gerard Mayo, I don't want to kill Gerard Mayo. It was the first time that he had a head coaching job. He had never even been a coordinator in football. It was some weird inside deal with Robert Kraft where they put it in his contract that when Belichick left, he was going to be automatically promoted to head coach. It was just a bad idea. And Gerard was just underwater immediately. I don't know of anything that he did well, frankly. And he didn't handle the media well. He didn't handle the team well. He didn't hold the guys accountable. Vrabel's been there before, right? So he's built a program. He understands. He's experienced. They have a very qualified staff. They've got a bunch of guys who have been head coaches or coordinators working in positional groups. So they got a very qualified staff. And Vrabel, just accountability and just a toughness to the team. And I think, just hearing from the guys, they feel like they're part of a serious program now, that they will have a game plan. Vrabel is all about the details. And I think the team feels like they'll be put in a position to win, unlike last year. Now, will it happen? We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds because I do think there's a lack of talent. I mean, back-to-back 4-win seasons will do that to you. Sure. But the details and the effort and stuff like that and the tone, the responsibility, the accountability, the staff that he brought in, it's night and day from last season.
You talk about how, they are a team coming up back-to-back 4-win seasons. Just where are you at confidence-wise with their offense versus defense? Which one is ahead of the curve at this point, and which one are they going to rely on a little bit more?
I think their defense is better than their offense. When you look at receiver, they don't have that alpha. Stephon Diggs is now more of like a 2B instead of a 1. They've got good depth at wide receiver. If you look at, second receiver to like 6th receiver, the Kayshon Bouttys, the Mac Collinses, Pop Douglas, I think is going to have a really good year in the McDaniels offense. I do like their running backs. Travion Henderson has had a tremendous camp. I think he's going to make an immediate impact. Ramondre Stevenson, if he can hold on to the football, I think is a good NFL back. Antonio Gibson is a good back. So their running backs are good. Tight ends are good. Austin Hooper, Hunter Henry. It's more the depth. They have no depth at tight end. And again, wide receiver, you're more 2 through 6. You don't really have that 1 or even 1B as the main guy. And their offensive line, you got 2 rookies on the left side protecting May's blind side. Will Campbell, like Kyle mentioned, is questionable. That would be big. I mean, if he doesn't play, that's trouble because they'll have to play Vidarian Lowe at left tackle, and Lowe was not good last year. So they lack depth on the offensive line. They're young on the offensive line. And you still got to wait for May. Defensively, it's kind of the opposite. You got a bunch of veterans, Barmore and Milton Williams in the middle of that D-line, Harold Landry and Kayvon Chason. Chason's had a tremendous camp. So the defensive line is experienced and good with a resume. I think their second level needs help at linebacker. Robert Spillane, I trust. The other guys, kind of unproven, frankly. But then you got the two cornerbacks on the outside. If Gonzalez gets back to being healthy, you've got Gonzalez and Carlton Davis on the outside, two guys who can play man coverage and play well. But safety, they are a little bit kind of an unknown and young. They decided to get rid of Jabril Peppers. That was a surprise last week. Kyle Duggar has kind of fallen down the depth chart. So they're going to rely on Jalen Hawkins, who's okay, not great, and rookie Craig Woodson out of Cal. And I think teams will attack those guys deep starting on Sunday, I would imagine. I think they'll try to attack Woodson and Hawkins and see if they could be responsible downfield and not give up bombs.
Talking with Nick Cattles, Locked On Patriots host. He's also on Locked On NFL on Fridays. So it's Pats Raiders week 1. I have these teams a little bit in the same bucket where I really like what they did with their head coaches. I like some of the talent that they have. What is your expectation for the Patriots this year?
It's been a weird kind of offseason because at first it was a wait and see what's going to happen. People were kind of hesitant. And then at the beginning of camp, and I just think this is the optimism of camp, like beginning of camp, people were like, oh man, they could win 11 games. They could do this. They could do that. I never got there. I think, if they can get to 8 wins, that to me is a win. If you double your wins from last season and you start to build a culture, if you could finish 8-9, my official prediction was 9-8, but I think they have a floor of, let's say, 7 wins. If absolutely everything went perfect, I mean, perfect, they might be able to get to 11 wins because of the schedule, but everything has to be perfect. They've got to be healthy. Drake May has to take that big step forward in year 2. And the offensive line has to be, ahead of schedule with the rookies on the left side. If everything went perfect, that's what I would say. But right now I got them about, 9 wins. 8-9 wins feels right.
Nick, we're talking to Nick Cattles here from Locked On Patriots. We can't keep you all day, but what are your thoughts on Bill Belichick's college debut?
Well, he got his butt whooped, right? I mean, I just think he got humiliated. I'm somebody who actually said I'm going to root for Bill at North Carolina. I want him to succeed. I want him to go out on top. It would be great to see him, work with the younger guys and help those young football players become better at what they want to do. But it's getting tougher. I got to be honest, because look, this is both sides, but Robert Kraft and Belichick, they've both been extremely petty to each other. It's been one measurement contest after another. And it's frustrating and disappointing that these guys just can't say, hey, we won 6 Super Bowls together. Let's appreciate what we did. We might not like each other anymore, but let's keep that to the side and just handle things professionally. Neither one has done that. I'm not going to go too crazy about the first game. I mean, he's got 70 new players on the roster. And TCU is a good football team. I thought they would lose on Monday. I did not think they were going to get waxed on Monday, which they did. But if you look at that schedule, I mean, it is Cupcake City. The only team they play out of the ACC, which is tough, is Clemson, top 10 team. Everybody else, it's like, I think they have a chance if Belichick can keep this on the rails to win 6 or 7 games this year. But no doubt it was awful. It was embarrassing and made even worse by the balloons in the postgame.
Nick Cattles, Locked On Patriots, Locked On NFL. Man, thank you so much for hopping on with us. We really appreciate it and enjoy football on Sunday, man.
Thanks for having me, guys. Hopefully we'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nick. See ya. Locked On Patriots, Locked On NFL. Nick Cattles, really appreciate him hopping on here. I think that feels right. Like, I think the Patriots and Raiders to me are on these like parallel paths in terms of like team development. I trust both their head coaches.
Yep.
I like parts of their roster. Some of it's like really clear they still need to work. I think what he said about the Patriots, can you double your win total? Can you get to 8 wins? I think that's probably the Raiders' goal as well. They also finished with 4 wins last year.
like that he said he thinks our floor is around 7 wins. I know a lot of people in the chat are like, 7 wins, come on. But that actually feels like a pretty decent, like 6-7 wins. Like, I think they will improve as a team. They do feel like they're on a path to rebuild, and hopefully, a couple of years they'll be back sort of in a competitive space.
Talk about the Raiders or the Patriots?
No, the Patriots.
Yeah, that's what I think coaching matters so much in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think Mike Vrabel's an awesome coach. I think Pete Carroll's an awesome coach. And when you have awesome coaches like that, to me, it raises your floor so much. And that's just, I think they're both in the same bucket where like if a couple things kind of go right, All of a sudden, like, oh, hey, it's week 17 and they're game out of a playoff spot.
Yeah. And the Kraft Belichick thing reminds me a lot of the Jerry Jones, Jimmy Johnson. Sort of like
a little bit.
They can't embrace like the greatness that they were together.
Yeah. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. We'll continue talking Raiders, Patriots. We'll talk some Niners, Seahawks. If you had to bet $1,000, would you bet on the Raiders or the Kings to make the playoffs? We'll talk about it next. He's James. I'm Kyle. Insiders, Jiffy Lube, all that jazz.
Yeah, this isn't the case. The reason we had Cattles on was specifically to talk Patriots. I thought he was good.
Yeah, I've heard him talk Patriots before. I wouldn't get a guess that I thought was going to be bad.
All right. What do we got going on? John Poles is asking you a question in the chat.
My gut feeling is that he does not.
Yeah.
And if he does, I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's going to be like a full workload. And that's literally just, I don't know how it would feel if last year didn't happen the way it did. But I have that to fall back on. And I thought he was for sure going to play week 1 last year, and then he didn't play until week 10.
The Athletic has more reporting. Sam Amick has more reporting on the Kawhi Leonard sponsorship deal.
We have 30-ish seconds. Okay. 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 You're the best.
What?
In engineering. Oh, congrats. You're the best engineer in the cluster, according to
I
the
fixed
lead
it.
engineer. That's amazing.
Interesting. For someone who doesn't touch buttons, that's pretty good.
It's big time for you. Yeah, did listen to this. I don't think Mark Cuban made many cogent arguments outside of like, nah. That was what it came down to. All right, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Yeah, NFL games this weekend. Do you know how fired up I am to wake up on Sunday and do my Sunday football ritual?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to wake up. I'm going to go to a coffee shop. Which shop? TBD. Depends on the vibe that day. There's a couple of local spots I go to. There's a couple of chains I'll go to, just depending. Anyways, I'll get my coffee. I'm going to come home. I'm going to turn some music on my record player, and I'm going to have pregame on while I putz around the house.
Nice.
And then the games are going to start, and I think I'm going to go. I think it's a red zone weekend. I think it might be a red zone weekend for me.
One of my favorite things about Sundays, getting up and like staying in my bedtime clothes and just hanging out all day.
Totally.
Like I'll wear slippers around the entire day on Sundays.
Sure.
I'm just not doing anything.
Love it.
Yeah.
I get dressed, but that's only because I leave the house.
Yeah, I won't.
Outside of that,
no,
I got nothing going on.
I won't leave the house.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. So it's Chiefs Chargers tonight, which whatever. The 10 a.m. window, we have Bucks Falcons, Bengals Browns, Dolphins Colts, Panthers against my Jags, Raiders Pats, Cardinals Saints. Oh my God. Pittsburgh and the Jets and Giants Commanders. Yeah, this is going to be a Raiders Pats on the big screen, and then second screening red zone. That's how my day is going to go. God, I can't wait. Listen to some Sonny Rollins while I putz around the house.
Okay. Maybe I will incorporate the record playing. That sounds good.
It's great. It's the best.
Yeah.
It's just whatever kind of vibe you're feeling music-wise. Sometimes it's Elton John. Sometimes it's Kendrick Lamar. Sometimes it's Schoolboy Q. Sometimes it's Chappell Roan. Sometimes it's V from BTS. Like, it's just, man, or a lot of jazz.
Yeah.
A ton of jazz records in the collection. We get to Christmas. We'll throw on some Christmas music.
Okay.
God, I can't wait.
You're into this.
I do.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Very, very mood dependent. The record, but that's why you keep a wide variety of music styles.
Yeah.
A standby for those of you who purchase vinyl or who have a record player, cannot recommend enough the Ratatouille soundtrack. The Ratatouille soundtrack is dynamite because that movie takes place in France. And so a lot of the soundtrack is very like jazzy, instrumental, kind of French sounding songs.
Okay.
It's so good.
I love that movie.
Hell yeah. It's a dynamite movie if you've not seen it.
Oh, it's absolutely phenomenal.
If you're driving around on Sunday, make sure to tap into ESPN 1320 where Raiders Patriots coverage begins at 9:30. And that will be followed by, to me, the marquee game of the day, Lions Packers. We'll pick some games later. Also on tomorrow, huge game for the Sac State Hornets. 1:30 coverage begins. Hornets at the Nevada Wolfpack.
Ooh.
Big game. If Sac State wants to be an FBS team, you have to go put up a good showing.
Oh, yeah. They can't fall flat on their face like they did last week. Yeah.
That'd be a really tough look. All right, let's go through. I asked you a question before the break.
Okay.
And if you want to jump in on this in the chatty house, please do. At youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome everybody there. We also welcome everybody on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. James, I'm going to give you $1,000.
Yep.
The stipulation is you have to bet that money on either the Raiders or the Kings to make the playoffs. You have to bet it on one of those two teams, and it's at my super special sports book where the odds for each team to do so are exactly the same.
This is super tough, man. Because we're talking playoffs. We're not talking play-in. Right? So...
And the reason I ask this while you think about it is I was putting together some Raider stuff, and I was going to go like, hey, game-by-game predictions. We'll just kind of go through, and it's like, I think that we would all kind of land somewhere between 6 and 10 wins, depending on your level of optimism, unless you're Steven Castaneda in the chat, in which case you're landing on 17 wins.
Yeah.
So, salute to Steven. I think typically we would have, that's about where we land. But as I started thinking about, man, what do I think about the Raiders this year? It starts to align very much with what I think about the Kings this year. Situations are different. Just team building works differently. The cap works differently. It's just the situations aren't the same. But when I look at the Raiders, I'm like, man, if they could win 8 games and be really competitive, where maybe they have 2 or 3 one-score losses or last-second losses, and the culture is being built, and you get to the end of this year going, man, the Raiders are going to be a problem next year. That's a lot how I feel about the Kings, where if you win 39 games, but you come out of it going, Nick Clifford is going to be a star, and Isaac Jones is a rotation player, and Keon Ellis is going to be the starting 2-guard moving forward. He was great. You still feel okay about the future, even if they fell short of whatever the expectation was for this year.
I think I have a grasp on where my headspace is right here. I think that if I were to bet on a 2-year, what the next 2 years looks like for each of these teams, I would take the Raiders. I think the Raiders, by adding the quarterback, by adding Genty, by Brock Bowers developing, Max Crosby, like the young players that they have that are developing and all that stuff. I think that they've got a good chance to be good this season, but good as in like what you're saying, 8-9 or 9-8, maybe like in some weird world, like 10-7. But I think that their future is really bright and they're moving towards something in the right way, and they're not lost in sort of who they used to be and who they're going to be. Right? They're actually building on who they're going to be. So I would take the money this year and put it on the Kings over the Raiders to make the playoffs, because look, I think that the Kings, I think they're in a spot where they're like somewhere between 8 and 11, maybe even 12 in the Western Conference. I'd even like ESPN this last week put out their rankings, and they have the Kings as the 12th best team in the Western Conference.
Right.
I didn't think it was unfair, but I also think that they're omitting, a lot of problems that the teams above them have.
Sure.
Some of the teams like the Spurs and the Grizzlies, like even the Warriors. I'm not
They have
convinced
9 players.
any of those teams are going to be great.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to be great and separate yourself, you leave yourself in a situation where a team like the Kings can jump up and beat you. Go ahead.
It also, just to that point, the play-in group that ESPN had is Golden State, Dallas, San Antonio, and Memphis. Any of those teams could be worse than that.
Oh, yeah,
there's
totally.
a path. It's just the path for, and once, if you get into the play-in, you got to win a game or two, and who knows what happens in those games. That's a path to me that's more realistic, because as we've talked about it a million times, talent is not the issue with the Kings. There's a roster construction problem that is the issue with the Kings.
Yeah.
But if they figure out a way to sneak out 42 wins this year and get into the play-in, and Zach LaVine has a huge game and DeMar DeRozan has a huge game, oh, look, they're the 8th seed, right? With the Raiders, it's like, man, you need the Broncos to not be good. You need the Chargers to not be good. You need the Chiefs to not be good. There's all these, I feel like the teams ahead of the Raiders in the AFC are better than the teams the Kings would have to pass.
Yeah, I get
that
what you're
make sense?
saying. Yeah, like the AFC West specifically, the Raiders could be very good this season and still not be able to get over the hump.
Multiple games in last place.
Yeah, because they've got the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Broncos all sitting above them in the AFC West. So that could be really, really difficult. Could they shock those guys? Could they somehow find a way to go, even if it's 2-4 in division? If they can do that, I think they're a playoff team. I think there's a good chance that they can be a playoff team, even just 2-4. But with the Kings, they feel like they're in a holding pattern. And I don't like next season. I don't know what that's going to look like either, because like when you try to trade players in the NBA, it lingers. It doesn't go away. So there are enough players that are on this team that are either, I don't want to call them trade block players. We're seeing this whole thing that, the Kings are moving away from the idea of trading Malik Monk. Okay, they are until they're not. Just straight up.
Right.
They are until they find a deal that makes a ton of sense, and then they move on. Right. So, but I think that's the same for DeMar DeRozan. I think it's the same for Zach LaVine. Like, you have so many players on this team that are what you would call short timers, right? And that's just like the dynamic. When you hear a GM, quietly say 2027, that means that they're waiting for contracts to be off the books.
Right.
So that's a problem, right? So I just think that the Raiders are in such a different place where they're actually, they're just further along in their tear down and build.
Sure.
Than where the Kings are right now. The Kings are still in that point where, they're probably going to be better, like win percentage wise than the Raiders this year. But will that carry over to the next year? Will it carry over to the season after that? And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I want to ask you a question. Stand by. I'm doing math. So 8-9 in the NFL is equivalent to 38.5 wins in the NBA.
Yeah.
I don't even know that I would bet that.
That's a coin flip for me. Right there with the Kings and Raiders.
The Raiders the Raiders' path to the playoffs.
What are the Raiders predicted to win this year?
Like they're over under?
Yeah.
I think it's 7.5.
Okay.
And I lean to the over because I really trust Pete Carroll a lot. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I just Bowers, Genty, Geno Smith, Pete Carroll, Max Crosby. I think that could be a really good group. The AFC West is, I think, going to have at least 2, maybe 3 playoff teams. I think the Steelers, Ravens, Bengals are all going to be in the mix. Buffalo, potentially Miami, Houston, and then I got to lean in because they're my Jags and say the Jags, but I don't know that they'll actually be there. It's just there's a lot of teams that the Raiders would need to either have fall off or have an injury or whatever. It's much harder for me to paint the path for the Raiders than it is for the Kings. I think I would bet on the Kings.
Yeah.
But to that point, if I gave you the same $1,000 and said, hey, you got to go bet 2026.
Oh, I'm taking the Raiders.
Yeah. I'm definitely taking the Raiders.
Now, again, the NBA works so much different than the NFL. The NFL is so draft heavy that there's a good chance that, the Raiders can build out their roster next year and could be way better. But also in the NBA, there's a lot of chance that the Kings will make substantial roster changes, which is like trades, which just doesn't happen nearly as much in the NFL. So I definitely see a path where, we could see by midseason a great purge in Sacramento.
Absolutely.
I'll just keep pointing to, Scott Perry was able to completely purge the entire New York Knicks roster in a year of everything that was there before. Now, he hasn't done that at all right now. Like, he's brought in 3 new players, basically.
Also, just the league is different financially.
Oh, yeah, it's totally
different. Was that 10 years ago, whatever it was?
Yeah, even I would say the NBA, the league financially is different today than it was last year and the year before and the year before that. It has changed so dramatically and like hit a wall so quickly that teams are trying to adjust to what exactly is happening right now.
But also, you can easily circumvent the salary cap now, apparently.
Of course.
Do you hear any of Mark Cuban's conversation with Pablo Torre?
I did not.
Mark Cuban's argument amounted to, I just don't think Steve Ballmer would do that. All right, man. Very good. He's too smart. All right. You got it.
There's one thing that like extremely, extremely wealthy people who, of course, like who are new to being extremely, extremely wealthy that, I mean, in his lifetime, he's become extremely wealthy. It's not like, I don't think Steve Ballmer is like generational wealth.
Right.
He is now for, eons, right?
The Ballmers forever will.
Well, forever. Like they would have to really mess things up to not be extremely wealthy from here on out. But a lot of times when you're looking at a situation like this, it's something that people just think that they can get away with. They've got so much money and they're used to just taking care of things.
So Mark Cuban's argument on that is like, well, no, that's not exactly how it works. There wouldn't be like a paper trail. Basically, he wouldn't be so dumb as to get caught. Is more or less. And every time Pablo Torre would point out like, well, there's this and there's this, he'd be like, yeah, but that I don't know. He wouldn't be that stupid.
Yeah, I mean,
or if that's the case, then he's dumber than I thought. Like, hey, maybe he is.
Yeah, because you would think that there's a way in which you could just put $50 million in an offshore banking account somewhere with somebody else's name on it. And, even like what Kenny was talking about, just throw it under somebody else's name and its family.
Yeah.
Not same last name. People don't know they're attached, whatever.
Yeah.
Just really weird.
Very strange. Excited to see what comes out of that story. I want to dig a little bit further into that, but we'll get to some 49er stuff. But I want to dig a little bit further into that Kings being the number 12 team in the Western Conference. You said that and it made me want to dig in a little bit further. We'll do that before we get back to football. We've also got to make some picks. Jesse, FYI, you're going to do that with us. It's an early version of Mad Props, a little bit different version of the bit where we just do picks. Yeah, it's nothing new. That's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia is going to join us next. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Steven Castaneda.
Hang on real quick.
Yep.
We're going to switch boards.
Cool.
Then we'll talk to Steven. Back? We're back. Okay, go ahead. Steven.
How did Ramona Shelburne get this interview over Pablo? Because Steven, just to be honest with you, like if Steve Ballmer is realistically being called out and this is not something he did, and the way that Pablo Torre framed this, he will be in litigation with Pablo Torre at some point. If Steve Ballmer really, in fact, has nothing that he did, because his good name has been besmirched in this report. And again, I haven't gone through every single file and looked at everything myself or had my legal team look at it. But this is one of those things where, man, if somebody shoots a report out like this and it's inaccurate, like you burn him to the ground. You're Steve Ballmer with unlimited money.
Okay, but that's the thing is, and Damian made this point the other day. We talk about how Steve Ballmer, plausible deniability or whatever it is. Pablo never out and out says they did this. He just presents the evidence and goes, "This is pretty weird."
Yeah,
that's all he's done. He's just reporting stuff. We are coming to the conclusions.
Yeah, but I mean, there are ways in which he's framed stuff that is very difficult. Like, again, if you're going to go out there and have this conversation, it's one thing if he would have written it, right? And framed the entire thing in writing, because then you're looking at, what is it? Libel versus slander, right? But when you go out on a podcast, you have to be so exact with your words.
I think he was.
I hope that he was. I hope that every step of the way he was absolutely perfect with his phrasing, because if not, that's where he opens the door, right?
He never accused it, outright says they did this.
Yeah. And even in that situation,
we have people on the record saying X, Y, and Z.
If I were
reporting,
and it is. But if I were him, I would have also been extremely cautious with who I had on the podcast with me and whether I let them talk at all, because now you're walking down this very, very fine path, and you've got to be absolutely spot on with everything that you're saying.
7 months of investigation went into that. He didn't just get this and start yapping.
No. I get it.
I think I believe, and maybe I'm badly misjudging. I think he's smart enough to not back himself into a libel suit.
Yeah, you hope so. Or slander.
Also, if you're Steve Ballmer, why would you want to talk to Pablo Torre?
Yeah.
He's going to ask a lot of questions that you don't want to have to answer.
Yep. And he's going to have the paperwork sitting right there.
Yep.
He's going to have all the paperwork sitting right there.
So you go to Ramona Shelburne, who's with ESPN, is a league partner. You're going to get some hard questions, but you're not going to get...
Well, yeah.
You're not going to get your timelines checked out. You're not going to go, okay, but actually that says this on this piece of paper. You're not going to get.
Well, and in the public opinion space, ESPN is going to be a much bigger way for you to get your point across than going on Pablo Torre's podcast or making a statement outside of his blanket statement that, his.
Also, if I had nothing to hide, if I didn't do anything wrong and somebody reports this And now everybody is inferring that I am circumventing the cap and breaking the rules and doing this cardinal sin, as Adam Silver calls it. I don't want to talk to that person.
Unless you've got it all locked down and you just want to blow them up.
Right. Which it to me, like if they did right now, they would have done that.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah.
You have to be so cautious.
What up? Sure. Yeah. This is it. This is the entire thing. And this is why it's so weird. Because Steve Ballmer is just like, oh yeah, no, we made the introduction and that's all that happened. Like, but there's a lot of like sketchy stuff with it. If the Kings just said, yeah, hey, Malik, here's pizza guys. You guys should talk.
Yeah.
And then you clear out. Vivek didn't say, hey, pizza guys, here's $10 million extra dollars. Can you give $8 million of that to Malik? Like that would be the
Well, that and they're not a co-owner of Pizza Guys.
Exactly.
Hey, look, Eric, I'm not saying that Pablo said anything wrong, but when you do an hour and 30-minute podcast.
All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham is that guy. I'm Kyle, and that is Jesse Tapia joining us now on the ones and twos. What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Chilling, talking a lot of football today.
I know, it's an exciting time.
We got into a little bit of Steve Ballmer getting on SportsCenter last night and Mark Cuban getting on the Pablo Torre podcast and being on Team Ballmer. Somebody pointed out in the chatty house, Mark Cuban sounded like a guy who's done this before.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
So that's why he's Team Ballmer. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the conversation, let's hit up Matt on the Elk Grove Kia talk line now. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, what's going on, guys? A couple things just real quick. I listened to the Mark Cuban, Pablo Torre interview, and I just found it hilarious that Mark Cuban was almost like contradicting himself, like within his own argument. Because in one hand, he was saying that Steve Ballmer, there's no way he would be too stupid to allow this to go down this way.
Mm-hmm.
But then in the next breath, he was saying that, oh, well, these scammers, like he's just not smart enough. Like it's okay. Like these scammers got him because he wasn't smart enough. And it's like, all right, well, which is it, Mark? Like,
right.
Was he too smart to let this happen, or was he not smart enough to not be scammed? You know what I mean? So I found that extremely contradictory, and it was just hilarious. He was almost making the whole point for Pablo.
Yep.
But anyways, on the Niners, I wanted to ask you, because I'm not going to get all TC on you real quick, but I wanted to ask you, do you think that there is any, I guess, responsibility to be laid at the feet of either John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan when you talk about, I guess, just the lingering McCaffrey uncertainty? Do you think they should have did more? Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I'm not going to put this on Shanahan and Lynch. This is a player who in 2020 played 3 games and in 2021 played 7 games. Played all 17 games after joining the Niners. He played 16 games in 2023. Remember, he sat out the season finale with what turned out to be this Achilles tendonitis, and then he played 4 games last year. They shut him down for all of training camp last year. And then this year had him on the same workload he was on in 2023. They had no problems. Everything was fine. Like at some point you have to practice football. You have to play football.
Mm-hmm.
And McCaffrey had 339 touches in 2023, and he was the offensive player of the year, and he was super effective. By comparison, Saquon Barkley last season had 378 touches.
Yeah.
He also had a 352 touch season 2 years before that. Now, granted, I know he's a little younger than McCaffrey, but it's football, man. Running backs get hurt, players get hurt.
I feel Shanahan and Lynch did what they could to address that too, bringing in Brian Robinson.
Right.
That's exactly what my
Like,
point would be.
I'm not sure like what more they could have did, what better running back they could have brought in.
Yeah, I would say this. Number one, never go full TC. That's not a good look.
No, he didn't. And he didn't.
No.
He didn't ask for anybody to be fired.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. But also, I do think that they, like, what, to Jesse's point, they buffered whatever it is that they could do. Like, they drafted a running back in Garendo. They hope that he's going to be okay. They drafted another running back for depth. And then when McCaffrey, whether they knew before or not, or they started to see some issues, they also went out and got a frontline guy who has been a starter in the NFL and has some of the same characteristics, not all, but some of.
I'm gonna put. I am not gonna put that on them.
Yeah,
I'm not. There's no evidence that would suggest that, oh man, Christian McCaffrey's hurt, we need a different running back. They did that because Isaac Garendo can't stay healthy and Jordan James didn't practice at all.
Well, that, and they know that McCaffrey historically has not been able to go.
Sure.
So, and he's getting to a point where, age-wise, where you're starting to have some questions. It's like, hey, why not?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't think that was because they went, oh, he's going to have a calf thing in a week or 2 weeks or however long it's been. I don't think this is something that's been lingering. And then finally they went, okay, fine, we'll put it on the practice board. I think he got hurt yesterday. I think that's just kind of it. And Brian Robinson's nice little insurance to have, but I don't think they made that move when they did because they went, oh, Christian, you're injured. Oh, shoot, we need to bring in a running back.
Well, that, and I mean, you know his history. They know his history. Like, we all know his history. Like, if you walk into a season without a legitimate backup, then that's on you.
Yep.
That's
I agree.
fully on you. Now, like, look, at this point, I'm kind of looking at Brian Robinson a little bit the same way that I look at Juwan Jennings. He's becoming more and more valuable to the San Francisco 49ers.
Absolutely.
And we talked about it, like, when they made the trade, that worst case scenario, you make the trade and then you're able to get a comp pick that's better than that, right? There's also a point here where you could go, you know what? Maybe we do use a little bit of money here and we give Brian Robinson a 3-year deal. And we lock him up so you know that you're secure at the position, because it's like the 49ers have always had to start to worry about this. What is your succession plan for Christian McCaffrey? And if you don't have one, that's on you. Like, if you're going to build your team around a star back that not only can rush for 1,500 yards, but can also, catch 80 balls out of the backfield, you better start thinking about what you're going to do when he's not there. And that's, we saw what happened when he's not there last year.
Yeah.
You go 6-11, and it's not all on McCaffrey. There are other things that happen.
They were worse, though.
Well, they were way worse without McCaffrey. And it didn't matter how good Jordan Mason was. Like, you need this next plan. And as opposed to having to pay Jordan Mason and then trying to develop him as a receiver and hope that you can get to some point, they went out and got a guy who has a track record as a very, very strong runner, but also a good pass catcher out of the backfield. So go ahead and, get a guy that maybe can be the plan for when McCaffrey's not there. And hey, like, look, that moment can come at any time. Like, if he's got a calf injury right now, that doesn't, like, he could easily go out on the field and do exactly what happened to Tyrese Halliburton. We could see him pop his Achilles and be done.
Which may be their concern. And maybe Tom Pelissero is right. Maybe he went, hey, my calf's a little tight. And they went, nope, shut him down.
Yep.
And then it'll be limited today and it'll be a full go on Sunday after treatment. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe it's something more. We don't know. The 49ers practicing today at about 12:30 practice begins. Kyle Shanahan is scheduled to talk around 1:30 after practice. And we'll get notes from media around 12:30, whether McCaffrey is present or not for practice. And then Kyle Shanahan will have the injury report at about 1:30. So we'll have a better idea of how this looks for Christian McCaffrey by this afternoon.
Yeah, and if they come out and say, hey, grade 1 strain, you're looking at 4 weeks at a minimum.
Oh, yeah, he's going on IR if he has any kind of
4 to 6 weeks instantly for a mild strain.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how it goes.
Best case scenario is he cramped yesterday.
Yeah.
And worked it out and they're good. But dicey. It's a little dicey. All right, Jesse, you ready? Jesse, ready? All right. All right.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide.
And Jesse.
Mad
And Jesse.
Props.
Yeah, I got to get that fixed. I've still not gotten that fixed. Maybe that'll just be the bit that we never get that fixed. So it's not entirely Mad Props just yet. Usually we do that during NFL and NBA season where we go cross sport. Today we're just doing picks.
Okay.
But these are going to count towards the Mad Prop standings.
All right.
I'm keeping track for real this year.
Yeah, maybe let's do no more for the bit picks. All right,
Well,
maybe lock in, Kyle. I
No
don't know.
guarantees. No guarantees. All right, so we're just doing picks. You can play along with us at the Chatty House, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We're going to start with tonight's game. We're just going picks against the spread. Nice and easy. Starting with tonight's game. Chiefs at Chargers. This game is taking place in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Chiefs favored by 3 points. Chiefs are -3 at the Chargers tonight. And James Ham, we'll start with you.
Ooh, I'm taking the Chiefs.
Going with Kansas City.
I am. I just I think that they, their team likes to get off to a fast start.
Okay.
And this is a division rival.
Yep.
You have to assert your dominance early.
Jesse?
Give me the Chargers and the points.
I am with Jesse.
Go Chargers, go.
I'm with Jesse on this. Maybe Rashawn Slater being out is just going to derail the Chargers offense entirely. But I trust Jim Harbaugh.
Go run that football and play defense today.
Yes. I think the Chargers, with the 3 points, if they don't win the game outright, I like them to at least cover the 3. We get a really, really tight game tonight in Brazil. Next up, Jesse, we'll start with you. Lions at Packers. The Lions getting 2 points in Green Bay in week 1.
Give me the Packers. I'm going to go Packers right here.
Going Packers?
Yeah, I feel good about the Packers. They're going to start off strong. They're in Lambeau, right?
Yes, it is in Lambeau.
We'll go Packers on this one.
Where are you going?
If this was in December, I would probably go Packers, but it's not.
We're locked in. I
am going Lions, baby.
I'm doing the same. I'm doing the same. Micah Parsons getting an epidural before the game. Their receiving core has been beat up. I'm with you, James. In December, I might feel different.
Yep.
I think that Dan Campbell is going to have that group fired up, ready to go, and they're getting 2 points on the road at Green Bay. I'm going with Detroit. Texans at Rams is our next game. The Texans getting 3 points on the road at the Rams. Actually, I think this might be one of the rare games where the Rams have an actual real home field advantage. I don't know how well Texans fans travel. That said, Matt Stafford's back injury scares me. I think Houston's defense is going to get after him. I think we're going to get a low-scoring game, and I think the Houston Texans, if they don't win outright, cover the 3 points. Give me the Texans plus the 3. James?
I'm going Texans, and I think there will be a lot of scoring.
Oh.
There will be blood.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to go Texans, and I think that they're going to that 3 points or 2 points is a little low.
Yeah,
3 points.
I'm gonna go Texans too. I don't know what Matt Stafford is yet. If he's got a bad back and it's just gonna be kind of average all season, or you give him those shots and he's I'm an NFL player ready to go. So I'm gonna wait a week to see all that. I'm gonna go Texans.
I also think Houston might just be really good this year.
I'm really high on
CJ Stroud.
Not really ruling that out. These two defensive lines might just dominate this game.
You just gotta hope your wide receiver room just doesn't blow up again.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of it. Ravens Bills, nice little fun matchup week 1. The Ravens actually favored James on the road. In Buffalo by a point. Ravens -1 at the Bills.
Yikes. I'm going to go Bills. I'm going to take the home team.
All right. Jesse?
Give me the Ravens. We're going to go Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I'm
going to go with the Ravens in that defense.
I've got the Ravens going to the Super Bowl. They need to make a statement early.
Oh, this is a statement game.
-1.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Yeah, fully. And I think Lamar's going to have a little chip on his shoulder after losing MVP to Josh Allen last year.
Yeah.
Still gonna
Mark
go.
Andrews, you need to redeem yourself as well after that drop.
Absolutely, just a nightmare. No Isaiah Likely. Yeah.
Oof.
I mean, first time they get in the red zone, the Ravens are going to throw it to Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews for first touchdown if you're into that kind of thing. The Raiders getting 2.5 points at the Patriots. Jesse Tapia.
Give me the Raiders. No Christian Gonzalez. I'm cool off the Patriots right now.
Yep. I am right there. You
I'll
talk
go
about
Raiders.
coaches having guys ready to play. I think the Patriots are going to be decent this year. I think Pete Carroll and that group go in there. Again, you just heard Nick Cattles from Locked On Patriots say that Christian Gonzalez, their best player. Will Campbell, rookie offensive lineman, questionable. I think the Raiders defense might eat.
Yeah, I'm all in on the Raiders early on.
The Raiders, nice.
Yeah.
Way to pander, guys. Really well done. Yeah. 49ers at Seahawks. 49ers favored by 2.5. I am taking the Seahawks and the points. I don't trust the 49ers yet. The Christian McCaffrey injury gives me major pause there. I am picking the Seattle Seahawks to beat the 49ers at home. Seahawks getting 2.5 points.
Jesse?
Oh, Jesse.
I'm kind of stuck here. I don't know.
Perfect.
The CMC stuff doesn't really scare me as much as I think it's scared everyone else. Like if he plays, I think it'll be fine. Maybe something just popped up and he's on the injury report. But I'm gonna go Niners, and that's against my first pick.
All right.
I wanted to go Seahawks. I'm gonna go Niners.
Niners minus 2.5. Go ahead, Jim.
I'm gonna take the Niners as well. I think they're ready. I think Brock Purdy's ready.
Yeah.
I've been putting a lot on Brock Purdy this offseason. I'm gonna need him to do something.
Yeah, I definitely rock with that. I don't hate it for sure, but man, Seattle's a tough place to play. I think Brock's 3-0 in Seattle though.
Seattle is sneaky. Could win that division.
Is it Michael McDonald, their head coach, always gives Kyle Shanahan some trouble. I think the run game's going to be good. I don't trust the Niners' run defense yet. I'm leaning Seattle for now.
Okay.
So I feel Sunday morning. And that's Mad Props. We'll go back over these on Monday. That's James Ham, Jesse Tapia. Appreciate you. I'm Kyle Madsen. The handoff is next. D'Lo and Casey will join us here on The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Well done, guys.
I think I got all those picks right, by the way.
Think so? I did a daily fantasy lineup that I did the flex play on. It's a 3-player lineup. But then I was looking at it and I ran it by a buddy of mine and he liked it a lot. And it made me do the power play on the exact same lineup. I'm just diving all the way in. Hey, can we talk about the lightning delay last night? Every NFL game should be indoors.
That's a horrible take.
No, it's
That's
just
a trash take.
No,
stop. I'm your friend. I'm not gonna let you spew this. No.
I love snow games. I love games that are 3-0 because the teams just can't move the ball because the wind is blowing so hard and there's so much snow. But a lightning delay, the hell with it. Put them all inside.
Boo,
Never had a lightning delay in an NBA game.
Boo. Yeah, really, dude. Now you're being difficult.
Nah, I actually
couldn't imagine
I was just frustrated last night. I was really frustrated. It's like, dude, like, in reality, I think more Super Bowls need to be in places where the weather might be terrible.
See, that's a bad take.
What the?
No, what do I want the Super Bowl? Oh, yeah. It was 100 yards by this quarterback and 97 by the other quarterback because they played in a monsoon. That's where it's like,
I love that.
You get the weather right there. Reset.
Nah. I feel good about this. Football in bad weather always. Oh, we're cooking today, boys. One of the emails I like getting the most is that something I ordered on the internet got delivered. Yeah. I ordered a hat. I haven't bought a new hat in a long time. Oh, we have never been more back. Do you know what's been really nice? Manny not being in the chatty house.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. He gave us this whole rundown of his daily itinerary today.
No, I saw I was in the chat house earlier. Get a haircut, right?
Out of bed.
Shout out to the chat house.
Kenny Caraway in the building. Burr, 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 burr. We have 10 seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. D'Lo and KC going to join us shortly for the handoff. Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos. It's a Friday during football season, man. The vibes are so high today. I'm having such a great time.
Vibes are up.
I woke up. I got right out of bed this morning. That never happens. I laid out my clothes last night because I wanted to make sure to get out the door early today.
First day of school vibes.
It is. It really is. I was saying yesterday, it feels like the Thursday opening game of the NFL season is actual New Year's Day. Like now, all right, life starts up again. Hell yeah.
We
So
said the other day that's like the start of the season for sports.
Yeah.
That's you might not get this one, but we talked about how it's the Raw after WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Like WrestleMania is like the end of the wrestling season, and they start
A
a
little
new
raw
one.
after watching WrestleMania.
Nope. Nope.
Whoa.
Nope.
Whoa.
Nope.
That's what you just said.
Nope. Definitely not.
You wrote it on the paper.
Definitely not.
I do have 2 kids. I mean,
Raw after.
no, are they March babies or April babies? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But
Kenny got a little excited with that Roman Reigns victory and said, "Hey, baby,
What?
how about a
is
daughter?"
happening?
but that Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania starts the new wrestling calendar.
Doesn't
Oh,
get
that's-
better.
that
Doesn't
does.
matter every time you
Couldn't
say
agree
it.
more. Couldn't agree more. No, it
Hey.
totally starts a new wrestling calendar. We're just moving. We're just gonna go through.
There's no way around it.
No, there's not. It's not.
I mean, it's also nice for football to get here, though, after we did 25 days of, hey, Kuminga update is. There's not really an update, but maybe there's an update.
We made a drop for it.
Kaminga Watch.
It was
Day 61.
It was a lot longer than 25 days.
Well, yeah, it got to a point, though, where it's just, all right, this is getting repetitive.
Yeah.
What is our over under?
70 and a half
Oh yeah, we're going over.
days of Kuminga Watch.
Where are we at?
61. If we started it on the day free agency opened, which
Mm.
I did.
Okay.
I'm gonna go less.
Oh, going less.
Really?
The Cam Thomas situation, I think something gets done in the next 10 days.
See, I don't think Cam was relevant. Because I think he was the one who, for whatever reason, he had no home.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know that. I think Brooklyn was kind of like, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Brooklyn was playing any sort of. I think Brooklyn was just like, we don't really care what you do.
Yeah.
But you could score 20 something points a game, and we have this call to get a guy who could score 20 points a night. $6 million.
Yeah.
Cool. Like, I'll do it. The Josh Giddey thing, I think, is a little bit different, as in Chicago is playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
They want Josh Giddey. They're just playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unfortunate for Josh Giddey, but that's reality. The Kuminga thing is an entirely different situation.
Yeah.
I take
He doesn't want him, and they don't want, or he doesn't want them, and they don't want him.
Yeah.
I take that back. I might go more, but slightly more, because 10 days from now is the 15th. Let's just assume they're having media day training camp on the 29th. That's when the Kings is, right?
Yeah.
So we'll just assume that's when it is. I think I'll go more, but it'll be like 13 days, 14 days. I think they're going to get
That's a lot more.
3 more days? No, like 13, excuse me.
10
days from now is
you're saying
gonna go
13
3 or
total.
4
Oh.
additional days
Yeah.
from
Oh,
today.
I think
So like
the point-
74 days.
I'm gonna go 24 days. I'm gonna go to the day that microphone is put in front of Draymond Green's face.
The point being, I think they get it taken care of before they go to media day.
All right.
Whatever they do.
It's interesting you bring up like the 4 players, because you can throw Quentin Grimes in, they're in such different situations. You have a guy who neither the team nor he wants to be there. You've got the Giddey situation where the Bulls want him back. They just don't want to pay what his people are asking.
$30 million. Yeah.
You got Cam Thomas, which there's almost like an ambivalence. Like, okay, we'll give you $14 million because that's what the most anyone else can offer you. And then you have the Quentin Grimes situation where it's like, okay, man, we're really broke. We'd like to have you back, but you also aren't a player who's established yourself as a 14 million plus player. There is, we don't know who you are. The rest of the league thinks they know who you might be, but we're not sure.
We're really sorry, Quentin. We gave all your money to Paul George.
Yeah, we can't get out from underneath.
Sunken asset, man. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
You want to appear on this podcast?
It's just weird how all of them are in such different situations. Maybe they can give him, $28 million to go on the Paul George podcast and,
to get that endorsement.
Go to PG2 Aspire.
Did you?
PG-13 Aspire.
Did you listen to the Mark Cuban stuff? On the Pablo Torre podcast?
I forgot about it. I did listen to Steve Ballmer, though.
Did he say anything that moved you?
Steve Ballmer?
Yeah.
No. He said one thing that I appreciated was his demeanor. I was very you probably want to issue a denial, right? But you also can't issue a denial that insults our intelligence.
Right.
Don't act like we're stupid. Like he issued a denial in a tone that fit Steve Ballmer, but wasn't the Steve Ballmer that we see courtside.
Sure.
That's what I was afraid of, is he was going to come out and be like, no, and do all of this stuff. And it's like, oh, okay, now you're insulting our intelligence. But there were just a couple of things he said that didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Sure.
I'll say this. I believe
in what I saw what I saw was like 6 minutes. I have no idea how long they talked. I have
16 minutes. I think.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
How much was it?
About 16 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I did not see that. I was not able to find that. I saw the version that was on ESPN.com, and that was about 6 minutes.
I think right now I believe something happened as far as circumventing the cap. But I will say this. He's moving the way I would want somebody to move if they didn't do it. Like, don't give me a statement.
Sure.
Like, talk. Like, get out here and tell me why this is wrong.
Yeah.
And why I had nothing to do with it. He's moving that way. I don't know. I mean, it could be really really particular with how these things happen and how they went, where he might not be lying when he said, I don't know what happened.
I'm so interested to see if we find out that he legit had no clue, or if, oh no, you just can't prove that he ever had a clue.
So I've seen enough episodes of Scandal to know Olivia Pope would find, okay, what can we lean into? Well, fraud. This is a company that is committed fraud on a scale that is being investigated by the FBI, the SEC, all these different. That's what we're leaning into. And not a statement nor a Steve Ballmer interview has gone by where they haven't mentioned that this company committed a very high level fraud. That's the Olivia Pope angle. That's what doesn't mean it's obviously true. They're just they're one of their co-founders is serving jail time for it. Like, it's not a question of whether this is true or not. It's a question of what we're going to lean into and the seed of doubt that you can put in everybody's mind. And if these, owners are concerned about how much money they lost if he had signed a max contract extension, there's all this like chatter. Put on a stern face that says this company is a company that committed fraud. The thing that caught my attention was, well, two things. One, you are one of the richest men in America. How did this company fool you? You don't make bad investments. I don't care how much money you have. You don't just burn it. You don't just burn 50 million.
So Pablo Torre basically made that argument, and Mark Cuban's response is, well, I've gotten scammed before. So it doesn't really track for me.
With all due respect to Mark Cuban, There is a stunning difference between $158 billion and the 5th richest man in the world. And Mark Cuban.
Right.
Mark Cuban is a very, very wealthy man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a billionaire multiple times over.
Mm-hmm.
He's not that.
Right.
And I mean, Cuban has made a living on messing up investments or investment opportunities because of the TV show.
He's a gambler.
That's not what Steve Ballmer is.
No, I'm with you.
So it's like this company was kind of fraudulent when you got involved.
Mm-hmm.
How did you guys miss this? Like they were out of, he talked about the relationship with the Clippers and all of that. That relationship was over, figuratively before it even started.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys something. Is there a way? Let me lay out a scenario. Is there a way?
I do want to talk football at some point.
Absolutely.
So keep going.
Absolutely. Is there a way to prove wrongdoing if Steve Ballmer says, hey, Kawhi Leonard, these people at Aspiration, whatever,
mm-hmm.
they want to meet and talk business with you.
Mm-hmm.
You guys talk business. I just made the introduction. That's what he said a lot during that thing.
Yep.
I just made the introduction. You guys talk however you want to talk. And Uncle Dennis goes to Aspiration and says, this is what we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And Aspiration says, okay, we will make that happen. And Aspiration goes to Steve Ballmer and says, and Ballmer's like, well, how much are you guys looking for me to donate into this company? Probably about $50 million. Okay. All right. And that's how we move. If you follow the connection,
right,
like everybody know what's going on. But if it happened that way, is there a way for him to get in trouble?
There's always a paper trail. He
said he got all the paper. I mean, he could be bluffing, but that's what he said last night. He was like, we handed over all emails,
but
all text messages.
The paper trail is already clear. Like the financial paper trail is clear. That's normally the most damning one. But in this case, it's not, because you can't exactly say what the money went to.
Right.
We can guess. We can say, well, 50 and the deal was 48 or 28, depending on, whatever. That's not enough.
Right.
Again, we're talking a mountain of circumstantial evidence, but that's all it is circumstantial.
Right.
And like I just laid out, if Steve Ballmer is never saying this money is going to Kawhi Leonard, how do you get him? If Aspiration is
that's what I'm saying. Is that, as I'm so interested to see if it's the Clippers and Steve Ballmer fully cleared. Here's the paperwork that says that they were not involved, whatever, or these people were involved, not them. Do we get that, or do we just reach this point like, yeah, hey, we dug through everything and there's no clear connection between these two, explicit connection, I should say, between Ballmer and cap circumvention?
And you know what the funny part is? Well, two things. One, the other Steve Ballmer thing that stood out was Ramona asked him if between 2019 and today has Uncle Dennis asked you for any benefits along the lines of what we just laid out with the private jet, the house, and all that stuff. And he didn't answer. He didn't say no comment. He said a bunch of words and he talked about knowing the rules and all. He did not explicitly say yes. He did not explicitly say no. He did not answer that question.
The other thing, and I promise we'll talk about football in a second. The other thing is,
we don't have to pretend like this isn't a huge story. This is a massive story.
For sure. Pablo Torre pointed out that, and maybe he said this on the initial podcast. I did not know this. I did not hear this until he was talking to Mark Cuban, that Steve Ballmer had previously been fined $250,000 for improperly promising DeAndre Jordan a Lexus endorsement.
So what's funny about that is essentially what he said it's okay to do. Lexus was a partner with the Clippers. He just told him at the wrong time.
Right.
And that resulted in that was a fine, I think, more that pissed off Adam Silver than it was necessarily anything else. Yeah. That's one of those don't make me look stupid fines.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, I think if Ballmer has the communication, the way maybe I just laid it out, I don't know how you get him.
Well, to Kyle's, this is the third time between like the 2019, the DeAndre Jordan stuff was first. Was that 15?
15 or 16.
15 or 16, 19, and now.
Yeah.
This is one owner, one organization, two different players.
Yep.
And then to act like, oh, hey, I know the rules. We're following the rules. It's like,
which is what he said when he was asked about Uncle Dennis.
but you didn't follow the rules before.
Right.
So why would we assume that you're going to follow the rules now? You're just thinking of different ways to circumvent the cap, which this seems like a very specific.
But
we know the rules because we've broken them before. It's a really tough argument.
Yeah. But it's also wordplay. If he's not in there saying aspiration, pay Kawhi Leonard this because I'm telling you this, he's not breaking the rules.
It's not what you did, it's what you can prove.
Exactly.
That's all this.
Exactly.
Well, I guess because that's not true. He's not going to court. It's not a criminal court. It's up to Adam Silver's discretion, because there's another scenario that plays out where Adam Silver looks at this and goes, "This is bad. This is really bad. Burn it. All of it."
Sure.
Yeah, but you're dealing with the FBI.
No, you're not.
No,
you're not.
In this
No,
case.
this is a completely different thing.
No, but the FBI has the records of all this because they've already confiscated everything.
Yeah, but they don't have to tie the cap, the communications. They don't have to determine what's legal under stature of the NBA.
Of course,
they have to determine what's legal and illegal. But from an NBA perspective, we've been able to connect these dots. This is bad. It wasn't 28 million. It was 48 million. And this is deep rooted. Burn it.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be the first time this happened because no Spygate tape has ever gotten out.
Well,
Why?
Because you are listening to KIFM
why.
Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. On the Odyssey.
I got up to give you the point.
Today, Junior.
Wow. First of all, tremendous job. Tremendous.
It was really good.
You gotta deliver the line clean.
It was so close.
It was really close.
So close. So close. But the point being was Roger Goodell destroyed Spygate, and now you can segue.
Do his best for business.
That's really
right.
well done
That's
by you.
what I'm saying.
Business.
It was my opinion on that has always been it was so deep rooted. It was so bad. We have to burn this.
So here's my question on that, because as is stated all the time, well, the commissioner works for the owners. You guys brought this up earlier. We're seeing reporting now coming out. I think Chris Mannix reported this yesterday. They're like, hey, owners are pissed because they lost out on potential money here. If Kawhi had signed the 5-year deal where it's a little more expensive, now they're paying more tax money. That's where other owners may be like, no, we're not sweeping anything under the rug.
See, that was the other thing that Ballmer missed on in that conversation. He said we offered Kawhi the maximum amount we could offer him. And that's not true.
Right. That's what Mark Cuban kept saying too.
And I don't know, like, I missed the 16-minute. I don't know if Ramona called him on that. On the version I watched, she did not. And she let that go.
Right.
And that is, it's tough when one thing is wrong. You can find fault in everything else. You did not offer him, or what you offered him is relevant. You did not pay him nor announce that this is what you're signing him, the maximum amount that you could under the collective bargaining agreement rules. And he said that we did, and that is just emphatically not true.
Right.
So that was a miss. But to Adam and Steve Ballmer better get on the same page to talk about for what you were talking about, because I didn't realize there's a board of governors meeting in days.
Yes.
You two better get on the same page. If we're gonna lie, we better have our lie straight.
What real quick though, what did he say? What did he say about what he offered him? Like, just really what he said.
I believe we offered him I think he said we offered him the maximum amount of money that we could offer him.
Yeah, if I'm Ballmer, I didn't mean under the CBA. I meant that would be good for our business. That's how you do that. Oh yeah, I remember when Ramona asked me that, and I said that. What I was referring to would be that would be good for our marketing.
Or the
Mr.
most that
Balmer,
they could afford.
Mr. Balmer,
Yeah.
you understand that no NBA fan watching that heard the term max collective bargaining agreement and those words put together and were able to glean what you just said.
And
Yeah,
it's not
that's why
even-
I'm
it's not
clearing it
even-
up right now.
It's not even
Yeah.
like it's that's indicting though. It's just wrong.
Well, you
Like
can't.
he said the wrong thing.
But in that situation, we don't know.
Okay,
Like, 'cause
then-
if they
okay,
if
then-
they personally as a business had a budget of
Okay, now I'm
210.
questioning everything you're saying because you're not being careful with your words.
that's what
I'm questioning
clarifying.
everything that you said. No, because now I think you're lying.
You already thought I was lying.
That's not true.
No, I don't think that's true.
I just thought you were wrong.
No,
no, I don't
I'm
think
talking
that's
about,
true.
You guys already thought. I thought
this is great.
that he circumvented the cap. Like, we already thought that, right?
No, I'm trying to get clarification, and you said that you offered him the maximum amount you could offer.
I listen
him.
to your show every day from 10 to 12, and you said
Oh,
that.
thanks, Steve. That's amazing. Wow.
And you said you don't believe me.
Steve, might I offer you an investment opportunity? We could be the insiders brought to you by Steve Ballmer.
Start walking in here dressed like Kenny.
KM2.
R.I.P. to the Kyle LLC.
Nah, it's tough.
Short-lived.
And that was actually the name of the LLC, the Kyle LLC.
K-pop Kyle LLC.
K-pop Kyle.
That's
Huh?
Mad Sports Media.
It's a where you funnel the money for them shirts that you got.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right. We have one too. It's fine. You know, KC Media. It's fine. It exists.
You got a hair salon that you invest in. That's how Tommy.
Damn.
cleaned
Shot
up.
at Chris
actually-
Haynes. Unbelievable.
No, I've actually got this. You ever heard of a carbon credit? So we plant trees.
Okay.
And that's how.
Do you have any
that
pictures?
joke is a
Do you
bad
have any
joke.
pictures with you by the tree?
No.
Now it's getting
Now
shit. Now it's getting shady.
That's a stupid thing. Why didn't they just do that?
Right.
Why didn't they just
Do a
do it?
fake endorsement, and none of this
That's
matters. Anyways,
Ridiculous.
Football's back though.
Football has never been more back. Hey, where do we stand on players spitting on players? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah,
Thumbs
I'm gonna
down.
paraphrase James Ham. Don't spit on.
That's it, dude. And everybody trying to
don't-
make
Yeah.
Other
Yeah.
people's.
Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
We don't
Yeah.
spit
Hey,
on
spit.
other
We
people.
don't
Hey,
touch
yeah,
other
that's-
people's
that's-
privates. That's right.
that's what?
Add it
That's
to
a
the
little-
list.
That's a little.
Did you say?
Yeah, you did.
What'd you say?
Yeah, what did you say, Jay?
No, what did you guys say? No, let's go back to that. Don't what?
Spit on
Matter of
people.
fact, don't say that. No, they didn't say people.
What did we say?
Someone say it. I got a flag to throw here.
You said to paraphrase James, don't spit on other people.
Well, no. Oh,
Yeah.
he said.
That's what he said.
He went the other way.
Well, that's because I knew he was
Yeah.
going to play the clip.
Yeah.
Play on.
This man over here.
Oh,
man.
play on.
Inadvertent
Hey,
whistle.
hey, Zabo, hey.
You get a warning. You get a warning. Both benches get a warning. All right. Next person gets ejected.
No, the thing that made me so mad about that is during the lightning delay or whatever, they're like, oh, wait, look, Dak actually spit at them first.
Rats. That was probably Big Dom who gave that.
Like, no, but
I was
then-
convinced that whole scenario was just to get Dom's stupid ass on TV
Bro,
as quickly
seriously.
as possible. Like, get this
Dom
idiot
almost
off
got
the
thrown
team.
out later. Did you
I-
see that?
No.
When Jalen Hurts got pushed on the sideline, Big
Yeah.
Dom comes over there and ref was like, "Hey, get your ass back over there."
the
Big Dom, get him out of here.
I cannot
Where's Greenlaw?
stand that dude.
Where's
I cannot
Dre?
stand that guy.
How is he
He's even on
still
the radio.
allowed?
Yeah, I have no idea because
How is that
because
possible?
oh, you need a place to eat in Philly. Ask Big Dom. Oh God, that was disgusting. by
Kyle
the
really
way.
hates him.
That was disgusting. No, you've got a coach touching an opposing player during a skirmish
Yeah.
that happens all the time. Coach comes in, touches that player, gets ejected, and the broadcast is like, ha, classic Big Dog. God, that's why we love him here. Like, yo, what are you doing?
That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. And he just keep.
Also-
Remember when he got on TV?
Oh, absolutely. He followed, was it Sirianni? Followed Nick Sirianni. Camera angle changes. Big Dom finds his way to the other end of the camera. Camera angle change. Oh, here comes
smirk the
Big
whole
Dom's
time.
fat ass standing in the middle of the shot.
And then he got promoted.
Idiot.
So dumb. Sideline security.
From who? When was the last time? Okay, so you're trying to convince me you need sideline security. A fan from the stands is going to rush 54 NFL players.
And also, they
Give
have
me
security
a break, man.
standing next to the sideline already.
And
54 NFL players in full pads and helmets. Yeah.
And that's the guy who's going to stop it.
Right.
Yeah, Big Tom's going to get in there. He's going to suggest restaurants to everyone.
He's the
Right.
God, I couldn't believe that, dude. I was like, that's such an embarrassing moment for the league. And the freaking broadcast is just like, oh, that's why they love him. Like, what are we doing?
Big Dom is the worst. The absolute worst. Sorry,
even yesterday, as they were walking him off the field, they couldn't just go, oh, and now Jalen Carter's being escorted off the field. I was listening on 1320. They're like, oh, and he's being walked off with Big Dom.
Baldy.
He is literally the only security person in the league that we know the name of.
Thank you.
There's no one else.
It's ridiculous.
We don't know a Big Tony, a Big Mark, a Big Bobby, like nothing.
None.
It's ridiculous.
None.
Ridiculous.
Where do you guys fall on spitting on the field?
What Dak did, I don't like. That's fine. That
I
just
didn't
happens
think
in sports.
It just didn't feel like
that felt like they were jawing and he just went, like,
it didn't feel like they were the same.
Yeah,
Well,
not
they
at all.
have
Not even
general
close.
direction.
Yeah,
Not
they
even
were
close.
Yeah,
the
but it
same.
wasn't like.
It's because that's where he was talking, and he just like it just that's.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't. What Jalen Carter did was so out of line. I don't know if
when they announced he got thrown out, that was amazing.
Oh my gosh, it's hilarious.
I was like, wait, what did I miss?
I thought.
Did they snap? You got one guy injured on the field. These two are spitting at each other. It's like the game is 6 seconds old.
So you're listening on the radio. They're doing the whole thing where they're like, oh gosh, yeah, looking at the replay. Oh, his knee buckled. Oh yeah, you never like to see that.
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna bring the cart, and then you just hear the ref go, personal foul number 98. He's been disqualified.
Tariq's like, what?
Like, what did he do? And again, in my head,
like Michael Cole.
In my head, there's an injury, right? Happening.
Yeah.
And like the trainers are running. I'm like, did he go walk up and kick the injured guy? Like, what happened?
Tarico he called Jalen Hurts Dak at least 45 times.
I heard about that. I didn't hear
it was
that,
again and again. You're like, why do you keep calling it? That's not
Dak.
I
have an idea why.
Because he's Italian.
Because he's Italian. That's exactly right. That man is Italian.
I thought, Jalen Carter was out of pocket. Jalen Carter, that's I try not to do this with athletes, with people just in general.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of on brand for Jalen Carter.
Feels like it, yeah.
It's kind of on brand.
A little bit of Ndamukong Suh.
Let's just say I wasn't surprised that happened with him.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
hopefully he does better in the future. But
I have a question I want to run by both of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You have $1,000. I'm going to give you $1,000 to go bet at the special sports book, where you have to bet either the Kings or the Raiders make the playoffs this year. The odds are the same for both, but you have to bet the $1,000 on one of those two teams to make the playoffs. Who do you pick?
Kings.
I think so too.
It's close though. It's close.
It's really close.
I thought about.
I just the difference is I think so. If the Raiders go 8-9, the winning percentage of 8-9 is 39 wins in the NBA. 38.5. And I can more easily see the Kings winning 44 than I could see the Raiders winning 10 or 11.
Yeah, because in the new playoff format, has an 8-9 team made the playoffs?
I don't think so.
Right. We know that didn't happen last year. We specifically looked last year.
The Packers were 11-6 as a 7 seed in the NFC. So even if it's just, you would have to even if you like them at the over at 8 wins, even if you like them at 9, like, man, they probably need to get to 10. And then you just start looking at all the teams that the Kings would have to pass or who would have to fall behind the Kings. And I think to me, that's much easier than all the teams the Raiders would have to pass in the AFC.
Maybe I'm looking at this a little too literal too, but if the Raiders were 8-9 and there was a play-in game scenario in the NFL, like, yeah, they can win one game. And
yeah. Oh, like, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? That's how I think about with the Kings. Like, I don't think the Kings will be top 6.
Right.
But they potentially have 2 extra chances to get into the playoffs.
Well, we know the Kings can win one. They just can't.
Well, but that's just right. But and this is where you kind of get into that conversation about the Kings over under, right? What was it, 35.5? Something like that. It's like they are so you tell me the Kings are the 9 seed, so they get to host that first game, and Zach LaVine goes for 40. And then the next night, they play again, and DeMar DeRozan goes for 40. Sure. Like, that's on the table.
Right.
In a way that I just, like I said, you got to get the Raiders to 10 wins. It's like, I don't think this year.
Yeah.
I don't think they can get there.
And that'd
But
be
10,
okay.
10 wins is over 500. Like, I mean, that's the equivalent to the Kings winning like 44, 45.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I think. I like the Kings to possibly do that more than like the Raiders do.
Yeah, that's where I have the Kings, is around that.
Yeah.
Can I do since you presented us with a scenario, can I present you specifically with one?
Sure.
Everybody can partake, but a little peek behind the curtain. Kyle won't be able to spend the second part of this hour with us, so we've got to get some NinersWire.com stuff off here. No, you got to do that. Christian McCaffrey on the injury report yesterday.
Boy, was he.
Finish this sentence for me. If Christian McCaffrey plays 9 games, then what?
If he plays 9 games, then God, the 49ers ceiling is lowered dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they can win the division if Christian McCaffrey only plays 9 games.
To me, I think there's 2 players that a lengthy absence could really harm their season.
Trent Williams?
That's the other one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
So I've looked at this since we heard Christian McCaffrey was limited in practice yesterday. Potential of him being hurt again.
Mm-hmm.
And I think not that, all these guys, all these top players, they matter. But I think the way that a lot of people look at it with McCaffrey and even Trent Williams to a certain degree being most important, I think the pendulum has shifted a little bit. I think because of the contract, because what we've seen for 2 years, it should be if you have Brock Purdy, you should be okay. Like, I'm not equating him to this type of player, but I'm saying, you think of the Bradys, the Mannings, the Brees, all these other guys, they went through people out all the time, but because they were there, it was, we got a shot. We should need to be in the playoffs. And I agree. I think that's how it should be looked at for Brock Purdy. 2 years ago, no. 2 years ago, you lose one of those 2 guys. This little young guy, he's not ready for that. But now you're going into your 3rd season, your 3rd full season. You got paid like a big-time quarterback. I think that pendulum should swing a little bit where if you don't have him if you have him for 9 games, if you lose Trent Williams for a little bit of time, you should still go into Seattle thinking we could win because we have Brock Purdy, the quarterback. And he may not be that guy. We'll find out throughout the season. Sure. He may not be that guy. But I think that's where it needs to be.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I still think I think the difference to me, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, you're a Super Bowl contender because you have that guy. You have that guy. You can throw Joe Burrow in the conversation too if you want, but like you're a Super Bowl contender because you have one of those guys. I think when you get into the tier where Brock is, I think, you should be a playoff team with those guys. I don't think you can win a Super Bowl, though, if Christian McCaffrey's not playing in the playoffs. And that's why I hemmed and hawed so much, because if I'm getting Christian McCaffrey for the first 9 games and then something happens and he's done for the year, I'm taking the 49ers' chances to win the Super Bowl off the table.
Well, that, and I'm going to bring up, too, like when it comes to Purdy specifically, he goes into this category of pocket passers, of throwers. Like, so Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, all of them had over 10 rushing touchdowns last year, right? They do all this other stuff outside the pocket. And then there's this other group of players like Burrow. They're a handful of guys who are just pocket passers. Pocket passers are way more impacted by the loss of a star running back or a star wide receiver than the guys who actually can go create 600 to 800 yards with their legs and go get you 14 touchdowns. So like, it's almost, I get what you're saying, but if I'm going to be fair to Brock Purdy and all of a sudden, McCaffrey's out like for half the season and Juwan Jennings was out the entire training camp and showed up the week before the season starts, and Brandon Ayuk's out the first like 6 games at a minimum. I don't know how much I can just sit there and point and say, "Oh, this is all on you, bro. You got paid. It's all on you."
Then you shouldn't have paid him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the game.
It's the reality of the NFL.
Yeah,
you don't get to have the Avengers all the time.
Yeah, but everybody pays the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, again, I'm not gonna. Each of these guys are in different situations, but I don't know. It's 100% on him if he can't get the team over the hump.
And also, not to say that if that happens, he's a bum. It's, hey, we needed more or we needed different out of you because we got to make the playoffs. You're Brock Purdy, you're a starting quarterback. I think you're a top 10 quarterback in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at all the other top 10 quarterbacks in this game and whatever injuries they have from time to time, I still expect Joe Burrow to perform. I still expect, you could take a lesser CJ Stroud. I think you're good.
Sure.
Jaden Daniels. I expect you to perform. You're that good as a quarterback. It's almost a compliment.
But when CJ lost all those wide receivers, did you think Houston was a Super Bowl contender?
No, but they made the playoffs,
Right.
and then they almost went into Kansas City and won.
Right.
And that's where it's like, all right, to James' point, your numbers could dip. The offense may not be this awesome 27, 30 points a night. Oh, my God, watch out. But you got to play good enough quarterback to win enough games to make the playoffs and to be potentially dangerous in the playoffs. Because I think that's a great comp as CJ last year. They had a ton of injury problems. The offensive line wasn't very good, and he still just kind of figured it out.
Yeah.
Is Brock as good as CJ Stroud?
I think so.
Maybe.
I think so. I mean, statistics.
Right now, I think, yeah. Right now, I think, yeah. I think Stroud's ceiling might be a little higher, though.
They, and honestly, to be fair to Brock in this situation, I'm a believer. Last year wasn't him or the offense's fault. I think they struggled. You laid out some of the numbers earlier, and we've talked about this before. They missed Christian McCaffrey, I think, more so in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, you had Jordan Mason. He was running the ball fine. They were moving the ball fine. Their big issue, that team's biggest issue last year to me was they blew about 3 or 4 fourth quarter leads, and they blew about 3 or 4 fourth quarter leads because that defensive line and the line, they couldn't stop anybody. They couldn't get to the passer, and they couldn't stop the running game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that more so than the offense or CMC not being there is what kept them from being a playoff team or a potential playoff team last year. And you saw that with how John Lynch and them attacked the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They got back to the trenches
in
this draft. And I think they looked at it the same way. And I'm not saying I want McCaffrey out or it doesn't affect anything if he's not there. But they were with Brock, and Brock doing what he was able to do. They were able to be a good offense last year. They just didn't have that complementary defense to kind of help them out when they did struggle in the red zone or something.
Yeah, their defense was just so bad. 24th in third down rate, 31st in red zone rate, like scoring rate. And that's not going to get it done. And that may be where
Is it better
this year.
I hope so.
Yeah. Ideally.
Yeah.
I think
you put a lot of resources into it.
Yeah.
So I would say what was it, six picks in the draft went to the defensive end?
They got
Is that right?
2 of the top 3. They got Huff and on the line.
CJ West, Alfred Collins, Michael Williams, Marquise Siegel, Upton Stout.
Oh, I'm sorry. They didn't draft Huff. I mean, they signed him as a free agent. They
Bryce Huff got it. Traded
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it should be better.
Okay.
At least you'd hope so.
It's
but
younger.
It's definitely younger. There's more upside. I feel there's the upside is much higher this year than it was last year.
Well, then you have Robert Saleh back. That doesn't matter.
I think so too.
Yeah.
It's just I made this point on Candlestick Chronicles, a podcast everybody should subscribe to, but
yes,
there were just so many instances where coaching was a problem on the defensive side. To James' point, you had that game in Minnesota a couple years ago where you have Steve Wilkes calling a zero blitz at the end of the first half and allowing a long touchdown for no reason. You had also in Minnesota last year, you had Nick Sorensen scheming up a defense where George Odom is in one-on-one coverage with Justin Jefferson. Like, I don't think that kind of stuff is going to be happening under Robert Saleh. That kind of stuff matters too. Yeah. But if Christian McCaffrey's playing the first 9 games, fine, I guess.
Or 9 games, period.
Yeah, if he's in and out of the lineup, he can never really get a rhythm.
Because none of you guys saw this happening yesterday. And when I say you guys, I mean you guys who cover this team, report on this team.
Mm-mm.
All of a sudden,
It was out of nowhere.
And it's one of those things. I mean, I'm not a world-class athlete. You know what I mean?
Not anymore.
Well, good point.
Play
Good
one on the
point.
radio.
Mm-hmm.
Good point. But
daily.
do you guys know the two things that scare me to death? Robots and calf injuries. Because I've dealt with calves. And who knows, CMC, I could walk through the house, and if I feel a twinge in my calf, oh, hold on. Whoa. Let me sit down for a little bit. Let me calm down. So
Potassium. I need potassium.
so maybe that's what it was, CMC, because they say he looked great at the early part where the media was there, and maybe he felt a twinge. He's like, whoa, I don't want nothing to do with this.
Right.
Let me calm down.
Right. So there's a bunch of situations here. One, he woke up and went, hey, my calf's a little sore. I'm going to give it a go. And went through the team period and was like, you know what? Hey, I just don't want to push it.
Mm-hmm.
Or he woke up feeling fine, got cramped up a little bit and was like, hey, I'm not, let's shut it down. We're going to, or is like, oh, hey, my calf, something hurts.
Yeah.
I'm checking. And we just don't know yet.
Right.
And that's what we'll find out when today at 12:30. When
I'm about to say, when does Kyle talk?
12:30 is when the Niners take the field for practice, and we'll find out if Christian McCaffrey's even there, which will be a big deal. And then Kyle Shanahan will talk around 1:30 and let us know what the injury report is.
You think he plays
No.
Sunday?
You don't think he plays?
No, I think this is a calf strain at some level. Again, my opinion, fully my opinion. This isn't like, oh, I talked to people who talked. Like, no. I'm making this up. I think it's a calf strain of some severity, and the 49ers understand that if Christian McCaffrey is going to make an impact, they'd rather him make an impact in December and January than in week 1. And I think that he'll be either limited or a non-participant today. I think he'll be either limited or doubtful, or questionable or doubtful for week 1, and then I don't think he plays.
And they don't have a bye week until what? Week 14? Yeah, so that plays into it.
Yep.
Because if you're looking at the schedule, you're like, man, can we have this thing taped together? Like some KT tape on there for the next 14 weeks.
Right.
Mini bye after week 5. They play the Rams.
But you also got a short week going into week 5. That's true. So yeah, I don't know exactly how this is going to shake out, but the vibe is bad. It's impossible for me to look and go, oh, it should be fine, when this exact same thing happened last year on a bigger.
Yeah, I never feel that way about calves.
Hey,
I never say, no, it's fine.
Before we get out of here, number one, shout out to Mason Jones, who joined the Perth
Wildcats
in
Great
the NBL.
He's going to average 40 points a game.
He was the G League MVP
candidate
last year. So good for him.
Yep,
and then also shout out to Gary Gerald and his amazing wife, Miss Marlene, for 64 years married.
Holy smokes, bro.
Come on, man.
Shout out to
South Sacs finest, man.
friends.
Gary General.
Do you have an
Gary
applause
Gerald.
button on here, Damien?
No.
Just air horns.
Oh, we got air horns for G-Man? Where are the air horns?
Yeah.
James is very much the Kenny of this show in the sense that we still have like 90 seconds.
Well,
and so he just gave us James just gave us the out, but we can't get out yet. Like the amount of times that Kenny has given us an out that we can't take, it's just like, well, what do we do now?
I'll do that every once in a while. I'll be like, yeah, and so that's where that's at. We'll talk more about that in a bit. There's 4 minutes left. All right.
Yeah, we still got a whole minute.
Oh no, that's
that's
fine.
tough.
Not to a fault of his own. Dak didn't come through again.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
No, CD dropped some.
Four drops.
No, CD dropped. CD actually had a really good game and then dropped the ball all over the place at the end. The drive before that final drive, I thought that was very critical. Like I thought that was the one.
Mm-hmm.
First pass, nice little out pass, gets a first down, and then a 3 and out. And I was like, I wasn't even sure they was gonna get the ball back after that.
Jake Ferguson dropped a touchdown too.
Yeah, but those were hospital balls. He was thrown to the middle of the end zone.
In all honesty,
where else is he supposed to throw?
In all honesty,
Yeah.
the numbers don't say it. Numbers don't say it at all. I thought Dak played really well last night.
I thought
he did too.
His leadership, his intensity, the way he approached being the leader of the Cowboys last night.
He got spit on.
Well, it felt like, and we'll talk about this in a few minutes, for both guys, like the number part of it was all inflated in the first half.
Oh, yeah.
And then
yeah.
like the game just completely shifted to the second half, and then I felt like it was dead after the rain delay. And then that's where the lightning delay, and that's where the drop passes and all that stuff came into play.
It was a weird game after the delay.
It's very odd.
Both teams played that game like they were like, all right, week 2. We're done with this one.
Well, the game was weird, period. It started with someone getting hurt and ejected in a matter of seconds.
6 seconds.
Like,
did you see
what
the
is
NBC graphic?
happening?
It was like Jalen Carter, first player ejected from on defending Super Bowl champion in week 1. Like,
all right,
stat.
man. That's a
well done,
that's
NBC.
The worst part, it wasn't just their first game. It was opening night of the NFL.
Yeah.
And you get thrown out
At
6
home.
seconds into the
At
game.
home.
Come on, bro.
He wanted to go back and look at his ring.
A big shout
I
out to
guess.
Mason Jones signing a contract with the Perth Wildcats in the NBL. And a big shout out to G-Man and his lovely wife. 64 years married today. D-Lo and KC next on ESPN 1320. Drink water, be nice people.
My friends.
See you, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
What's up, crew?
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's up, Rest Dog?
Man, that light is lighting right there, boy. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, it is right there. Let's run that one more time.
Yeah, man.
We welcome you in here to the Friday, September 5th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside executive producer.
What are you doing with him?
First football game is behind us.
Yeah, man. It was a good game, too.
It was. I could have
Good
done
game.
without the hour delay.
Oh, of course.
But
I agree.
Fine. it's like when Jericho breaks in, when they show the forecast map, you're like, oh no, oh no, oh no.
That's that East Coast for you.
It is, man. It
Yeah,
is.
You never know.
And I guess it could have been worse, but I mean, I think they said it was an hour and 2 minutes. I mean, that was a pretty decent chunk of time there. We'll talk about that game here in a heartbeat. Rod Brooks, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers pre and post. He's going to join us. Always a great time when Rod Brooks joins us. Eddie Gonzalez will be with us here through for his weekly Friday visits. I put together a thought that I was so like, as I wrote the whole thing out as I was thinking it, and I wrote it in our notes so everybody could see it. And then I text Kyle and ran it by him. So like, this feels ridiculous.
Okay.
But the more I work through it, the more I'm confident in this thought process. And it involves Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers.
Okay.
We'll get to that later. You could tell me it's too much and I'm jumping out the window. But I'm the presumption of guilt and the presumption of consequence. They play into this thought process. So we'll talk about that throughout the day as well. We'll dive back into Steve Ballmer and Ramona Shelburne and whether that swayed anybody in the Board of Governors meetings that's coming up here in just a matter of days. But as we were talking about to end our conversation with the insiders, as you got your shots off at Dak Prescott, they did acknowledge, he actually played pretty well. I thought the Cowboys as a whole played well. I don't think I realized, I guess I haven't been tapped in to eagleswire.com as much as I should be, or Locked On Eagles, how many people they were missing compared to last year, going into last night's game, and then the Jalen Carter ejection seconds into it was like, God, they are missing a lot here.
Yeah.
And it caused kind of a bit of a ugly performance. It was a back and forth first half, and the amount of we can't stop the run jokes that hit the internet after that first half were plentiful. But overall, man, I thought both teams were, more surprised by the Cowboys. I thought both teams played well. But I'm a huge fan of Jalen Hurts. That's my big takeaway from last night's game. I'm a really big fan of Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts you use these phrases, not you, but just in general, use these phrases a lot, but he's a winner.
Yeah.
He's a winning player.
Yep.
He does what needs to be done to get the job done from night to night, from game to game. And last night, you look at his numbers aren't eye-popping, but when a play needed to be made, he'd make it, whether it was a touchdown, whether it was that game-clinching first down. All right, I'll drop back. I'll either make that pass, or if the opportunity is there, I'll run for the first down, run for the touchdown. Although I was frustrated with that last play, the one that he got the clinching first down on, because he's not throwing this ball. It's a quarterback draw. The Cowboys, dum-dee-doo-dee-dum-dee-dum-dee. Let's leave the middle of the field open. No spy, nothing. Like, what are you?
That defense is such a problem for them. That defense is going to be a huge reason they lose football games.
So I thought that was ridiculous, but Jalen Hurts gets credit for that. Jalen Hurts he's a winner, and all this, don't want to upset my boy Leezy, but all the talk about if he's top this, top whatever, I just know that he understands the game and understands what needs to be done to win.
You said it perfectly.
At the highest level.
He's a winner.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a bad thing anymore, but he's the ultimate game manager. He does what needs to be done for that offense. If you need to go to A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith, he didn't do that all yesterday, but if you need him to throw the ball, but he can do that. But if the game plan calls for more, keep the ball on the ground and all that stuff, and just hit Dallas Goedert a few times, like he just does whatever they need.
Mm-hmm.
He, yeah, I guess game manager's often been used as almost a derogatory term towards a quarterback, but he has a direct impact on winning.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't overdo it. It's like the 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, whatever, when he went down the middle and we kind of all figured that's what the play was. It's like he just does what he needs.
He understands football.
Yep.
He understands the game. He understands the game plan. And he executes. It's kind of that simple.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very, very good at it. He did not have a gaudy game last night. Like, Jesse asked if Jalen Hurts could win an MVP. It's like I've been stuck on that question since I saw it. I was like, I don't know. Like, it would probably take the Eagles being, like 15-2 and him having like an absurdly low interception number.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's ever going to have 40 or 50 touchdowns in the air. And I don't know that he's ever going to have, 4,500, 5,000 yards.
Mm-hmm. But
like, he's an MVP caliber player. And I love the story that NBC told with Jordan last night. I was like, this is how you, to use a wrestling term, this is how you make a star. You point out the fact, hey, Michael Jordan is here to watch Jalen Hurts. Michael Jordan is here because Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl MVP. Michael Jordan is here because Jalen Hurts is a Jordan brand athlete, and he is the first Jordan brand athlete to do this. That's brilliant storytelling by Mike Tirico and NBC, but that's how you make stars. And everything Jalen's done on the field, of course, but you add that element of the star next to him, man, that was terrific work by everybody involved last night.
Yeah, man, he's one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL today. He's a Super Bowl champion. When you ask whether or not he can be an MVP, I just don't know if his numbers will ever get there.
Yeah.
He'll have total TDs, I think, between his passing and him being able to rush and everything. He'll have that, but I just don't know if like the yards for a season. Like last year, he threw for 2,900 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's tough. Even if they are 15-1 or whatever, there's gonna be another quarterback who has a really good record, whose numbers just blow those out.
And he's not going to rush for 1,000 yards.
Right.
His rushing yards are all extremely efficient. He's running for 4 yards on 3rd and 1. You know what I mean? Or he's scoring, from the goal line, or he's scoring from the 2 or the 3 or something like that. He's not regularly like Lamar does, or maybe even to a certain degree Josh Allen does. He's not scrambling and then opening up for a 27-yard run. That's not what he does on a game-to-game basis. He is just extremely effective at every facet of the game.
Yeah, and they've got, with the tush push, they've got it down to a science. If we could get to 3rd and short, like 3rd and 4,
mm-hmm.
we're gonna get the first down.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? Because we'll do what we need to. Maybe we'll do a tush push on 3rd and 4. We'll get it to 4th and 2 or something like that, and then we'll do a tush push again. Like, they've got that down to a science. I got frustrated again with the tush push.
Okay.
And tell me, I know it's not fair, life ain't fair or whatever, but the one issue I've had with the tush push the entire time is them allowing the guys in the backfield to push Jalen Hurts forward.
Mm-hmm.
That should not be allowed. The formation, all that other stuff, do what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
But that shouldn't be allowed. I don't think that should be allowed in football. And here's one of the reasons why I say that. If they throw a pass to Saquon Barkley and he catches it at the 15-yard line and the defense is there, they hold him, and then 2 other defenders come after the guy who's holding him and start pushing back and Saquon ends up getting pushed back to the 21-yard line. Where are they going to spot the ball?
At the 1 or
well, no, at the 15, like where the forward momentum stopped. They won't down it at the 21, basically.
Oh, okay.
Right. So if Saquon catches it at the 15,
I got you.
And they stand them up, and then the other defenders start pushing them back to the 21. They'll put it at the 15.
Right.
With the offense, they could have stood Jalen Hurts up 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, but these guys push Jalen Hurts forward, and they give him the forward progress. Like, you don't do that for the defense.
Oh, sure. Okay, I got you.
That's my whole point.
Correct.
You don't do that for the defense.
Yeah, you're right.
You put it where they stopped you
and
leave it there. They don't. That just doesn't seem fair to me.
But
because it happened last night.
Isn't it the official's discretion of like when the play is dead? It's not just like forward progress. If to use the Saquon example at the 15, he's at the 15 and it's like he's just getting pushed back. They call it forward progress. The play is dead.
Right.
If Jalen gets stood up and they blow the whistle, the play's dead.
They never do that, right? They never do that
because it's quick. It's normally it's quick.
They all even you see stuff where
running backs. It happened last night.
They push them past the goal line.
Yeah. He didn't get past the goal line last night. But yeah, like that absolutely.
And I'm
happened.
like, they shouldn't be able to, because it doesn't happen the other way. As soon as it stopped. And you know what I mean? And they say forward progress was stopped.
That'd be hilarious if forward progress stopped. Like they didn't enforce that anymore, and you just push someone all the way back to like the 5-yard line.
Pick them up and carry them.
Maybe that's why they don't do it.
Yeah, I understand why they don't do it.
Saquon Barkley getting picked up like a baby and run down to the 10.
But you got
hey, carry him in for a safety.
You got Fred Warner standing up Jalen Hurts, and then all of a sudden Barkley and Goddard and the other offensive lineman, he's out here trying to hold up against 1,000 pounds of people.
Yeah, but right, you're right. You're 100% right. There is a point where the official has to give Fred Warner the accolades for stopping. Like, all right, like you've got to call forward progress. You got to. It's the what's the quarterback thing called? In the grass.
Yeah.
The famous Eli play.
And they just don't do that for defense.
They could have like a too aggressive official could have called Eli in the grass on the helmet catch. And they let it go. He flings the ball in the air and you get that iconic play out of it.
Right. So that's because
I guess it's just officials' discretion.
On one of the third or fourth down plays, that's what happened. And then you see Goddard and them. I'm like,
and this probably fits to your gripe, is the officials now are trained for that. They're trained to know, well, okay, we know what we probably know what's coming here. There's probably specific things that they look for on that particular play, and they know, let the play develop.
One of the plays, it was a tush push. I think it was third down, because I feel like if it was fourth down, I probably would have felt different. But it was third down, so it was like they were going to get it anyway. But Hurts kind of gets stopped, and it might have been at the first down marker, but it might not have been. And the FAR official was like, oh, I think he's short. And the one that was closest to it was like, no. He's like, hey, bring the chains. It's good. Wait, we're not even going to measure this?
I thought he was short on that one too. At least he's like, no, we're good. We're good. Hey, Steve, move the chains.
You saw the same thing. I was like, what the hell?
This is not that obvious. There's no way.
There was no marker. He was running in, telling the people, nope, move the chains. Come on, let's go.
Gave that guy $28 million to plant fake trees.
Oh man, that's tough.
I said, wait a minute. You can't stop the tush push, man.
He did that with authority. He was like, he got it.
Because everyone was kind of wondering, oh, did he do it? Just the one guy. No, we're good. It's kind of like how you said, if you're confident enough, they'll just listen to you.
He might not even been a ref.
Yeah, like we talked about it yesterday.
He might not have been a ref. He just
was
out there.
Just the guy. Big Dom. I guess Big Dom missed that guy.
Big Dom, that guy. But to the Eagles' credit, though, a lot of people have tried to tush push, and they're the only ones that get it done at that high of a rate.
I mean, Jalen probably deserves some credit for that. Jalen is a quarterback with leg strength like that,
and that offensive line.
Yeah, absolutely.
That might be the best offensive line in the game.
It's up there. Yeah, it's probably up there. Like I put Green Bay's up there.
It's been one of the Detroit. 5 best for like the last decade, at least.
Yeah.
It was
I mean, it coincides with their Super Bowl appearances. Mm-hmm. That offensive line coincides with their Super Bowl.
Buffalo tried to do it twice in the AFC Championship game and failed. Mm-hmm. So they got it. They got it down.
And that's a quarterback that likes to hit people. Mm-hmm. So the Eagles want to know out the gate, in kind of a weird start to all of this. Of course, the Jalen Carter ejection to begin things. There's a Zapruder film of Dak during the lightning delay. And then you got just kind of the odd finish to the game where not a lot happened. I mean, a lot happened. I was going to say not a lot of positives happened. Miscues all over the place, highlighted by CeeDee Lamb. 2 crucial drops late there in that game. And you it's one of those things where you're a game into the season. You've got, 16 more. But if you're looking for things, you can find them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. A little slow to start, but Jalen looks good. Eagles look good. Offensive line looks great. Defense tightened up there in the second half. There's some good things ahead for Philadelphia. From a Cowboys perspective, offense has got to get better because that defense might kill you. Mm. But again, these were all things we were talking about a week ago, right? And 2 weeks ago, and 3 weeks ago, and 4 weeks ago. So when you're finally able to see it, you can. It's like we were talking about with preseason. If you're looking for something, you can find it. Mm-hmm. With one game in the books, whatever narrative you want to find, you can find it, and it was available in that game because the Eagles wound up beating the Cowboys, and then you could work your narrative from there, and it all fits.
I know on social media, even on the broadcast a little bit, it was the talk about Parsons not being there and not being able to get pressure on the quarterback. And they're like, oh, and they're not getting any pressure on Jalen. I wonder who could have helped that. I'm not making it like Micah doesn't matter. He's one of the best in the game. They were garbage on defense last year. Yeah, they gave up like 50 to the Saints, who ended up being trash in week 2. Yeah, with Micah there. Like they weren't any good last year on defense.
Whatever narrative you wanted to tell, you were going to be able to do it last night. And there was no louder narrative than the Micah one where you could pretend like they were good on defense last year. Mm-hmm. I love Micah Parsons. It's why I feel the way that I do about the Packers. But I think the Packers defense is significantly better than the Cowboys. You've got over the top piece rather than gonna have to build around this guy. You have a guy that puts you over the top. You had a defense that was already good at things. You're adding Micah to that. Cowboys defense was bad last year. I don't know that it's going to be worse, but it's not going to be good this year. And I don't know. I'm sure Brian Schottenheimer's a good coach. I really hate coaches' sons because that story Jerry told, I didn't even believe the Jerry, and I didn't see that. Maybe this was at Schottenheimer's press conference because but I do not remember seeing this. I can't remember what Marty's wife's name was, but they kept referencing her, Brian's mom. Oh, we're gonna win this one for Daddy. We're going. This is the one that Daddy couldn't win, and we gonna go get it for him.
That's tough.
It's like no, wait, what? No,
that's an underrated Jerry, man.
No, it's not a good impression. I just recognize it's not a good impression.
We'll tell you if it's a good impression or not.
That's an underrated Jerry right there.
But that was so all right, man. And then Tirico and Collinsworth going on and on about about Brian Schottenheimer, and it's like, all right, can you let the man coach? Like, you talk about living up to, you gotta live up to what his daddy did. And it's like, no, let him coach. Like, let it. This is where the lack of discussion about nepotism like drives me crazy. It's like you guys are building this story in. Stop talking about Marty and talk about this man as a coach, and let me learn about I have no clue what Brian Schottenheimer is as a head coach, because all I heard was about his dad last night.
Well, that might be the reason why he hadn't established nothing yet. Maybe. And what we do know is that he's Marty's son.
And you're the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. But be mad at Bronny. Be angry at LeBron. Scream nepotism in the NBA. When Bill Belichick got like 3 kids working for him at North Carolina. Coaches' kids get funneled into the system with such ease.
I think Kubiak is in Seattle, I think.
And he absolutely is. And maybe Brian Schottenheimer is a terrific head coach. I would have loved to have learned something about him other than the part that I already knew, and that's he's Marty's son. And that by all accounts, his mother appears to be a terrific woman who everybody loves.
No. You'll be praying for that defense. That's what you know about him.
Brian sitting up there like, that's not my job. I hired somebody to handle that problem. You know what Mike and Chris didn't tell you about me? I delegate. And I delegated that sorry ass defense over here to a coordinator.
I tweeted it out yesterday, so I'm kind of rough on Dak here. I want to reiterate, I thought he played really well yesterday as a leader and as a quarterback. Like especially in that first half, he was making some big time throws. Late in the game, he made some big time throws. CeeDee Lamb dropped it. The last one, that's just a tough play all the way around. Like, I could say I want Dak to not lead him as much, just like I could say CD's got to bring that in. That's just a tough play. That was a really small window for that ball to be there without CD getting killed and being able to catch it. It's just a tough play. But I thought Dak played well last night. I thought he played well. He did a good job. Unfortunately, it's a results-based business. And he once again wasn't able to do it. I thought he had 2 chances. Like I said earlier, that drive before the final drive, I thought that could have been a game-winning drive for him. And he got that first down immediately on a nice little out route and then just couldn't get it. I think that was also the drive. Did CD miss the one over the middle that like popped up?
Hit him in his chest. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
They didn't
get it done. They didn't get it done. But yeah, it's results based. But I think Dak played well enough for them to win. I feel like it was more his receivers, and the hospital ball to Ferguson was tough. But.
In a game, in a 1-score game, you shouldn't, but you can drop the game down to a play. And with CD, that's what makes CD's drop so unfortunate is you can drop the game down to 2, and both of them are his. Yeah. Both miscues are his. And again, it overshadows because they wind up losing. It overshadows the 100+ yard game that he had.
Yeah, he was 7 receptions, 110 yards, I think.
I love the first half. Both teams just moving the ball down the field.
And the thing with Dak too, and you can say the same thing about Jalen Hurts, is the numbers don't look that way. The numbers don't look like Dak had this great game. Like I said, 21 of 34, 188, no touchdowns. But one of the things that I really liked, and I've been critical of Dak, maybe it was also a criticism of Mike McCarthy, is you get in these 1st and goal situations at the 3, and they'd have Dak drop back and pass 3 times because he got to get his numbers. He got to, that would inflate the numbers. Last night, they get 1st and 2, whatever at the goal, and that off punch that thing in there.
Yep.
Dak doesn't have a touchdown pass in the game, but not saying it was his fault before. He was just going with the plays that are called, as far as I know. But it was about winning. It was about like, let's Let's establish this ground game. Let's punch this ball in right now. I'm not worried about what the numbers look like. And that spoke to me too, watching Dak play yesterday. I thought he played a good game yesterday.
I need a better stats site. I feel like, because I remember having this stat page open and looking at Dak at one point. He was like 11 of 14, and it was 100+ yards. He only wound up finishing with 188. And I feel like I saw that before halftime, which goes to what we were talking about earlier. The game was front loaded. There was so much action in the first half. It was really, and that's in the case of Dak, Williams, Jalen, everybody. That was first half action, and then it got a lot more quiet in the second half. And then, of course, that rain delay with 4 whatever minutes left in the third kind of seemed to halt everything.
Yeah.
We'll come back, man. We got a full day planned for you. We're thrilled that you're here with us on this Friday. Rod Brooks is going to join us from NBC Sports Bay Area. Always a great time when Rod is with us. Eddie Gonzalez is going to be with us a little bit over an hour from now, about 2:15 or so. Our man Eddie will be with us. We'll come back. We mentioned Steve Ballmer, talked to Ramona Shelburne about Kawhi Leonard. We'll talk a little bit about that. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh man, Weezy, I didn't even think about that. Hey, I don't know what y'all issue is with Leezy, but we need to chill off that. Whatever it is, man. Leezy's our people. Like whatever's going on over there, we need to fall back a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Shit on Ramsey all you want, man, but leave Leezy alone. I was so excited to try these. These suck.
What is it?
I thought it was this brand named Lenny and Larry's. And I thought
is that the people who make the protein stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had one of their cookies, I think.
That's what I thought this was, a cookie bar.
Mm-hmm.
It was a protein bar.
Mm.
Everybody knows what a protein bar tastes like. That's exactly what it is a damn protein bar.
Yeah, I used to get those at the gym every now and then.
Yeah. I don't know why I looked up and saw Jimmy Butler watching the U.S. Open and chuckled. I don't even know why. Man, just watching the Joker play.
And semifinal action. So finals this weekend. Huh? Did Naomi Osaka make the
Sunday morning?
Did she make the finals?
Well, Sunday morning for these guys, I should say.
Let me take you to the neck of the woods in my hood. Uptown. I see you, Cole. I'm living right. I'm about to do. Oh, that's what it's going to do.
It's cool. I got it. I got it.
What y'all got going on this weekend? Y'all
Good
at,
question. Good question. Good question.
I got a baseball game. I got to go to at 8 in the morning.
Pretty sure that's your life moving forward, isn't it?
Pretty much. Baseball or basketball. I love it, though. A lot of game. A lot of game. Be feeling like one of them ball playing dudes. So it's been a busy week. It's been a busy week with college football and everything that's going on with that. Now NFL has started. One of the things that's got me hyped, one of them, because obviously I love the league, is, man, Prize Picks is back and at it. I gave you guys season lineups yesterday. The day before that, gave you a lineup for Raiders, Patriots. Now I got that lineup for Niners, Seahawks in Seattle, where Vivid Seats is saying it's going to be 53% 49er fans in the link. In the link. Yeah, we're taking over that place. Please believe that. But need to look at this lineup. I got my main man, Brock Purdy. They got him at 243.5 passing yards. I'm going more. He lights up Seattle traditionally. I think that happens again on Sunday. Put this lineup together a couple days ago.
Oh, well, you can't change it. That's the beauty of Prize Picks.
It's true. It's true.
Beauty of Prize Picks.
I'm thinking I'm going to stick with it, though, because they said he was out to start practice today. He was out on the field.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
They got him at his longest rush being 15.5 yards. I went more.
He was in a suit, but it doesn't matter. He was out to start practice.
I'm going more with that one. I think I'm going to stick with it unless I hear something different.
Okay.
George Kittle, 61.5 receiving yards. With Juwan Jennings coming back a little slow. No Demarcus Robinson. They're going to lean on Kittle. He's going to have more than 61.5 yards. Kenneth Walker. They got him at half a rush or receiving touchdown. I went more. I think he's going to find his way into the end zone.
Okay.
And Sam Darnold.
I was going to say, shout out Sam Darnold.
His longest completion at 32.5 yards. I went less. I think that's a little much right there.
Yeah,
that's a little much.
That feels like a big completion.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know why. Sam Darnold can't throw the ball 32 yards. I don't know.
Yeah, I went less with that one, man. So I'll post the lineup on social media along with the Raiders and Patriots game one as well, along with the season one as well, man. I'll have all that up there on social media. Go check that out. Download the Prize Pick app. Put in the promo code KIFM to get $50 towards your first $5 lineup. Excuse me. Just put in the promo code KIFM. $50 towards your first $5 lineup. The other thing that they also got going on Prize Picks is they've got these max discount plays. They had Dak Prescott yesterday. Lamar Jackson is also on that list as well. Make sure you check him out and get that max discount play. So must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Sorry. It's good to be right.
Bruh. Hey, are you watching? Your boy.
I told you I stepped down from this league. I'm out here.
Wow.
I'm booking my haircuts right now.
Somebody made a comment which made the thing go down.
No.
TCG getting that first win of the season. Sorry, Russ Dog. That wasn't me. Somebody made a comment.
I thought no one was even playing at this point.
We still got players. Got players.
This is such a sham.
And TCG is on the board.
Can we also acknowledge what your boy did? Cole hit him with the run your game, and he didn't do it. Ironically, he didn't know that the slogan had changed.
You didn't write it right if we were playing that game.
No, I'm serious. Are you proud of this? Like, are you proud of this league?
I stepped down, so I have no.
Absolutely. We lost one of our lead investors, but we're gonna still keep going here. We're gonna still keep going. It's good to be right. League is still
even
going.
Your own players are turning against you. Your players are about to walk out. Look at RP. Wait, why is it not run the game anymore?
Well, I don't have an answer to that. They just told me. They just told me what to do, and I did it. So,
Zabo, look what they did to my legacy.
Russ Dog is still active. He's trying to get a chip. He says, how many wins do I have? Well, Russ Dog, you've got 3 right now. That's good for second place. Zabo, somehow, some way, still tied for first with securing the Bagley at 5. So, Russ, you keep doing what you're doing. And first place is in your sights. By the way,
more fraudulent than planting trees.
Real quick, we put some space in between what just happened. D-Lo and KC Pick'em League is back. I'll have the link out there. I'll put it on Twitter. Anybody new trying to get in the league, you can get in there. If you were in it last year, you should have the notification that you're already in there and ready to go. Make your picks. The college football pick'em was also popping last week as well. If you need a link for that, I'll put that on the socials as well.
Question.
Yes.
Thank you.
My guy in the back.
First time, long time. Shouldn't you have said this yesterday?
I did. I said it actually Wednesday, but I should have reminded people yesterday. So I didn't.
Because everyone's down 1 now, right? Who isn't entered?
Not everyone.
League. Well, I mean, anyone who hasn't entered the league is down 1.
I should have told you guys on Monday, actually. I get a whole week up on you guys.
Do you run anything above board, or is everything just fraudulent? I'm going to sit you. Why don't you do a sit down with Ramona Shelburne?
College football league. I told everybody knew before the season started.
College football league,
and
I don't even know how that works. How does the college football? You don't pick every game.
No, they have selected games for you, and that one's against the spread.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
All right.
So you guys can come lose again to your boy.
Have you ever won any of these leagues? Like any of them?
Not yet.
Okay. Well,
this is the year.
I guess, like Coach Marion said, just keep being positive. Stretch, foam roll, get in the cold tub. You'll be fine.
This is the year. This is the year.
Zabo, we're launching a new podcast. Damian Barling finds out. How Kenny has run all of these fraudulent leagues over the last 5 years. Rod Brooks going to join us here in just a couple of minutes, man. That's going to be a fun time.
Always.
I don't know that this is worth getting into because we only have a few minutes. Steve Ballmer spoke to Ramona Shelburne about the Kawhi Leonard situation. It's over on ESPN.com if you want to check that out. I think the version I saw is the version that they ran on SportsCenter, but the whole 16-minute conversation is available somewhere.
I saw it I just went to ESPN's YouTube page.
Okay, there you go. We talked about this pretty extensively with the insiders. The one of the main things that stood out to me was he either misspoke when he said they offered Kawhi the maximum amount of money they could offer him because they did not, and that's literally the center focus of this is making up for that money. Like that is the central point of conversation here. And he did not answer Ramona's question about Uncle Dennis asking for more benefits. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no. Now, and I'm not attempting to defend Steve Ballmer here, but I also, as I heard that answer in real time, I felt like he was trying to protect his relationship with Kawhi Leonard. Because if he had said yes, he's throwing old Uncle Dennis under the bus, which I don't imagine is going to please Kawhi Leonard at all.
No, I saw the same thing. It was like, I'm not, to me, yes, Uncle Dennis.
Yeah, that, and that's the thing. That was clear as day in Steve Ballmer's answer.
And his answer was, we know the rules.
Yep.
That representation knows the rules as well. Next question. That is not
pretty much what it was. Yeah.
That is not what you were asked. So to your point, he's not going to throw him under the bus. He's not going to ruin that relationship with Kawhi and with his representation. And in that respect, he answered it the right way. That's how you handle it. If you're trying to preserve those relationships, partnerships.
It also brings me to another question. We can answer it later, but does it matter if you ruin your relationship at this point? Think about it. I'll bring it back. I won't forget it.
Okay.
And I do believe there is an answer, but we'll talk about that later because Rob Brooks is going to join us next. We're going to talk football. We're going to talk the 49ers. In fact, with Rob Brooks, we might just talk about anything.
Anything. That's my guy.
Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, a Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Rob, what's up, baby?
What's up, fellas? Hey, I know the answer to that question you just asked.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just, hey, man, it's tap it. It's time to move on. I forgot who said it. It was somebody on Twitter said that he thought that playing basketball was Kawhi's no-show job, not planting trees or whatever.
That's okay.
It's cold, but I mean, yeah.
Well, I ran some numbers and
right.
Basketball was his no-show game.
Hey, I ran the numbers and not far off.
Yeah, man. I mean, the juice ain't worth the squeeze, so they say.
Yeah, man.
Uncle Dennis been wilding though for a long time, dog.
No, Uncle Dennis don't play. Uncle Dennis is straight out of Blue Chips.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're gonna bring this tractor here. You're gonna bring this tractor if you want my boy to come play.
Getting over on one of the richest men in the world, dog.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh man, what's up with you, Rob? Man, how you been, man?
I've been good, man. I've been good, dog. You know how it is. We're all just sort of waiting to get to football season.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. We were like, that's almost like when the sports calendar starts.
Yeah,
that's sports New Year's.
Yeah, yeah. And then basketball is a month away, 5 weeks from the beginning of the regular season, something like that. So yeah, that's what it's all about. Baseball can only, keep your interest for so long.
I'm still laughing at Uncle Dennis trying to get over on Steve Ballmer.
I mean, currently he's gotten over, but yeah, Steve ain't gonna go down by himself.
Shout out Steve Ballmer for just being like a regular dude. Because you know what I'd say? I'd look right at Uncle Dennis and say 4. 4, motherfucker. That's how many people in this world are richer than me.
Right.
4.
Well, Uncle Dennis went in there on some pep talk. I mean, he ran game on him. Steve Ballmer ain't never seen nothing like that.
Uncle Dennis been running game on the entire league. He told the Spurs.
I was just about to say. And remember how weird that was, where we're just like, how is this coming to an end? What's really going down? Like the Spurs don't operate like that.
He went toe-to-toe with Pop. He told Pop, bro, this is how we running things around here.
That's crazy.
Like it or leave it.
That's crazy. So, I mean, if we were paying attention, we should have seen this one coming. Should have seen it coming. How y'all living?
We good, man. We good.
Nice.
We got about a minute before we get back to the commercials. But yeah, man, we good.
Nice.
Like you said, excited for the season to be.
Yeah,
here.
man.
Basketball
sure.
3 weeks away. So, camp 3 weeks away at least.
Yeah.
So.
We probably won't get to this on the radio, but I got to ask you, Rod, are the Giants going to pull off the unthinkable?
I just don't know if they have enough time.
I don't think so either.
I mean, but they sure acting like it. I they got the Dodgers a few more times. I think they're done with the Padres. I mean, 5 games with 26 to play. I forget.
That's my thing is I just don't think the Mets are going to lose enough for them to.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, 2 things have to happen. The Giants have to keep playing like they are, and the Mets have to come back to them. But they are the Mets, and the Mets be doing some Mets shit.
Jesse said the Mets are on the verge of a historic collapse. It's like
again, right? Yeah.
Like,
if
how many do they have?
I mean, they got more than they got championships.
Well, damn.
I mean,
shout out Queens, man. Shout out Queens, man.
If it was the beginning of August,
we're back, right? Hang on. We're back. All right, we're bringing our man Rob Brooks from NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers pre and post. We've been talking for 5 minutes already.
Legend, Rob Brooks, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely,
Hey,
man.
thank
We could just crack the mics and talk. We could talk Ohio players with
Straight up.
Rob be in good shape.
Sweet sticky thing.
No, that's
I
gonna
went
go
with that
over
one.
some
I could have
people's
gone. I
heads.
could have said Love Roller Coaster, but I didn't. I went with
No,
that
you
one.
didn't. You went with Sweet Sticky Thing, which is great for our audience. That's terrific. There's gonna be pause moments all over the comment section. Concern level when you saw Christian McCaffrey on the injury report yesterday?
Okay, so I heard it straight from my new partner on NBC Sports Bay Area Niners pre and post game shows, the great the Don Matt Mayoko, and Matt, he's doing television with us, but Matt is a reporter, and Matt knows how to get the story and source the story. So when you get it from Matt, you're getting the straight dope. So anyway, so Matt drops the information yesterday at around 4:45 after he finished his interview with Kyle Shanahan, and when I got it from Matt didn't seem to be too concerned. Now, this was yesterday, and the word that was put out there in terms of McCaffrey being able to practice was the word limited. So I took that as, okay, I'm going to look at this as glass half full. It's a lower leg injury with Christian McCaffrey. So immediately you start to go, Chicken Little, the sky's falling. And I completely understand that. But my thing is, he's limited, okay? That's not optimal, but it's better than Christian McCaffrey couldn't practice. Okay, now we go to today. Christian McCaffrey at practice. They just started at 12:35, okay? He was out there in uniform for the team drills. Then he went off to the side and started working with the trainers and the bigwigs and as far as performance is concerned for the Niners. So I say all that to say I don't necessarily like it, quite frankly. I think he's eventually, when the status report comes out, he's either going to be questionable or probable. Questionable, it is what it is. He may play, he may not play. That's the 50-50 chance. Probable is 75%. Obviously, full go is full go, 100%. If he's questionable, that's a concern. Probable, no concern. Him playing Sunday, just from my point of view, I think it might be in doubt, quite frankly, for this to creep up. And this is just my point of view, not anything I've heard, not anything I've seen fully. It's just my point of view. I think if he's questionable, he doesn't play because the long game is the game that they have to play with Christian McCaffrey. So right now it's not great. And I don't know if there's enough time for it to truly get better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that as well. Like, one of the things that we hear all the time in sports, and I know Dame kind of rolls his eyes when people say this, but if Kyle Shanahan gets on there and says, if this was a playoff situation, he'd be out there, but it's the first game of the season, so we're going to play it safe. And I roll my eyes at that sometimes too, but I think with Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers and how important he is to the 49ers, if there is any doubt, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world to sit him for a game, maybe even two.
If this were to crop up in, let's just say, 3 weeks into training camp, the Niners they'd shut him down. All right. Or maybe not shut him down, but they would definitely take the side of, all right, we're not going to push it. We're going to do what we need to do to get him ramped up as soon as we can and ready for the first game of the season. I think if it were a must-win game, a late season game, or if it's a playoff game, he's probably going to play. Discretion is the better part of valor here for the Niners. I will say this, while this potential scenario is not optimal, the Niners have beaten the Seahawks in Seattle 3 years in a row. They went up there last year and beat Seattle without Christian McCaffrey. They did it with Isaac Guerrero running for almost 100 yards, 10 for 99. They ran for 228 yards and 3 touchdowns. Did that without Christian McCaffrey. Now, that's a different Seattle defense. They're placing a value on being able to stop the run, like all smart teams, as the Niners are, like all smart teams do. It's a different Seattle team. It's a different year. It's an entirely different situation. But my point is that in this very hypothetical scenario of possibly not having Christian McCaffrey or not having a fully healthy Christian McCaffrey, it's not a death sentence for the Niners to go to Seattle and play a game and compete and win, because they just did it last year. Now, here's the thing. Brock Purdy last year, 18 to 28, 3 touchdowns. Who did 2 of those 3 touchdowns go to? It went to Deebo Samuel, who's no longer on the team. He had 3 catches for 102 yards and and a touchdown. He had 1 touchdown. Kittle, had 2 touchdowns. You have Kittle, you don't have Deebo. So to me, people are going to point, again, in this hypothetical scenario that we hope does not happen, if you don't have Christian McCaffrey, where do you get your offense? Where do you get your run game? They're going to lean heavy on Garendo. I don't know how much Brian Robinson can help because I don't think he's gotten a grasp of the playbook to their specifications, especially when it comes to blitz pickup. So you're going to rely on Garendo again, and you're going to rely on Kittle. And there's one name that didn't play last year that I think is going to fill not the Deebo role, because Deebo was one in one of one, but Ricky Pearsall. To me, this is a game where Ricky Pearsall shows up and he's able to give you something in that offense that can be dynamic. But make no mistake, if there is no Christian McCaffrey, we saw it last night with the Eagles. Saquon Barkley makes all the difference for the world for that Eagles offense, and Christian McCaffrey is the exact same way.
Do you have high expectations for Ricky Pearsall this year?
I do. I do. Young man can play. I remember a little bit in Florida, and what I've seen from him, and the info I've got coming out of training camp is that he's ready. He's absolutely ready. But this is his first game of the season. Yeah, he got a chance to play last year, but this is his first opening day, if you will, game. And it's a whole different set of circumstances, because we are still talking about human beings. I mean, there's just, getting geared up for that game. So how does he handle that adrenaline? How does he handle the ebbs and the flows of that game? But I do think that Ricky Pearsall can be a dude and be a dude quickly for him. And the combination he has with Brock Purdy, it's not an accident. I mean, these dudes are an absolute lockstep. But real game is a completely different story than training camp.
Yeah. Rod, I was talking earlier with the guys, and you would hear something like Christian McCaffrey potentially being out 2 years ago. Like, hey, they don't have a chance. Like, they got this rookie, Mr. Irrelevant quarterback, and that's not enough.
Mm-hmm.
And, my partner brought up a scenario where Trent Williams, if he was like, that's
cooked.
That's cooked. After 2 full seasons of Brock Purdy, him playing at a very high level in one season, and him doing a pretty good job last year, getting the big contract, I feel like that pendulum has swung a little bit. Where if Brock Purdy is who Niner fans hope he is and who the organization paid him to be, you never want those guys out like McCaffrey and Trent Williams. But it should start to turn into, well, we've got Brock Purdy here, so we've always got a shot to win because we got this guy here. Do you think he's at that point going into a game like Sunday?
Well, no, I absolutely think he's at that point, because let's go back to last year. For all the problems the Niners had last year, Brock Purdy, to me, was at the bottom of that list. Now, there were many instances where he could have been better, but I would challenge anyone to look at the totality of last year and go, Brock Purdy was the reason that they only won 6 games. I saw it. I can't see it, and I don't think that's a fair assessment. But there were times last year where Brock Purdy's play was an issue, and I think, and even he's admitted it, because he was trying to do too much. Why was he trying to do too much? All right. Because he didn't have Christian McCaffrey, because he didn't have Brandon Ayuk, after a while, because of issues that they had on defense, not being able to stop the run, the issues that they had.
Shots.
Right, exactly. The issues they had on special teams. So clearly, Brock Purdy has to be better, but I don't think that his goal to be better than he was last year is that big of a goal to achieve. Because again, the problems last year the Niners had, I just don't think Brock Purdy was responsible for the majority of them. That being said, again, addressing the hopefully it never happens, but the possible scenario that Christian McCaffrey is unable to play on Sunday against Seattle. Well, that's a problem, because now about the red zone. That was one big issue for the Niners last year. They were awful in the red zone. Why were they awful in the red zone? Because you don't have Christian McCaffrey. All right. Again, like Saquon Barkley, make sure. I'm not throwing shade on Jalen Hurts or anything or the Eagles, but he makes you a much better quarterback and a much better offense if you can get the ball to him and he can catch it with one hand and stiff arm a dude with another. I mean, come on, dog.
That was a linebacker too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. He's a linebacker playing running back, running over linebackers and catching the ball. So, if they don't have McCaffrey, red zone is going to be an issue. But does Pearsall make a difference there? Does Kittle, who got those 2 red zone touchdowns for the Niners last year, is he able to help out in that regard? I think, and I don't think that this is necessarily a controversial opinion, but I know people will raise eyebrows on it. If Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey are both out, to me, the bigger loss is Trent Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't have to worry about that in this instance because Trent Williams is playing. But again, we don't know if McCaffrey's not going to be able to play. I'm just saying that I think that the Niners, because they have done it before and they have other pieces around offensively, I think they're more equipped to handle a game without Christian McCaffrey than they would be able to handle a game without Trent Williams.
We need to dump the Pretty Ricky name too. He's White Boy Rick now.
I go with Slick Rick.
He's White Boy Rick.
I like White Boy Rick.
I can't go with Slick Rick because we all know who the real ruler is, and the Slick Rick's still throwing out albums right now to this day. He's still doing it.
I like Pretty Ricky too, though. I do like Pretty Ricky.
Pretty Ricky, what they call him. But to me, White Boy Rick is it.
I mean, the man got shot. The man got shot. Like
that is true.
Pretty gone now. Like,
but when you see him, though, I mean, what is he? He's White Boy Rick. I mean, it's right there in the description. Right? What's his name? Rick. What is he? White boy. White Boy Rick.
It works. Now, just real quick, not everybody's gonna get that. Google it. Like that. Just Google it. Just go with it. What? Like overall, we talked about Trent, Christian McCaffrey, the importance of them being in the lineup. Like, what is your expectation for this team overall?
Well, my expectation is they will be better than last year. Okay, I went out on a limb to say that. They will go to the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to win the division because if Matthew Stafford is healthy, that Rams outfit is pretty good. I mean, that defense is what the Niners hope that they can get. And I will get to the Niners' current defensive situation in a second. But that Rams defense is no joke. Seattle's an interesting situation. I can't wait to watch them play on Sunday because they've got a good defense. Rams is better. I wonder how that offensive line is going to hold up for Sam Darnold. But I find Seattle to be interesting. But I know about the Rams. For the Niners, they have enough to win. They have enough offensively, assuming Christian McCaffrey is healthy, knock on wood that happens. For me, their questions are going to be on defense. And how long does it take for the young guys that they just drafted and they are counting on immediately, like Michael Williams, to start? How long is it going to take those guys to get up to speed and get going and provide Robert Saleh and that defense what they need? Their big problem last year defensively was when they needed to stop the run, they could not stop the run. They would get run on in the fourth quarter, particularly up the middle. So Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, when he gets going, CJ West, those are the guys that I point to and go, if they can get going sooner rather than later, I think you're cooking with gas because the Niners are trying to do what the Rams did a couple of years ago. Get young, get talented, and hopefully these guys can get going. The Robert Saleh pickup is good because you know him. He's a very good defensive coordinator, obviously. But for him to get these young guys on the ground floor and get them up to speed, that to me is his main job. That is his main challenge. So if these young defensive players that the Niners just drafted can get it going, all right, you got it. I don't know about that. So to me, the offense is going to be ahead of the defense early. I think they will be somewhere around 500 after 8 games. And then to me, the defense will eventually pick up, and then it'll be a team that will be complementary of each other on both sides of the ball.
Rod, I'm glad you brought up the defense because the young guys that you talk about, that's a great point. But we talk about if Christian can't go, if Trent Williams can't go, a lot of pressure being on Brock Purdy. I look at 97, and I look at he held out a couple years ago.
Also known as White Boy Nick.
Again, it's right there in the description.
It's right here in the description. Not the same as White Boy Rick.
No, they're different. They're the same, but they different.
But different.
Okay. But man, you held out a couple years ago. You wanted to be the highest non-paid quarterback in the game, and you haven't come close to being a DPOY level player. You look at Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett. Right now, based off the last couple of years, they're I shouldn't say couple. They're a level ahead of you. You're maybe on that level because of reputation, but production-wise, wrecking the game. The one game I remember him last year wrecking was the Seattle game when they needed it. They needed it on a short week, and he went crazy.
Yeah.
I need that about 6 or 7 times this year. He didn't give it to us 6 or 7 times last year.
Well, a couple of things. Myles Garrett is a superior player. TJ Watt, the numbers are there. For me, I'd rather have Bosa. Bosa numbers are there with Micah Parsons. Bosa's a much better player against the run. Much better player at setting the edge. I think he doesn't get enough credit, Bosa, for what he does fitting into the Niners' run scheme. I think for Bosa, though, getting him some help on the other side. And I mentioned Michael Williams, the Niners' first-round draft pick. Bryce Huff, another guy. Give him some help on the other side. Let him get some one-on-ones. And when he gets those, he's got to win the vast majority of those. But if the Niners are in a situation where they were last year and in previous years at times, to where teams could focus on him, that's hard. And I understand where you're coming from, because we point to the raw numbers. You want to see sacks, you want to see quarterback hits, you want to see game disruption. But I think, though, it has to be a little bit more nuanced than that when talking about these upper echelon guys who are all great. When talking about them is their intangibles, and what else do they do other than, as important as it is, and this is what they're paid to do, other than cave in the left side of the offensive or the right side of the offensive line and harass the quarterback all game long. So I'm right there with you. And he wants this. Bosa, who doesn't say a whole lot, has hinted that he needs to get better. He wants to get better to be back in that defensive player of the year situation. But I will say this, you mentioned it. When you needed him, he did come through. And more often than not, even if the raw numbers don't necessarily say it, Nick Bosa comes through for you more often than not. I mean, to me, the big thing, the fact that he's been able to stay healthy, which was the main thing about him, that has not really been that big of an issue or an issue at all, quite frankly.
I need more of those Seattle games last year.
I get it.
In Seattle
I
last
get it.
year.
I guarantee you, if you said that to him, he'd go, I need to give you more of those Seattle games too.
Yeah. I guarantee if you said that to him, he'd get the hell out of his face.
No, we're going to need somebody else. Maybe Matt Mayoko can say that too. I don't know if we can.
We're going to need Ricky Pierce to say
it. Do y'all doubt my ability to code switch? I wear a suit and tie for a living. Do y'all doubt my ability to be like, excuse me, Nick? I was just wondering.
Okay, let's be honest. I could do it. I could pull it off. It'd be fine. I could do it. I could say, me and Rod go up there like Tom and Tom from The Living Color. Would be great.
Tom.
Yo.
Oh man, I go up there and be like, boy. Question, boy.
You ain't from around here, are you?
You lost, boy?
You lost? You ain't from around these parts, are you?
Actually, I'm from Sacramento. How'd you know that?
No, man.
Yo, man.
Are the 49ers Super Bowl contenders?
Well, yes. Yeah. You get to the playoffs, you're a Super Bowl contender. I see them as a playoff team. Are there better teams? Absolutely. But are they a squad that if they get in, can they make some things happen? Absolutely. Yeah. But again, it's going to be all predicated on how long does it take for the defense to do what it couldn't do last year, which was stop the run and disrupt passing games, specifically by getting to the quarterback on the regular. And for me, again, bringing it back to Robert Saleh, the last two defensive coordinators were defensive back minded, so to speak. What do you get when you get Robert Saleh? The front is the most important thing. Getting the quarterbacks. I mean, everybody says this, but not everybody drafts to that specification defensively, and not everybody focuses on that defensively. But Saleh, he does. That front, getting to the quarterback, stop the run. You just saw it in the draft. That told you everything you needed to know, how the Niners looked at last year and how they look at the now and the future. They had to get better on that defensive line up the middle, on the other side of Bosa. They need those linemen to occupy blocks so Fred Warner and D. Winters can flow sideline to sideline without having to deal with an offensive lineman coming at him or getting their hands on him. The Niners defensive line, they've got to stop the run so you get in those second and long, third and long situations. So now Bosa or Huff can go in there and do their job, or you could get some push up the middle and get some sacks up the middle. So if they can get that defense back to I shouldn't say back to what it was a few years ago, because a few years ago it was great. But if they could get it back to their standard, then this is a team, because I think offensively they're going to be really, really good. Again, with Christian McCaffrey's health being close to 100%. Offensively, they will get the job done. If the defense and the special teams, for special teams, just stop being awful at times. And this is not even just about Jake Moody, although he's the first person you think of. How about you stop getting got on fake punts? How about you do better in returns and opposing teams' punt returns and kick returns? Special teams just has to be barely competent, even though I think they will be better. If the defense is somewhere in the top 15, this Niner team is Super Bowl contending for sure. Winning the Super Bowl, that's an entirely different story.
Need some Hail Marys for that. Need some Hail
Might
Marys.
have to.
Yeah. I wanted to, running out of time, and I wanted to make sure Rod had at least 30 to 45 seconds to talk about the state of the Cowboys, because I don't know if there is a person in America more happy with how the last week and a half went down. So go do your thing, Rod.
Let me see. See, this ain't no game. I don't know if I can read that. This ain't no game, okay? I'm from Houston, Texas, okay? I've been hating Cowboys all my life, all right? Nothing brings me, and this is true, nothing brings me more joy sports-wise than watching the Cowboys fail. And I was just talking to a buddy of mine I play golf with who's a Cowboy fan.
One of the happiest men alive.
Right and of course. And I'm like, I don't know what makes me happier. Watching the Cowboys mess it up in the playoffs because they got y'all's hopes up, Cowboy fans, or watching them be awful all year long. Either way, I'm winning. Watching CeeDee Lamb sit there looking at his hands like, how could you fail me? Like, you got hands like the Venus de Milo, dog. You dropped 4 passes last night. You one of the leaders in drops as a receiver. And we trained Michael Parsons because we need to get better against the run. And then they get run on all night long. And then they got no pass rush. Oh,
Then CD want to go in the blue tent after the last drop. Ain't nothing wrong with your head.
Hey, what
Ain't no concussion.
What they gonna do? Sew an extra hand on there so you can fumble that one around too? Man, let me tell you something. Watching the Cowboys lose on TV, there ain't been nothing that funny on TV since Martin was in first run. Oh my God, I loved it.
That was exactly what I'm. Yes.
Before we let you go, I went widescreen. Can you walk us through some of what's going on in this backdrop here?
Go Tigers. You know what I'm saying? It's go blue, but it's still go Tigers.
Too Short Ice Cube concert.
Oh yeah. This is from
so much happening back here.
I stole this off of a telephone pole in Houston. Went to that concert. Too Short, Ice Cube, Poor Righteous Teachers, King T, Yo-Yo, and you see down there Kid Rock. It's the same Kid Rock. God. I saw Kid Rock back when he was doing his White Boy Rick impression. Back when he was rapidly rapping. Saw that.
What year was that?
Oh gosh, 1990.
And now that we've gone widescreen, I'm seeing the date. What better way to celebrate our Lord and Savior than to go see Too Short and Ice Cube?
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's 2 of the 3 wise men right there.
Well, Sugar-Free being the third.
You ain't lying.
My man, we appreciate you so much. These conversations always exceed expectations, my man. We appreciate you.
Oh, man, y'all 2 of my favorites, dog. Y'all be good.
Take care, Rob.
All right,
so, man, Rob Brooks right there. As you said, the legend, Rod Brooks.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Goodness gracious. Oh, that man is a treasure.
Yeah, man.
He really does hate the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, man. He's like I said, life is good.
Well,
he hadn't had to be upset in a long time.
He said, nothing makes me happier. Sir, you are the happiest man alive.
Just walking around smiling.
I have a thought on Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers. Presumption of guilt and presumption of consequence play into this.
Okay.
I want to run it by you both. I'm starting to feel strongly about it. And you're going to have to talk me off a ledge.
Okay.
Eddie Gonzalez also joins us in about 30 minutes. He'll weigh in on all of this. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We did not talk about that over Committer? Either way, we did not.
Overcommitter, I think.
Committer?
Yes, overcommitter. He overcommits.
Nothing wrong with that.
He had the hashtag, much like Des caught it. It was Dak spit first. That was the hashtag he had.
Dak spit first. Yeah, we saw that tweet. We saw it. We'll burn that house down later if we have to. Because I've got plenty to say on it. Wealthy tourists are paying millions to book mega mansions for the 2028 Olympics.
I want to go to the Olympics.
Yeah.
I got to figure out how I can make that happen.
Yeah, you absolutely should. Every sports fan should experience that if they get the opportunity. It won't be like to go to events.
Mm-hmm.
Like it won't be terribly hard for you to do. Like you'll be able to buy tickets to events.
Yeah. I want to go to a basketball game.
That might be a little harder.
But even if it's like it don't have to be USA. I want to see USA, but I just want to go to a basketball, a day where they got like 3 games or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do know a Coach K indirectly. I can get some Kyries while I'm there too.
Lord knows I can, so you probably could. Probably. Who are these for? Oh, you? Yeah. How many you need? 7, 8? They just send them to me.
That's the funniest thing. Coach K,
yeah, they were going to stop making them, so they sent like 12 of them. All right, man. All right.
Coach K going to be working in the Olympics, boy.
I hope so.
Get another goal.
I hope so. See, Jesse's boy was hanging out with them the other day.
Who?
Tatum.
Was hanging out with who?
Duke.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was stuck on the Kings owner.
No, God, no.
I was like, wait, what do you mean?
I was about to say that's news to me.
No.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Devastated. I'd be devastated. Yeah, we saw who Vivek had dinner with last night. We've got big. We'll deal with that a different day. Shouldn't be surprised. Sadly, I am.
Shout out Jason Tatum, already riding the workout bike.
He looked a lot better at Bradley Beal's wedding than he did at that little event where I was just like, put the boot back on.
Was that Brad's wedding?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm at the point where I was like, hey, maybe he does play this season. I don't know.
Jesse going in a couple weeks. You're gonna be out there opening day.
Opening night.
You're gonna be out there. You're gonna be ready to go.
No, this is one of the great ones that's gonna last forever. At least it tickles me every time. Is somebody tweeted out, they said Jalen Carter's opening night, and it was the video of Aaron Rodgers running. That one gets me every time.
Hey, you can sell me on the 7th seed Celtics making run the playoffs because they got Jason Tatum back.
Oh, I mean, he's moving. He was dancing on the dance floor and everything. We'll ask Eddie.
Aaron Rodgers running out in that moment is hilarious. It's with the American flag that puts it over the top. That's what absolutely puts it over the top.
That's low-key one of the games of the weekend too. Steelers Jets. I think they're in New York.
Do it again. Run, run out there with the American flag one more time.
I gotta quick because I want to hear Kawhi. Have we closed the book on Justin Fields? Can he not be a good quarterback?
I have not.
I
have not.
I'm willing to have an open mind.
What is his ceiling then to you guys?
Okay, one question at a time, man. I don't have an answer to that. Like, I want to see him.
He doesn't throw the football.
But
it's gonna be his third stop.
But here's the problem. He's the starting quarterback for who?
The Jets.
Right. What quarterback has ever been successful in that organization?
Mark Sanchez.
Well, it's not fair. He was a Steeler though.
Yeah, I mean,
he was at a stable organization. Then if we're doing the Jets thing,
no. But what I mean is, if he's gonna be anything more than what we've already seen, I don't know that he could do it here. I don't know that he could do it in New York. I didn't like the Pittsburgh signing at all. I didn't understand why he went there. I did not like that.
I would say, yeah, Pittsburgh kind of throws a wrench in what I was about to say, but it's like he's going to get a real opportunity here to lead the franchise in New York. I don't believe in him, but I'm not closing the book on him.
He's not like elite or particularly strong in anything from watching him.
He's a good runner.
He can take off, but he's not like Lamar or even Josh Allen taking off with the football. Like, he's fine.
He's inconsistent with his throws. That's what kind of gives me pause. Sometimes he makes perfect throws, and sometimes, look, Tomlin said, like, we got to get this guy out of here. Like, as far as in the middle of the season, he's like, yeah, this ain't gonna get it done.
I don't even know if he could be Kyler Murray, and I'm not even too high on Kyler Murray.
No, Kyler Murray's a much better passer than Justin Fields at this point.
Maybe he's a better.
I guess that means I'm out on Justin Fields.
I'm not closing the book on him yet. I'm not.
But it's perfectly fair to be out.
Yeah,
it's perfectly fair to be
out. It is. I'm wishing upon a star.
Yeah, I'm holding on to hope. He just might not be that good. That is an interesting game this weekend, by the way. Aaron Glenn, the new coach, right? Defensive coordinator from Detroit.
Yep.
I was trying to run through all of the coordinators who moved around last year.
Former New York Jet, right? I think he was the cornerback for the Jets, I believe.
Okay.
Played for the Rams too, I think.
Yeah, going home.
Poor guy was getting asked questions about Aaron Rodgers. I was in Detroit last year. What the hell that got to do with me?
What do you think about Rex Ryan?
What?
Aaron Glenn is a Jet, Texan, Cowboy, Jaguar, and Saint. No Rams.
What was his last year as a player?
2008 with the Saints.
Wow. Since this Pablo Torre episode dropped about Kawhi Leonard, we have tried to frequently, having this discussion. We have done it under the guise of the presumption of guilt. And now we've heard from Steve Ballmer. Steve Ballmer spoke to Ramona Shelburne. The Clippers have issued multiple denials, some short, some lengthy. The NBA has said they're investigating. And, you start to, you're trying to put different pieces of a puzzle together, but you don't know exactly what picture is about to form with these puzzle pieces. And I started having this thought last night as the game was getting underway, and I literally just wrote down everything I was thinking. There's no question. Okay, let me not say there's no question. If this Kawhi Leonard situation winds up having strong ramifications, and people may already feel this way already, this Kawhi Leonard run in LA has been a disaster. Now, when you put together, and context is important here. I don't know how true it is. Every insider has clung to this being reality. I thought it was a power play on Kawhi Leonard's part. I ultimately think he would have signed with the Clippers no matter what. But the story that is told to us is that Kawhi Leonard wouldn't have signed with the Los Angeles Clippers unless they had acquired Paul George. For the 10th time, for the record, I do not buy that. I get you feel like you had leverage. You wanted to be an instant contender. You tried to make this power play. I ultimately think he still would have signed there. But the story is he doesn't sign with the Los Angeles Clippers unless they acquire Paul George. That Paul George trade has set up the Oklahoma City Thunder as we know it. So you lost Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in that trade. You lost 5 first-round picks in that trade, and you lost multiple pick swaps in that trade. You have scratched and clawed to be a contender every year since 2019. And they have some 50-win seasons in there. They have some disappointing seasons in there. They have a multitude of different moments in there as the Los Angeles Clippers, but none of them end with them in the NBA Finals, and none of them end with them hoisting the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Now, when you're talking about the context of just being like we can go to the Brooklyn Celtics of 20 years ago. They make that move to go get those aged out Boston Celtics, and they thought this is the move we have to make. It's a disaster. It cost them. It was awful, but it was an attempt to win in the moment, and it failed. Cut bait, move on. Massive L. You pay the consequences. Hell, I think he even changed ownership, and you move along. Mm-hmm. You can point to other Dwight Howard, Steve Nash, Kobe Bryant. Mm-hmm. It was a power move. It failed. Move on, cut bait, whatever. You just keep moving. And there's plenty of high power moves, big money moves in the NBA, in the NFL that have been made that haven't resulted in winning. That's the game. That's risk taking. That's chances. This feels different to me. This Kawhi Leonard situation feels different to me because it brings in Paul George. It sends out Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, all of those draft picks. Now you're starting to factor in what could the ramifications of this latest situation wind up being. Could it be the loss of more draft picks? We could be in a situation where we're having a conversation about Kawhi Leonard signing with the Los Angeles Clippers and you losing between the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander trade to acquire Paul George and whatever the ramifications are of this, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 total picks because of this move. Then you get to the health aspect of this. Paul George had played. He's a Philadelphia 76er now, which is another thing that we're only talking 6 years ago. Paul George is already gone. And kudos to the Clippers for that, because that was clearly the right decision. Paul George played in 263 of a possible 390 games. That's 67% of the games as a Los Angeles Clipper that he played in. Kawhi Leonard has played in 266 of a possible 472 games. That's 56%. That's the joke Rod Brooks told earlier. That's the no-show job Kawhi Leonard has. The one as a Los Angeles Clipper. No one has to convince me nor sell me on how great of a player Kawhi Leonard is when he plays. But is he worth missing half of the games, never winning a championship, and costing you upwards of maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, or more first-round draft picks? The ledge I was on is this is the worst deal. This is a worse deal than Deshaun Watson. Now, I haven't jumped over that ledge yet, but I am standing on it. And I understand so much of this is about Kawhi's health. And then you've got the secrecy that is involved with Kawhi Leonard's health, where he tears his ACL and he doesn't want anyone to know. He doesn't want the team to release it. This dates back to the San Antonio Spurs stuff. This is the stuff that I've said for years. That situation in San Antonio, I genuinely believe scarred Kawhi Leonard. It's why his injury history, it's why his injury status has been handled the way it has. It can be traced back to Kawhi Leonard. You go back to that situation before he got hurt, before the big injury that wound up sending him out of San Antonio and on to Toronto. He was a regular, Kawhi Leonard's got a wrist injury. Kawhi Leonard's got a knee injury. That all stopped after what happened at the end of his San Antonio run. To the point where, he's day-to-day. Kawhi Leonard's day-to-day? Yeah, well, he's game to game in the playoffs. And then we learned when the playoffs, he tore his ACL. Why didn't you guys just tell us that in the first place? That's not what Kawhi wants. Okay. There is so much that seems to be a part of the Kawhi Leonard business. And for the Los Angeles Clippers and Steve Ballmer, it has resulted in nothing. Again, the presumption of ramifications. You're a year into the Intuit Dome. 1. And you're staring at a situation where your biggest moments are going to be WWE, PLEs, boxing matches, and the Olympics. Because who's going to come watch this sorry-ass team if you lose Kawhi Leonard and you have no way to rebuild your team moving forward? Convince me I'm wrong. Tell me I need a drink and I need to calm down.
That it's worse than the one.
No, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. The Deshaun one, the Deshaun one is so bad. Deshaun ruined guaranteed contracts for the NFL.
Yeah, maybe for just everybody in life.
But probably. Like I didn't even get a guaranteed contract because of Deshaun Watson. Like no one does anymore.
To that argument, I know you're not making that argument.
I thought about it though. At
the very least, Kawhi's tenure has brought some type of happy moments to the Clippers and Clippers fans. Deshaun Watson to the Browns gave you nothing. Literally nothing to cheer about.
Yes, correct.
The Clippers, this is a low bar. And I'll move this towards your other argument. This is a low bar. I understand that. And that's not why you brought him in here. But the Kawhi acquisition and him allegedly saying he needed Paul George did get you to a place your franchise had never been. Once again, a low bar.
Where?
They ain't never been to conference finals. It's a low bar. I understand that.
All right.
But
okay.
that's just that was able to do that. That doesn't make it in hindsight a good deal or anything like that. Doesn't set them up for the future or anything. But they had hindsight for sure. Like it's just bad. It hasn't resulted in enough for everything that you potentially may lose, for everything that you had to pay, everything that you had to do to get them. Just making the conference finals one time isn't good enough. It's It's a bad deal if that was the case. But it was just something that you had to do, and you lost. You might have came up snake eyes, but you at that time, whether it was real or not, or it should have been a discussion or not, there was discussions about it, whether he was the best player in the world at that time.
Absolutely.
And if you're the Clippers, you're trying to steal some. That's also another thing. You're trying to steal some heat in the city of Los Angeles from the Lakers and one-up them for maybe the first time ever. You had to kind of go full board and do what you had to do to get them there. I understand it, and I would have taken the same risk. It may not have resulted in
no
anything,
doubt,
but
no doubt. But we're working in hindsight now. Okay, in 2019, you take the same risk. I'm 100% with you. Do you take it today?
knowing everything that happened.
Knowing
Like,
everything
yeah,
that happened.
No, you don't. I don't. So
Again, I'm fine with taking a risk and losing. That's the game. I'm fine with that. This feels like so much more.
the reason why I hesitate when I say "Do you do it again?" is because that might have been your one opportunity,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I might take that again. Because if I say, like, knowing hindsight, knowing everything that happens, and I say no, what does that give me? Does SGA still become an MVP here in LA? That would be the one thing you would hold on to. Maybe you'd have SGA, and he could still be great, and you could build off of that. But yeah, it sounds ridiculous to say, like, knowing what happened, like, yeah, still just do it. But I'm trying to put myself in the Clippers' shoes in Los Angeles, competing with the Lakers, who had just gotten LeBron James. So they weren't even on their downturn. It wasn't even like the Lonzo Ingram year. It was like, no, they're back.
Yeah.
Like, how do we compete for that?
Right.
Well, we got to go get the guy they say might be better than LeBron right now. And then another guy that's great. I might do it. I'll answer your question. I would do it again. I would do it again.
Okay.
But I understand everything.
I'll walk away from the ledge.
But no, I understand everything you're saying, though. Like, because I would do it again doesn't make me right. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. It hasn't resulted in nearly any of the things that you hoped it would. Like the high moment is,
again, that's fine though.
Won a conference final.
But I'm okay. But that's the part, like, I'm okay with. Swing and miss, but swing. I'm fine with that. It's just, again, you have a, again, we don't, I don't want to say, we don't know the depths of the investigation in 2019, but something was brought to your attention in 2019. I don't know that's necessarily something the Clippers did as much as whether it was general managers, more likely owners, having a conversation that, yo, this dude is putting us in a tough spot. Here are the things that he's asking for. That, like, it's one thing to ask for, hey, I saw you got a partnership with Lexus. Can I get a Lexus endorsement? I need to get a car.
Yeah.
That's a lot different than a $28 million endorsement deal. That's a lot different than what was Uncle Dave? Planes, private planes on standby, houses. Those are not the same thing. Every team in the league, I'm sure, could find a car partner for you. You need we got to partner with Mercedes of Stockton. We got you. It's no problem. It's all good. That's not difficult. Probably not unusual either. There isn't a college coach on the planet that plays for their car. They all got Mercedes of Knoxville. Very familiar with them. Yeah. Like, that's what it is.
You're smart enough to take one picture with Mercedes.
But but then you've got, now what is a second investigation where if you're Adam Silver, you're already pissed because you're almost looking at this like if you told Reese, hey man, look, you can't do this. You're not in. It's fine, but don't do this. And then a couple months later, a couple years later, he does it.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, hey, I told you not to do this. Now you're making me look stupid.
Right.
That's what I feel like Adam Silver is dealing with today. He's like, we did this already, and I made it pretty clear if you gave me a reason to investigate again, I would. And this isn't even the DeAndre Jordan stuff. This is Kawhi Leonard again. It's Steve Ballmer now for the third time. And I just can't help but like, was it worth it? Like, was it worth it to go to the playoffs and lose? Was it worth it to win 50 games? Was it worth it to I feel like I'm a Kawhi Leonard fan. I think he's an amazing basketball player. But there's a certain level of like, it feels like you have to coddle him to a certain degree. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to speak for the man's experiences because it feels like he was scarred. It feels like whatever happened in San Antonio he has carried that through his career. And you have to manage him a certain way. And I don't know, like, and maybe this is the difficulty of being a manager, being an owner, and just knowing, yeah, got to deal with the headache. It's like a rock star. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, do you do it knowing
there's drugs and prostitutes everywhere, but there's also 67,000 people at Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
Like if you don't say you go back in time, you don't do it, you still keep SGA, right?
Well, probably. I mean, like
he still turns into what he is,
and that's what Kenny asked. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the Clippers are as a franchise, but I know they're not dealing with this.
Are the Clippers respectable once Kawhi leaves, or do they go back to just being the Clippers?
I don't think so. That's the other thing. If I feel like with Steve Ballmer, if not Kawhi, then who?
Right.
Because Steve Ballmer will do everything he can. Like Steve Ballmer wants to build a winner. Like basketball is it's not going to make or break him. Like Steve Ballmer again. This is why I was so frustrated with some of the things he said to Ramona Shelburne. Like, this is a businessman. Like he's not going to turn his nose up at something, and he's all right. I just tricked off $50 million. Like, no, that's not how you get to where he's at. Mm-hmm. Oh, I signed a bad contract in the NBA. Oh, it's fine. No, he's going to try to build a winner, and he's going to go through. He's going to do everything he can to do it. Mm-hmm. So if not Kawhi, then who? I have no idea. But when Kawhi is done, whether that's sooner or later, I think he's going to do everything he can to continue to make his basketball team relevant.
Yeah, he's
got one of the, if not the best arena in the NBA.
Yeah, he'll find then the next person to be a star, who he thinks could be a star and lead that team, whether it's a young player, whether it's the draft, whether it's free agency trade, whatever. Like, he's going to keep going after it. The other thing, and I think with Ballmer, it's a different situation, but I'll ask the question anyway. If Ballmer doesn't go get Kawhi in that moment, Into a Dome still getting built, tickets still being sold, like the grand plan that he had for the Clippers went a little bit beyond wins and losses. It was a complete rebranding, a complete upheaval of the way the organization is looked at. And if he says, nah, I'm not going to do this Kawhi thing, does he have the rocket in his back to be able to execute all that other stuff, the Into a Dome, ticket sales, all that other stuff?
So I'm going to answer that question with another question. Do you remember the teams before the Kawhi got there, the Clippers teams? 48 wins the year prior to him getting there, 42 wins the year before that. Like, it wasn't necessarily the Clipper. It wasn't the Donald Sterling Clippers.
No. That was
51 the year before that, but I think that was
think that was Chris Paul.
Yeah, I think that was Chris Paul.
The teams that you're talking about were good. It was the Lou Will, Montrezl Harrell, Pat Beverly. And this is the other part of it. Are those guys getting you season tickets? Are those guys getting investors and people to be hyped up for the Intuit Dome? Now with Ballmer, it's different because he got the money where if they were the old Clippers, he probably still would have been able to build the Intuit Dome. So maybe that doesn't.
Could the young SGA have done it?
Maybe so.
With those guys, he would have been on a team that was immediately better than the one in Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
And one last thing, Eddie's going to join us in a few minutes. You said he was set out to change the perception of the Los Angeles Clippers. Was he successful?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Floyd Mayweather and Mike Tyson, baby. 13th round.
That is wild. That's wild.
I'm convinced.
We're going to go 13th round today, though, because we got some money.
I'm convinced they're laundering money at this point.
It's got to be.
Like, there's no one's buying that. They're not really.
Oh no, that's gonna do numbers. I'll explain. I'll explain it. I'll explain. Let's get this money right, though. Cash Caraway. You already know the vibes, man. College football a little rough last week. Not gonna lie. Not shout out actually to Alabama. No shout out to Clemson. Who the one time I picked these guys, they make me look ridiculous. 0-3 last week for your boy. 0-3. We're gonna get back on. We're gonna get back on the good foot today in this weekend. We're gonna start at Autzen Stadium. Number 6 Oregon taking on Mike Gundy in Oklahoma State. They're a 27.5 favorite. Oregon is. Give me Oregon. Oklahoma State's got a backup quarterback going for them in this game. Oregon is not going to let up on Gundy. Give me Oregon minus 27.5. Early in the morning, we got an underrated, great rivalry in college football. Iowa at number 16, Iowa State. Iowa State, 3.5-point favorite in this rivalry game. I was really impressed by the Cyclones in that game in Ireland against Kansas State. I think they'll be able to handle business in a rivalry game, get this victory over Iowa State. Give me them the win. Give me the Iowa State Cyclones with the win and give me that 3.5. I'll take that. And then in the big one, the primetime game, we got number 15, the Michigan Wolverines, going up against number 18, Oklahoma, 4:30 ABC. My boy Bryce Underwood looked really good against New Mexico. And I'm just not believing in Oklahoma. I'm not. I haven't been an Oklahoma guy for a long time. And I just don't think they've got it figured out. We know Michigan can go into tough environments, and this will be a tough environment in Norman. We know they can go in tough environments and win. They did it last year in the Horseshoe. They handled an SEC team in Alabama last year in the bowl game they played. And like I said, with my boy Bryce Underwood, the young legend, under center, they're going to go into Norman, Oklahoma. And I know for a fact, I don't know about wins or losses, but I know for a fact they're going to cover that 4.5. I'm going Michigan plus 4.5 against Oklahoma. Once again, Oregon minus 27.5 against Oklahoma State. Iowa State minus 3.5 against Iowa. And Michigan plus 4.5 against Oklahoma. Let's get money, baby. Come on. Straight cash, homie. It's a spread, John Pauls. It's a spread.
By the way, either one of those guys hit me back to that.
Oh, that's good. That's fine. All right. Shout out to our man Ace out there. He's picking up something that he won, but he listens to D-Lo and KC.
Shout out Ace. Shout out Ace. Real quick, Eddie Gonzalez is going to pull up on us. I want to talk more about this Clipper situation, all that.
Can I remind everybody to stream your local NFL game all season long with the Week 1 matchup between Detroit and Green Bay? That's where it all starts. It's just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
That's a good game, too. Lions and Packers.
There's a lot of good games.
That's a good game. Good job by the schedule makers in Week 1.
Absolutely.
You mentioned it after we went to commercial break on the way out the door, but all right, man. Floyd and Mike Tyson come on, man.
They're laundering money allegedly.
Sure. Those are your people, man.
Brought to you by Aspiration.
Yes.
Oh, come on, man.
Now that's crazy. That is crazy. Now, Jesse, you said nobody's paying to watch this. I think it'll be on Netflix. That's my guess. And I think it'll be everywhere.
But why? Why watch it?
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell they have found like the perfect one of the few.
Well, hold on, let's bring Eddie in because Eddie's gonna love this nonsense.
Oh yeah, and Eddie said he was wearing his Raider hat today because it's 49er Friday. And look at him, he got his Raider hat on.
I think Eddie said he can't hear us. Well, he gave the universal sign. He pointed at his ear, so I assume that means he can't hear it. Okay, he got it. All right, we got it.
Man, he got the Raider hat on this 49er Friday. What are you doing? What are you doing?
It was my fault. I'm over here being technically unsound. I'm over here screwing it up. But nah, look, I came with my stuff today, which I don't always do. And so, I got these little.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's look, I ain't mad at it.
But look, because y'all know me. It's a little.
All right, man. Nah, get this nonsense out of here.
Iceman, where you at, big dog? Iceman.
Hey, I see Kenny's tweet. I said, man, let me lock in. I see what kind of day we about to have today.
That's the first time I'd ever seen one. I was just searching something on YouTube, and I was like, oh. Okay, cool. So like I
don't even know how to watch those. I
found it on YouTube.
I go to Hip Hop Daily on Twitter afterwards, and they show the song. I don't even know how to watch the stream.
He's talking about the streams, sir?
Yeah.
I can't keep. I mean, I was watching.
That's how you feel? That's how you feel. That's why we're gonna go back. Okay.
I was trying to get. Look, I'm growing my hair, right? So like it's all over the place. So I'm always with a hat on. That's not
at lids. That's not at lids right there.
Nah, I don't even know what this. I don't even think you can you can't just find this no more. It's like I couldn't even give you a price.
You gonna get them? You say you're growing your hair. You gonna get them Jason Tatum braids? And get that off my screen, man.
Can y'all see me? I don't know. I might get some braids, but like, is it gonna be like a midlife crisis if I get braids? Like at this point in my time?
Yeah. Like you are not Jason Tatum's age, man. You can't get braids at this point. And just know that if you leave them in too long and it starts tugging on your hair, that hairline gonna change for you quick.
Oh yeah, it'll be different.
It's gonna change for you quick.
I can't have the Jim Jones braids. Like I gotta
capo status.
Eddie, we are not built for this anymore.
Look, my hairline is still solid, right? Like I think
you're good.
I had enough hair, so I'm like, let me show you. Now I'm getting the Ozempic allegations, and now I'm getting the turkey allegations. I'm like, all right,
man.
Turkey. Oh, God.
Man.
You know how we compliment each other as men, right? So as soon as I posted I had been wearing hats, and like people didn't know because they're not around. So I posted a picture like a week ago. The first comment from my man's Cam is like, "Is that a toupee?" I'm like, all right.
Was that the one of you on the subway?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, okay. Okay, this is where we at with this. All right.
Oh man.
I should have gave a warning, like a rollout, not just a hard
launch. But we gonna talk hoop, everything Kawhi and all that. But we were talking about Tyson and
he said he hard launched his hair growing out. That's crazy.
You caught that? I thought it slipped by. I was like, all right.
That's a good one.
Her line.
Let's do a rollout, man.
This is just to Jesse's point about who will watch this fight. This is the perfect storm of people who hate Floyd Mayweather and for some reason think Mike Tyson still will win every fight he's participating in. There will people who will watch it. Oh yeah, Mike go to work on Floyd. No, he's not. Floyd is going to box his ears off.
Look,
but people are going to watch because they believe Floyd is going to get beat up by Mike Tyson.
Look, as somebody who watched Mike Tyson and Roy, as somebody who watched Floyd and Logan Paul, as someone who watched Mike and Jake Paul, and is gonna watch Tank and Jake Paul, I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna be seated. The world is gonna watch this. Like, yes. I think people misunderstand. You know, we work in this and we talk about this all the time, and we're like obsessed, and we know like the third string quarterback of the Giants and like all this, like this stupid stuff, right? Jameis. And it's like, okay, we care. But like most people, this is all stupid and silly. And then when they hear Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather, they're showing up to the circus. We want to see this silliness. It's fine. It's not that deep to most people. This is going to do crazy numbers. I don't even know any of the business behind it. It's going to do crazy numbers. I'm going to watch it. I know I'm going to watch it. I'm not in front like I'm about not going to.
Especially if they throw it on Netflix and people don't have to pay for it. Bro, it's going to be crazy.
We was huddled around in the cold at a Anderson Paak DJ show
at the rail yards.
Yeah, watching the Tyson Paul thing. That was being shown all over downtown.
All over.
The night De'Aaron scored 60. The Minnesota Timberwolves.
Eddie, that fight was, we went downtown real quick. It was everywhere downtown because it was on Netflix. It was free, and it was Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
It was, and this ain't going to be no different.
And I like to think, I'm not going to call myself like a 1% boxing fan. I used to be. I used to be like, every fight, everybody in Japan, like whatever. I used to be that guy. I'm not, but I'm probably still like top 10% or something. Like I take it serious. I love boxing. It's my favorite sport. I'm going to get wrapped up in the hype of this fight. Like I'm going to trick myself into thinking, oh, Mike Tyson at 60, whatever he is going to be competitive in this fight, even though he almost like died a year ago. So like, I'm going to trick myself into thinking this is going to be something. Mm-hmm. And then it's going to happen, and it's going to be like summer league or like preseason football. Every year we get excited, and then summer league starts, and we're like, oh, this is bad. This is not fun at all. Like, what am I doing?
He is going to die.
Well, hopefully not in the ring.
He's just going to die. It's like, oh, man, we milked him for too much money. He's going to die. He died.
I always think about like
that'll do numbers.
Older people in our regular lives, like when we see them. Now, Mike Tyson is not a regular 60-year-old man, but he is still a very old man. And so it's like, I seen like an older guy at the gym the other day, like lifting fives. And I'm like, in my consciousness, I'm like, I think I should help him. This dude's going to get in the ring with Floyd Mayweather. Like, what is going on here? So I don't.
Remember all the
pants on him this time.
Well, that's the thing, please.
Somebody get my see, he's like an old person. He forgot his pants.
Oh, and we will be there. Like we will be there, and we will be getting our tweets off. We will be trying to go viral like everybody else. We will be having our moments, and we will go viral with this day. Like it's just like, all right, so we watch wrestling, and wrestling, you get to have these cool moments where it's like The Rock versus Hogan. It's like, wow, we got to see that. We got to see John Cena versus Homelander a month ago, but like that's not supposed to actually happen in actual sports, and now we're actually watching it. So it's I don't know what we're rather do.
I am disappointed, disgusted, and excited for the fight all at the same time. Can't wait. Speaking of wrestling, real quick, guess who sang "Take Me Out to the Ballpark" today as I was watching the Cubs and Nationals?
Take me out to the ballpark?
Yeah. Take me out to the ball game, excuse me.
Watching who were you watching?
Cubs and Nationals.
Punk?
Yeah.
I figured that. Yeah, they're. I think they're in Chicago tonight.
Yeah, supposedly.
Oh yeah, I know what's happening.
My girl might be back.
Was she there? Was she there?
It was just Punk in the broadcast. I don't know. Yeah, but I think my girl coming back.
Yeah, they
I'm ready.
They have they have built it. Like she has to show up tonight.
Yeah.
At the very least, anything else will be a disappointment.
Yeah, 100%. Like,
I
NXT
really think it's gonna be Roxanne. So I'm like, I'm just prepared to be mad. Like,
oh, that'd be a mess.
I'm just ready to complain.
Purposely piss off your fan base and turn Chicago against you. That'd be a tough look for old Hunter Hurst Helmsley.
Perfect heel move.
Trips.
That's a good point.
See?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You meet Hunter. You're calling him Paul. You're calling him what are you calling him? Trips.
We call him a little bit of everything. I think I normally call him Hunter.
Yeah. I think Hunter is probably me.
We called Jeremy Lamb Trips.
Jeremy Lamb was Trips.
For a
yeah,
little
we
bit.
did. We did. I don't mean to but ask Eddie what you just brought up with Kawhi and all that, because I might be in the minority when I say I would do it again.
I laid out what I thought was a pretty compelling argument that Kawhi Leonard's signing with the Los Angeles Clippers could wind up being looked at as one of the worst moves in basketball. Now we've operated, Eddie, since Pablo's podcast comes out with the term, we just called it the presumption of guilt. We've operated under the idea of a presumption of consequence, that there are going to be ramifications ahead for Steve Ballmer, potentially voided contracts, potentially lost draft picks. And I laid out the scenario of Kawhi allegedly not wanting to sign with the Clippers unless Paul George was traded for. We laid out what that cost the Los Angeles Clippers to get Paul George, all of those draft picks, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the fact that he's only played in 56% of the Clippers games since he signed with them in 2019. And now you have those 5 draft picks, the 2 pick swaps, and just if we split the difference, we'll say 3 lost draft picks coming up here if Adam Silver decides to levy a penalty against them. You're talking a potential 8 lost draft picks for the signing of Kawhi Leonard and the loss of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for a team that was built to win the NBA title and didn't even come close.
All right. So let me do what LeBron would do and make this about LeBron. I had a conversation recently where I said, is LeBron's Lakers tenure a disappointment? Like, yes, they got a title, but they've been in the play-in a lot. They've missed the playoffs. Like you can't call it a disappointment because he got a title, but when you get him, you were expecting a little bit more, right? You're expecting it to happen quicker, to last longer, all of that good stuff. So if that may be a mild disappointment to me in the grand scheme of things, when you get Kawhi fresh off a title, looking like, now I don't agree, but people are arguing that's the best player in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to one conference finals, and you go to that conference finals on the heels of a lot of injuries, and Kawhi was hurt. And that's it. And like you said, you only played 65% of the games, and you had to do all of that stuff to get Paul George for him in order to sign him. And now, again, you split the difference. Let's take the mildest version of whatever this penalty can be. Okay, we don't void Kawhi's contract. You guys get to get him, and he gets to finish this, but you lose 3 picks. It's a massive disappointment for what you did. For, Ballmer shows up, and that's his splash, and the rollout they had about, how they were going to be better than the Lakers and all this stuff. Massive disappointment. And then the way the team is set up right now, when it finally pulls the plug, and some people thought it was going to happen this summer, if Kawhi is healthy and feeling better, I understand why they wait. But when you finally pull the plug, it is going to be nothing there on that team. It is going to be nothing, and no way to replenish either unless you're really going to splash in free agency. And the problem with splashing in free agency now is you don't have $53 million to throw around under the table because they are going to be on your, can I say ass? They're going to be on your ass now. So there is, what happens when Kawhi's gone and you have no titles and you have nothing? So yes, I think it was incredibly disappointing over the long stretch, if you think about it. And then you look at the teams that won titles around them, and you finally get the exclamation point this year, the guy you gave away with multiple picks. So some of the other guys you gave away, and they raised the trophy. It's it's a lot, man. It's a lot. And I love Kawhi. And I get stuck in these Kawhi arguments because they try to say he's better than Big Al from yesterday. And I know he's not.
No.
But man, like, if you go back, do you do it again? Probably, because there was no other options. This was how you get a star in the Clippers jersey.
Knowing what it could cost you, you do it again.
My thing is, you do it again, but I'm not giving all that up for Paul George. It was a trade. It was a crazy trade then. It was a crazier trade as it went on. And then obviously Shea turns into one of the best players in the league. It works. But if you can get Kawhi at that time, he's fresh off a title. You got to do it. You got to do it and see what's what. But my thing about this story is I don't know what's going to come of this. I like to believe that Steve Ballmer is, and the people around him with all the resources he has, smarter than this. And if nothing else, they covered their tracks legally. But apparently this can be done with, circumstantial evidence. And when you look at the man invested $50 million and then 48 of it went straight to Kawhi over a 3-year stretch. And I'm guessing the rest is the tax for even doing this. It looks, it looks pretty crazy. And my thing with this is, and other people have said it's not an original thought. If the league presses this and they try to make an example out of Steve Ballmer, how many bodies does Steve Ballmer know where they're buried at in the desert? And is he going to just burn the house down with everybody else and say, well, if you came for me, you got to come for this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. And Mark Cuban essentially said that. And so, this type of stuff I'm sure happens, but maybe he just bit off more than he can chew because $50 million is a lot of money. And there's only so many places you can hide that.
Yeah. I think to the first thing you said, when Damian asked the question, I said, even in hindsight, which sounds crazy because SGA just won an MVP, I'd probably do it. I'd probably do it all again, because the other thing that we don't factor in, I know LeBron was there, but somebody else reminded me, Anthony Davis had just gotten to LA. And if you're Steve Ballmer and your whole play with buying this team and we're not going to be second fiddle, like, we're going to create our own identity. We're going to be looked at just like a top flight LA team, just like everybody else here is. They go get LeBron and AD, you got to go get something to go compete with that. And
if you do the mental map and say that trade got us this arena, you do it. You do it every time. You do both trades every time. You get the arena. The arena will make all the money back. You're fine. But
it just makes you look respectable in that city. You know what I mean? Like,
but Ballmer was going to get the arena no matter what.
He was, but you're going to get he was, because he's Ballmer, and that's what makes it a little different. But you getting the season
Ballmer
tickets?
is what throws this whole thing off.
Yeah.
Like we said this yesterday, Eddie. If this was Vivek Ranadive, they would have taken the team from him yesterday. Like, get your ass out of here. We don't want no part of this.
Yeah.
But it's Steve Ballmer, the 5th richest man in the world. It's not even owners don't play on a level playing field. This is different.
Right. Yeah. It's my thing about this story too is, like, nobody's surprised, but it feels like the groundswell of just conversation is too much for everybody to ignore at this point. I started off going, we don't care. But it's gotten so loud. And then Ballmer obviously came forward and spoke. And my thing is, like, everybody says, well, he needs to talk to Pablo. Why? Pablo's going to ask him the same question. He's not going to go in front of Pablo and say, yeah, I did it. I did. You asked me the right question. You're right. I did it. So it's like, we only learn so much from this. What we really learn from is whatever the league ends up doing. And that's what will, serve us going forward. But I don't know. It's a tricky story. And I put it like this. If his contract gets voided, there's going to be an arms race for Kawhi. And
but is there
Houston Kawhi? Good 15 minutes.
But how are you going to
bring
sign
your
him?
uncle?
But how are you going to sign him?
If he want to play, he might have to sign for the vet minimum, not vet minimum, but the mid level.
Hey, buddy, you got an extra 50. Come get
You're
this
right.
5.
Right.
Well, it might be 43 because I don't think he's getting that 7 that's out there.
Uncle Dennis has his way.
Well,
be damned with that $100 million. I want my 7.
Uncle Dennis's call should have been, hey, take us off the list of creditors. You can keep the $7 million. Instead, he called and said, "Hey, I don't care what government is investigating you. Give me my goddamn money."
Every dollar, buddy.
I think
the Kawhi stuff is one of those things. Like, it was kind of like urban legend. Like, you would hear how he was moving, but if you weren't around Kawhi, you can't prove it. You know what I mean? We don't know what Kawhi is doing, but you would hear like, yeah, he's this and that. Like, that. That's crazy. He moved to San Diego, and they got to fly him to LA every time, and every day he's on a helicopter and all like crazy stuff. And it's like, team paying for it. And then this comes out, I'm like, wait, that might have been true.
Well, I hate to make this comparison. It's like the Diddy stuff. How much crazy stuff did we hear about Sean Combs? Like, it's like, come on, man.
Bro, he really blew up dude's car.
Stop.
Like,
that was the one.
And then all of a sudden, it's like,
it was like, he didn't blow up the car, but he tried. They had him sounding like a Bat villain. Like, I'm like, yo,
that's crazy. Man. You're around the NBA pretty intimately. How common is stuff like this?
I think Mark Cuban is the one who jumped out and said it, and then Nate Duncan, who's a writer, and I think he works with Dame Lillard and does some stuff. Anyway, it's not uncommon for a team sponsor to then sponsor a team player, and then it be contingent on, all right, if you leave this team, this is over. Now, $50 million in a brown paper bag through a shell corporation, that's some what's the show called with the lawyers, Mike Ross and what's the name? Suits. There's some suit stuff. Like, you had to get them to get you out of this. I can't without saying too much, there's stuff going on for sure. There's stuff going on. And again, I think that's the conundrum the league has, is like, all right, if you take him down, then you have to take everybody down. And can you do that?
We said earlier in the week, like, it's like tampering. Like, deals are done 18 months before a player becomes a free agent. Everybody knows, and everybody's talking, or talking to agents and back channels. But like Dame said earlier, Adam Silver is probably like, just don't make us look stupid. Like, whatever you're doing, keep it on the low and keep it out of the public eye. And Ballmer was not able to do that this time.
I mean, you hear stories all the time. This agent has these players, and I got the big guy. So look, take care of my other guy. Hey, you can trade him later, but like, let's get him his money now. And then, obviously, I'll remember that next year when the big guy got a sign.
Hey,
like,
take care of Thanasis.
Hey, sign Tristan Thompson.
Right.
Sign J.R. Smith of $17 million.
Well, that was my immediate reaction. And look, along the lines of Ballmer, I'm sure they've taken care of this and handled all the legal loopholes they can. But the biggest player in the league has a sports agency. And that sports agency has routinely routed players toward him and his team. Routinely. Trade demands and all. And this happens all in front of our face. And we've all just been like, oh, yeah, whatever. It's above board. Now, they've made sure of it, I'm sure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be going on like this. And so I'd imagine Ballmer, whatever Ballmer did or didn't do, he covered his tracks. But if we find out he didn't, he's going to look crazy. He's not going to care. He's worth whatever billions he's worth.
I don't care.
There's no way the NBA didn't say, hey, I need to see the paperwork.
Yeah, like,
I need to see the company layout of Clutch Sports Group. Because you cannot be anywhere near it.
I watched the first 10 minutes of Ballmer yesterday, and if I took a shot every time he said, I don't know, I wouldn't be on the show right now.
I don't know. I just made the introduction. That's all I did. That's all I did.
I just donated $50 million. I didn't check on the company at all after that.
That's to me, that's the killer. That's the one where it's like, so I don't care. Yeah. You have that much money because you don't just throw out money that way.
Yeah. I don't know, man. What's like, what is $50 million to him though? Like, if you lend somebody $10 at the vending machine, are you checking them every day at the work for that $10? It's like that might be how it is for him. He's got a lot of money.
Kawhi is.
Oh, Uncle Dennis.
Uncle Dennis, like, no, bro, Give me that $10.
His last check was short.
Oh, there's a lot of Uncle Dennis's in the league, though, aren't there?
Oh yeah. I mean, and the thing is, they don't always necessarily have this much power because you're with a bigger agency and you're dealing with stuff like that. But Uncle Dennis was doing everything. There was no CAA handling this or whatever. And if I'm Kawhi, he did a great job. That's an extra 50.
That ain't voided. I got that.
That's what I'm wondering.
I got that up. I got the rest of it.
They can't now come get his money, right? Like he's good.
Not past money. Future money maybe, but past money, that's already spent.
It's paid. Yeah.
I already bought the boat. Like
that's why I said he might have lost $7 million, but he ain't gonna lose the rest.
Here's how I say
7, gain 43.
Here's how I say Bomber can skirt this whole thing if this is how it plays out. Is if he says if he makes the introduction to Aspiration, Kawhi and Aspiration. Hey, you guys talk to each other. I'm out of this. You guys go talk to each other. They come up with a price. Or maybe even Steve even told him before, like told him physically, not through paper email, but like, hey, whatever the price they come up with, go ahead, hit that. We're good. And it's Aspiration and Kawhi and Uncle Dennis say, I need $48 million. They're like, okay. And Aspire goes back to Bomber. And Bomber says, so what's my donation? It's about $48 million. Okay. I will donate $48 million or $50 million to your company. He never said, pay Kawhi this. He never said, Kawhi never even went to him and be like, hey, this is what they told me you were going to pay. No, it was just, what is my donation? My donation's $50 million. I donate $50 million to you. And if that is how it plays out, you can obviously, it's circumstantial, but in that respect, there is no paper trail.
And for what it's worth, I'm like 99% sure this all happened. Nobody's doubting the veracity of the report. It's just, can you get them?
Right.
But what you said earlier,
sure they can get them.
What you said earlier, though, is interesting. Well, Adam Silver will rule on circumstantial evidence because there's a mountain of it. And Kenny's talking about like all of this stuff. Every scenario avoids the hard evidence, like the paper trail. There's no agreement between Bomber, Ascension, and Kawhi. There's an agreement between Kawhi and Ascension, and that's it. There's a contract. There are very weird things written into the contract, but there is a contract, but Steve Ballmer is nowhere attached to it other than that one part that says we can terminate this contract with cause if you no longer play for the Los Angeles Clippers. Now, that's not a direct, that's not Steve Ballmer directly, but that is a company that Steve Ballmer owns, and that's what the Los Angeles Clippers are. It's a company.
The part I'm wondering, there's probably an answer to this though, is can Ballmer counter this? Can he sue? Will he? Does he want to? Do you want a lawyer fight Steve Ballmer?
So, but that's what that goes back to what you and Casey were talking about earlier. Like, do you, if you're a Ballmer and you're like, oh, you're gonna throw the book at me? Oh, okay. So let's talk.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what Joe Tsai did.
Ramona, let me talk to you again.
Yeah. Right. and I'm gonna need a little bit more than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But the other side of that is, or the flip side to that is, those are the people that have the ability to throw his ass out of the league. So I don't think there's a situation, any situation, no matter how much evidence Adam Silver gets, where Steve Ballmer is, they take the Clippers from Steve Ballmer. They do not want that. Right. And that's what we keep getting back to, Eddie, is the best way I think Adam Silver can handle this is to sit down with Steve Ballmer and say, here's the evidence. Here's what I'm thinking the ruling should be. But you and I have to work together on this. We have to come to a conclusion that's going to hurt. But let's do it together rather than individually, because I think they have that respect for Steve Ballmer. And again, I hate to keep pointing it out. He is rich like no one else, and that matters in this situation. They don't want to turn the team over. They don't want to sell the team. They don't want to go through this whole process again when you have a guy like Steve Ballmer in a franchise like the Los Angeles Clippers, in an arena like the Intuit Dome, in a market like Los Angeles.
Well, that's a perfect point, because there's not another Ballmer waiting to buy a team. There's not another equivalent of that. There are people who will line up and buy the Clippers, absolutely, and they will love playing in Intuit Dome and all of that. They just want to be part of the NBA. But there's not another Steve Ballmer, and you want him at your table, and you want everything, all of the resources he can bring to your league, whether overtly or just through relation. So yeah, he didn't do a Donald Sterling. We're not kicking him out the league for this. We're just saying, we have rules here. We're going to have to slap your wrist a little bit. Like, you're going to have to go pick a switch, buddy. but you don't got to go. You can stay here. We'll be cool after. Don't worry. And I don't know. I don't know how much Steve wants to fight. That's my question too. Like, does he feel like he can just drag this for forever? But again, when Kawhi is done and when this team when they get past this era of this team, it's going to be barren in LA for some time. And we grew up with the really bad Clippers and then had some other pretty bad Clippers. And this will be like along those lines. But I think they'll be back sooner than later, because Steve Ballmer did not buy this team and invest in the ways he has, legally or illegally and emotionally, to let this team just be bad for 5-6 years either. So
the other thing about it with Steve Ballmer from his POV is, we talk about how rich he is and how much money he has, and none of this really affects him. I think he really loves owning the Clippers, and I think he'll protect that. Like, I'm with you guys. I don't think there's a scenario in this case where they kick him out of the league, but I feel like if he was like scared and thought like he might not own the Clippers no more, he comply with whatever, because he's got money. He's got money. He's 70-something. He got money. It's not preserving his money. This is what almost gives him life. Owning the Clippers, being a part of this group, and you want to make sure he doesn't mess that up. So, to your scenario earlier, all right, Adam, let's sit down and talk, just as long as I get to still be in this league. I don't want nothing to mess that up.
Yeah, I think he has an easy out too, because he wasn't over the top in that interview with Ramona Shelburne. Like, he could easily just say, we did everything we could. We did everything we could to operate within the rules of the collective bargaining agreement and everything set forth by the NBA. Adam Silver and the league has determined that we weren't unable to do that, and I accept the consequences. The buck stops with me. I made a mistake, and I have to accept the consequences. It's not an admission that he did anything wrong. It doesn't make him look like a liar in that conversation with Ramona Shelburne, and it's not a refutal to where you get into a fight with the league and the other owners. You're just able to take it. I'll bring a wrestling reference back. Remember when you might not have been watching, but you learn about it later. The farewell to the click thing happened at Madison Square Garden, where Razor and Diesel and Sean, the curtain call happens, and the only one who got their ass kicked for it was
Hunter.
And Hunter tells the story of, Vince McMahon says you're going to have to eat crap and like it. Like, that's just the way it's going to be. And for the next year, he gets his ass beat by Henry O'Godwin and Ahmed Johnson. That's essentially what Steve Ballmer is facing. He's about to get into a pig pen match with Henry O'Godwin.
Oh,
that's
that
a real thing. Go look.
That moment gave us Stone Cold, man. So
it did. It gave us, it gave us all
something out of this.
Yeah,
you might get something out of this, but it's a fascinating story, and it's funny because Pablo has been doing this for a while, and I know Pablo, and I talked to him a little bit, and I kept saying in the group chat, he's gonna get one of these guys, and I think he might have finally got something on the hook. He went big fish hunting. He finally got something, and great reporting by Pablo, man. It's fascinating to watch happen in real time.
Did a great job,
Eddie. We kept you hella long, man. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
Nah, man, y'all gotta pay the bills. I'm just chilling. Y'all gotta come up.
hey, real quick, you guys gonna start the season 1-0?
Oh yeah, we in New England. We getting that done. I don't even worry about Drake, man.
You making that move,
guys?
You making that move? You going
I
up?
thought about it. But nah, I'm gonna be on red zone, man. Like everybody.
Hey,
else.
have you ever been to Foxborough? Have you ever been to Foxborough?
No.
It's one way in and one way out.
It's
Dog.
in the middle of nowhere, ain't it?
You do not want to do that.
I might do. We got Philly this year. I might go, but I'm probably get smacked. I'm a little scared, but I might do that.
Ooh,
Who do the Niners play?
We got the Seahawks. We're gonna win.
You look, since we already pushing it anyway. You got your fantasy team going. I know everybody hates to hear everybody talk about fantasy.
I'm not. So I don't like fantasy at all. And every year I'm in like 2 leagues. Number one, because I got like my in-laws. They got a league, so I get in because it's fun and they be talking crazy. And then I always find myself in the one other league. But yeah, I'm in them. And usually what happens, because I don't like fantasy, is I'm usually out by the time they start bye weeks because I forget to change the team, and I'm like 3 games back. Last year I stayed with it.
KC is that fantasy player that everyone hates because it's like, oh, he didn't set his lineup.
Last year I stayed with it, and I got to like the semifinals or whatever. So I'm gonna stay locked in this time.
So
I got Lamar Jackson and Jamar Chase.
On my playback on my stream, we have like premium members and stuff, right? So we got a little group and we got on Discord. And I said, look, I'm gonna do fantasy football this year. Who want to get in? We had a group. I said, all right, I'm gonna ask the homies too, so they're gonna play with us. So I added JT, I added Kevin. We did our draft the other day, and I'm like, all right, like winner is gonna get a prize. You know what I mean? Unless one of these rich guys wins. And then they're both like, no, we should get a prize too. Like, what are you talking about? So look, this is the world that I live in. Is we set the draft for Tuesday at 6. Cool, like everybody should be fine. Kevin's like, can we move it up? I'm like, why? He's like, I'm at the Drake show. I'm like, yo, I don't think I can move it now. So he's like, damn. So he's drafting during Drake's show in Milan. He has an incredible team. Like I don't know if he cheated. I don't know if he sent somebody. But yeah, he drafted his damn team from the Drake show, and he might win the league. And if he wins the league, I have to figure out an ample prize for Kevin Durant winning fantasy football. So
wait, what Drake show?
He just
Drake is on a tour. He's on a world tour right now. So he's in Milan. Drake.
Oh, I was about to say he wasn't at the Garden last night. Where was he?
Kevin's in Milan at whatever time it is. It's 6 Eastern. He's like, yo, can we do the draft now, an hour early? I'm like, no, like it's set. Damn. All right. Well, I'm gonna be at this show. It's the Drake show. He went viral for sparking up. But
was that when he was with Liz?
No, I mean it's the same tour, but that was a couple weeks ago. This just happened. This was Tuesday.
Yeah, and then he pops up in Iceman Part 3. What are you doing?
See y'all next week, fellas. I can go be ready on. It's about that time, man. It's about that time. So, good chatting with y'all, man. Go Raiders.
All right, settle down. I like the Raiders.
Turn that helmet around. Put the Raiders.
You should have been here. We doing a watch party for week 2 Monday Night Football. You should have been out here for that.
Hey, so look, I know we're going crazy. I have to come to California. I have no choice. I have to come to Sacramento some point soon because I have to get documents so I can get a real ID and fly on planes. And the only way I can do that is going to the birth certificate office in Sacramento. So some point very soon.
Yeah.
I haven't picked the dates yet. I will be in Sacramento, and we're going to do this in studio.
Oh,
Absolutely.
let's go.
100%
Let's go.
the guy.
All right, boy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, pay them bills, man.
Take that stupid ass decal off that helmet too.
And then look, that's the richest hat I've seen. Damn.
Hey, I know first pitch Kenny ain't talking. What you
what shoes you got on today? What shoes you got on today? Did you buy them? Did they hook you up? What happened?
I've never thrown the first pitch in my life, but at least you threw from the mound. We was giving you credit. I ain't gonna lie.
That's true. It's first thing he said.
I did. Shout out to Nike though, man. Like, damn. I'm just saying, bro.
I ain't gonna talk about what I just did with Nike. I'm gonna let it go.
I know, but you ain't got to. I seen it. You ain't got to. I seen it.
My boy.
Eddie had me out here trying to buy shoes that aren't even for sale. He out here doing a promo for some running shoes. I'm like, oh, my man, Eddie. Oh, I can't buy him. Regulars can't get these shoes.
I did feel like the bad guy, though, because a couple people asked me, like, yo, how much are they? When are they out? And I had to look it up. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. They don't come out for
that's the most expensive
and they are not cheap.
I ever bought.
They are not cheap. And I was like,
$230.
Woo.
Yeah, but they were good, though. Yeah, they're worth it. Yeah, they're worth it.
They're worth it.
All right, boy. We appreciate you.
All right, Eddie.
Take care, Eddie Gonzalez. That boy. Goodness gracious.
Clutch
from the desk.
Onions
from the desk of Sam Amick.
Oh,
the NBA has hired the law firm of Watchell, Lipton, and Rose. I'm sorry, Watchell, Lipton, Rose, and Katz to investigate the Clippers' Kawhi Leonard situation. This is the same law firm. This is the same law firm that investigated Donald Sterling and Robert Sarver.
Damn.
Neither owner is with the NBA
I'm about to
anymore.
say, don't think about getting them out the paint.
Not the same, but damn.
Yeah.
Steelo and KC, we'll come back. We've got a whole other hour to spend with you. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I love Chris McKendry. She's terrific. Read Sammy's article, see what he's talking about here. I really think Adam Silver is just pissed. Here's a John Hollinger article I can get behind. As Dwight Howard enters the Hall of Fame, his prime years remain hugely underrated. I believe that to be an absolute fact. Absolute fact. No, man. I got on sweats with these. This is a shoot. The shirt was hella comfortable, and I thought it looked dope. So I was like, does this look ridiculous? Katie said no. So I was like, I'm gonna fucking wear this. Linen and sweats. Why not? There's a Friday, ain't nobody here but us. And Complex. Oh, Vanessa's out there. I did have like 5 buttons open when I walked in, though. What you think I got on at home? I do all them hits with Jake and Brendan. What you think I'm wearing? That? I think Kenny's going to Wayne. I'm actually going to Tahoe to see Teddy Swims. I don't really want to see Wayne. It's not very popular to say. I'm not really a big Lil Wayne fan. That's not true. That's not true. He has some, I mean, his shit is nasty, but I think I get bored with him. Y'all with this Unk stuff is funny. Great stuff from our man Eddie Gonzalez right there. Always love talking to Eddie each week. As we get in, obviously, for those that were watching, Eddie decked out in his Raiders gear. Oh man, it's a good call. We're gonna get to the Raiders in a heartbeat. Aldrin J brings up the Valkyries and whether their coach should win Coach of the Year. I don't know if their coach should win Coach of the Year, but congratulations to the Golden State Valkyries. One, no expansion team has ever made the playoffs before in the WNBA before. Most expansion teams in the W are absolute trash. This is two things. One, it shows the level of talent that is in the league right now. And two, what a great job by this front office putting together this team. I'm not sure how they did it. I laughed when they made all of those cuts going into the season. It was like they cut everyone under the age of like 25. It's a slight exaggeration. They kept a lot of older players, a lot of veteran players, but they clinched a playoff spot beating the Dallas Wings last night, man. So shout out to the Golden State Valkyries. And I don't know this for sure, but I think the Valkyries playoff games will be aired here on ESPN 1320.
That's a good look.
So some of it could depend on football nights and different things like that. And I don't know that this is even 100% solidified with our friends over at 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries and all of that. But I know the working plan is to air their playoff games here. But man, congratulations to the Valkyries. What a absolutely incredible job they did this season.
Absolutely.
I really thought they had no business. Like after that, this team's gonna be dreadful. And here they are on their way to the playoffs, man. Great stuff.
History.
Absolutely.
History made. Big ups to them. And those playoff games live from the Shark Tank. Damn.
Yeah.
They should have just went to Oakland.
Yeah,
I know. I understand, like, if you got commitments or whatever. I don't know why they went all the way to San Jose. They could have came to the Golden One Center.
I was going to say, I don't know why anybody goes to the Shark Tank. No offense.
Shark Tank is getting a renovation.
Good. Used to watch wrestling events at the Shark Tank.
Yeah, man.
It's time.
It is.
I was before I saw Aldrin J mention the Valkyries, I was referencing Eddie and his Raiders gear. Of course, we got the Raiders opening up this weekend against the New England Patriots in New England. And one of the frequent conversations that we've had over the course of the last couple of weeks, month or so, is what are our expectations for the Las Vegas Raiders? And we go back to Kyle's question earlier this morning. Kyle Matson asked, if I gave you $1,000 that you could take and place on either the Sacramento Kings making the playoffs or the Las Vegas Raiders making the playoffs, we all said the Kings, but there was a caveat to all of it. It's like, yeah, but it's close. And it's not a close like, oh, both teams stink. It was a close like, I think the Kings can win a certain amount of games, but we're really, I think, we're talking about the Raiders potentially winning one or two more games than any of us expect. We're talking about them finishing slightly above 500 and whether that's enough to get you to the postseason. We looked up, there's been so many teams under 500 that made the playoffs in the past. We couldn't find that didn't happen last year. We didn't really dig into it, much further, but there wasn't an 8 and 9 team that made the playoffs last year. And I don't even know, maybe 8 and 9 is a stretch. Maybe 8 wins for the Raiders is a stretch. But you brought Pete Carroll in for a reason. Your quarterback position last year was a disaster. It was awful. You brought Geno Smith in for a reason. Both of them, whether it's meant to be short-term or long-term or whatever it's supposed to be, both of them are good at what they do. And that's got to be good for something entering this season.
Yeah, I think that would be good for 4 or 5 more wins. This is a 4-win team that those guys are coming to. So
that's tough.
Even if you won 3 games,
yeah,
that's an improvement. That is a step in the right direction. I think they're capable of competing every week, potentially being in the hunt, like we talked about in December on the graphic, in the hunt. And who knows what happens when you get to that point. You could win 2 of your last 3 games and find a way to get in. But if they just got to 7, 8 wins this year, I would look at that as a success for this Raider team and a step in the right direction.
You know who they sort of remind me of? They remind me a little bit. I don't think they're as talented. And I do think this team is talented. They remind me a little bit of the Cowboys. Like, I think they have some weapons on the I think their offense is better than last year. And I think they can potentially win games with their offense. Their defense is concerning to me. And I don't love their pass defense. And in a division that features Patrick Mahomes, a very heavily hyped Bo Nix, and your boy, Justin Herbert, and your favorite coach, that's a tough division to have a sketchy pass defense in.
Well, I'll even go a step further because I agree with you, but I'll go a step further when you talk about that wide receiver room, in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the defense they're going up against.
That wide receiver room got thinner yesterday.
Man,
out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Look who they're going up against, though. They're going up against two of the top 5 defenses in the game.
Yeah.
When you talk about the Broncos and the Chiefs, and I think the Chargers have a good defense. So if you don't have the weapons on the offensive end to be able to combat that in your division, it's tough to say.
And that's
we're going to win 9-10 games and get to the playoffs.
But that's where I think, and this is putting a lot on a now second-year Brock Bowers and a first-year Ashton Jeanty. Like you're putting, and a first year with the Raiders, Geno Smith and Chip Kelly. So you're putting,
all right, Chip.
You're putting a lot on these guys. You're putting a lot on these guys as you mentioned. The Chiefs are in this division. The Broncos are in this division. Some of the top defenses in the league are in this division. So if you're going to be carried by your offense, man, that's a tall task. That's a tall task ahead of you. Of course, division games are always a little different. They always measure a little bit different. You're hyper familiar with the teams, but those teams, at least right now, kind of at ground zero, we believe to be very, very good. And I think we're operating with heightened expectations, slightly heightened expectations for the Las Vegas Raiders.
And you also look at some of their non-division games. These are teams that I think when you talk about the defensive end, being able to have to deal with that, they got to go to New England. They got to go to Philadelphia. They got to go to Houston. And then they got the Giants at home. I mean, between those 4 teams that I mentioned, Denver and Kansas City, you could be facing 6 of the top 10 defenses in the league this year, and a couple of them 2 times. So that's tough, man. That's going to be tough for them to, and when I say tough, I mean for them to get to the point where they're winning 9-10 games with they just don't have a lot of offensive weapons, a lot of offensive firepower. And that's going to put a lot of stress on the defense that you said is a little concerning to you.
Yeah.
And to me too.
I feel like we're going to be saying the same names with the Raiders all season. And the sooner the trend breaks, the better. But it's going to be Jeanty and how's he performing as a rookie. It's going to be Brock Bowers, and does he continue to be that? Is he the next great NFL tight end? Is he the guy we start to mention in the, that we mentioned in the category of like the Kittles and the Kelseys and stuff like that? Like, do we put him in that category? Of course, we're going to be talking about Max Crosby. We're going to be talking about Geno Smith. I think there's going to be a heavy hyper focus on Pete Carroll. They're going to need some other players to infiltrate that list of names.
Yeah.
And if you can gather a couple of them on the defensive end, I think that would be good. Because as you just said, they're gonna be going against some defensive monsters in their own division.
Yeah, for sure. I think they just fall short of a playoff appearance. I got them at 7-8 wins max. I'd be surprised if they got to 9 wins. I'm pleasantly surprised because I want them to do well. But I'd be surprised if they got to 9 wins, go from 4 to 9 wins in the first season of Pete Carroll with no, outside of Brock Bowers, no real established offensive threats. That'd be a good surprise.
But you maybe not a threat, but you have something consistent in Geno.
Yeah.
I do think that matters. You had nothing consistent at that position. And you can argue good, great, elite. You can argue what you think Geno is. But if nothing else, the last handful of years have shown us, all right, he can be a consistent quarterback. He'll have his down moments for sure, but every quarterback does. He can be far more consistent than anything we saw under center for them. Probably since Derek Carr left.
Yeah, that's
or
fair.
Was allowed to leave or was thrown out.
Shout out Derek Carr. Enjoy
The retired
retirement.
Derek Carr.
Yeah, enjoy retirement. He'd still start for the Saints right now.
You're sticking with that guy?
Oh,
damn, Tom.
So that has come back because Mark Davis was talking. For those that don't remember, that was the opening monologue from Tom Brady on an episode of The Shop.
Mm-hmm.
And it got a ton of run, which I don't know that this phrase has ever been used before, on NFL Twitter. And there was heavy speculation, confirmation. He's talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. Confirmation. He's talking about this guy. Mark Davis said recently Tom Brady was going to be a Raider in 2020 when he left the Patriots. He was going to be a Raider. And Gruden and Mayock, the general manager at the time, said no. We're sticking with the guy we have. And however many years later it was, Tom Brady's opening up the shop, the scene that they used to lead into the episode, talking about there were teams, there were other teams I considered. There was one I considered. They told me they didn't want me there. Like, you're sticking with that guy? And I don't know that 1 + 1 = 2 in this situation, but the timing and the phrasing sure matches up to see that maybe, in fact, he was talking about Derek Carr. Which Derek Carr is just trying to be retired. Like, leave a man alone.
Yeah. And I remember at the time, my first thought was always it was Jimmy Garoppolo
Right.
and the Niners.
Yeah.
And people did a little bit more digging and putting 2 and 2 together. And now we're here where it's
Also, at what point was Tom Brady going to sign with every football team in 2020?
Well, if Stephen Ross wasn't an idiot, he would have been a Dolphin.
So he would have been a Dolphin.
Like, literally,
he would have been a Raider.
Obvious.
I guess the only one who did what did Kyle say? No, or he didn't want to
Kyle
come
said
here?
No, he wanted to keep Purdy.
No, not Purdy.
Or
Garoppolo.
Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy. Okay.
Stephen Ross definitely was paying people through aspiration.
No, he was just paying him from like personal checks from Donald Trump. Here, take this. Here, White House letterhead. Here, take this.
Wasn't the deal with Brady? He was going to give him ownership.
He's going to get ownership at the end of it or whatever. Sean Payton would have been his coach.
This is literally aspiration.
This is
they met on his yacht.
This is literally the Kawhi Leonard situation.
Would have been sick.
It's not legal at all.
They were going to give that man the Dolphins. Then they were going to give him an actual dolphin to take home.
Yes, exactly. Flipper from the movie.
The yacht,
obviously.
The yacht that the meeting was on. He was going to get that.
He was going to get that. They were going to throw in Free Willy from the mid-90s.
He would have got the next part in Ace Ventura.
Oh, man. Well,
would have worked out.
It could have been, Jesse.
How many Ace Ventura movies are there? 2 or 3?
I've never even seen
It might
them.
be 3.
You've never seen
Don't
it?
do
No. I'm not. You haven't seen any of them?
No.
Okay, that's fine. I've
There's
never
no
seen
Dan
the
Marino's
Austin
in one,
Powers
right?
movies. He is. Well, the
Yeah.
Dolphins are a central focus of the
Yeah, I
first
just know
one.
like that's part of one of the movies, but I've never seen it.
Laces out. That's all I
Did
really
she,
remember.
spoiler alert, did she kidnap Dan Marino? Or he? They?
Yeah.
I don't know what you said.
Yeah, I think.
Was it Dan
they
Marino
did.
kidnapped? I can't remember.
I vaguely remember that movie. Vaguely.
Finkel and Einhorn. That's what I remember.
It's Jim Carrey, right?
Jim Carrey.
Yes.
Yeah, shout out.
Yeah.
At one point in time, Jim Carrey was like the funniest guy. It was hilarious.
Yeah. He definitely was. He was so over exaggerated. It was. I don't even know if the things that he was saying was actually funny. as much as his mannerisms and his behavior was hilarious.
It almost reminds me, Jesse, you might get this one. It reminds me of a SpongeBob episode where SpongeBob he would rip his pants, like he would like move and his pants would rip. And at first it was just like so hilarious. Like everywhere he went, they were like, "Oh, ha, ha, there he is. He did it again. This is hilarious." And SpongeBob would keep doing it for the cheap pop. And then at some point it just flipped. He like did it and they're like, "Oh, great. He ripped his pants again." And it wasn't funny no more.
That's how I feel about the Yeet guy.
Oh, man, really?
It's fine.
That is cold.
It's fine.
That is cold as ice.
You really do dislike Jey Uso.
I don't dislike him. It's just, it's fine.
I'm
His
trying
hands
to
up in
think
the air.
of.
Wow.
You know, that's how Jim Carrey was. It
I'm
was like
trying to
really
think of
funny at first, and it was like, all right.
Jim Carrey's stretch of like it was the Ace Ventura movies,
The
The Mask, Liar Liar, Dumb and Dumber.
Mm-hmm. And he had one more. This is when it went south. This is when it was like he ripped his pants again.
Mm-hmm.
It was what was it, Dear God or something?
Oh, Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty
Yeah,
was
that
kind of
bad?
funny. Bruce Almighty was
Me as
kind
a
of
child
funny.
loved like that movie.
Yeah, Bruce
saying,
Almighty was
No,
kinda
that's
like
when
that
it. Well, yeah, it was fine, but that's when it started. It was like,
Shout out to The Mask.
Oh, the cable. God.
oh,
bless
the
it.
cable guy.
Cable guy. So listen, I'm
Which-
going.
I wasn't even that.
I remember the first time I saw that vampire movie he did before In Living Color. It's called Once Bitten. It's fascinating. It came out in 1985. Ace Ventura's Pet Detective came out. So oh my God, in 1994, man, you talk about an MVP year. He dropped Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber, all in the same year. 95, Batman.
The same year.
The same year. Batman, and those are arguably his three most iconic movies.
Yeah.
Batman Forever came out in 95. So did the second Ace Ventura movie. 96 was The Cable Guy. 97 was Liar Liar. The true culmination, I think, was The Truman Show.
I was just thinking The Truman Show.
The Truman Show came out in 98. You've got the Andy Kaufman movie in 99, which
he did good in Sonic a couple years ago. He played whatever the.
I'm going to be honest. This run is already a little longer than I realized. How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Oh, yeah. He did
that came in 2000.
Yeah.
Bruce Almighty was 2003. And maybe to your point, that feels like it might have been the end. He has a bunch of movies after that. But I'm trying to see which one.
Because I don't remember him. Thank you, Bryce. Dr. Robotnik. I don't remember him anything before Dr. Robotnik. I'm sure he was in some stuff, but
what is Dr.
That's the Sonic movie. That's the character he played in the Sonic movie.
Oh,
which was almost like a.
Well, that came out. So that came out in 2000. Both. Oh, yeah, that came out in 2000.
What, Sonic?
Yeah. I'm sorry, 2020. I'm sorry,
okay.
2020. His last movie before that was 2016, and I've heard of neither of these movies. Dumb and Dumber.
Didn't
2
need to be made.
Was 2014.
You know, somebody put it in the chat. You know what was solid is Me, Myself, and Irene.
Yeah, that was fine.
I thought that was okay.
Anthony Anderson. Yeah.
I thought that was okay.
He had
that was okay.
3 black sons that were all like 250, 300.
That movie was okay.
That part was so hilarious to me.
It's funny. That was funny.
Jim Carrey and his 3 black sons.
And who was he? Was he married to? Was it Reese Witherspoon? Who was he married to?
No, I think it was Renee Zellweger.
Renee. Jerry Maguire, right?
Yeah. I was thinking about Renee Zellweger the other day, which is a wild sentence
title
to
of
say,
the show.
which is a wild sentence to say out loud. Because I was listening to this podcast. It's an Odyssey podcast. I think it's called Hollywoodland, and it breaks down like moments in Hollywood with like different actors and actresses. Like I listened to one on like Charlie Sheen, Marlon Brando, and I was listening to this one on Judy Garland, and it was fascinating. Like and horrifying to like
Judy
listen
Garland,
to. Dorothy.
That's right. That's right.
And what made me think of Renee Zellweger, because the movie I think it was called Garland. It might have been called Judy Garland. Was really good. Renee Zellweger played Judy Garland in that movie, and it's a terrific movie. Absolutely terrific. Me, Myself, and Irene is a winner, though. Yeah, that's a good call. That's 2000. One. That's a winner.
That's a solid one.
God, he had a. That's a pretty
nice
good
one.
stretch.
You said 94 to 2000.
Yeah, but 94 is insane. Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumber.
Crazy.
That's Jordan's 88 right there.
He was offensive and defensive player of the year.
That's great. Let me take I'm gonna try to do this real quick. Ace Ventura, remember, 107 million at the box office, cost 15 million to make. The Mask cost 18 million to make, 352 million at the box office. Dumb and Dumber costs 17 million to make, 247 million at the box office.
Oh my God. So he did about $750 million in a year.
1 year.
Well, that's what he got at the box office
in 1994.
He almost made $1 billion.
That is crazy. Oh my God.
Grossed $1 billion, I should say.
Did you see the clip of, we're all over the place at this point, of Denzel Washington talking to, I think it was Jimmy Kimmel?
No.
Kyle sent it to me last night. His name, according to this brand new thought, is not Denzel. It's Denzel. He said his name is Denzel Washington Jr.
No. Like, we already did this with Tyrod Taylor. It's like, no, you can't change it now.
Well, he's not changing it. He's saying it's been said wrong this entire time.
I know, but you've already let us say it for this way for so long, like it's too late.
And I'm pretty sure it was Jimmy Kimmel. Was like prior to, I think he said there's 4 Denzels in the NFL or something like that. And he said prior to you winning the Academy Award for Glory, there were none. And then he launches into this thing where it's like, well, you know what's funny about that is my name is not Denzel, it's Denzel.
Right.
And I just were like, okay, dude, it's too late.
Hey, my man Denzel, the last year and a half or so, he just don't care.
Can I tell you something though?
Movie comes out today, or is out now, by the way.
Denzel Washington is the object of desire for virtually every black woman in existence. Denzel is not. Can you imagine Rubeline Johnson going, I want to watch something with Denzel in it? No. She wants to watch something with Denzel in it.
You know who has that title right now? Well, I shouldn't say that because there's a couple of different guys, including myself, who is in the running. But Jalen Hurts. Oh my goodness, they love Jalen Hurts.
I was moderately offended by this last night. Jalen scores his first touchdown, and I say to Katie, "Yeah, the ladies love Jalen." She goes, "Really?" She grabs her phone, searches, and she goes, "Oh, yeah," and puts the phone down and doesn't say anything else. And I'm just kind of sitting here like, "Yeah, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said anything."
And for the ladies, Jalen's got 100% approval rating.
He's a good-looking dude.
I want to see. Maybe you know, or you can.
I'm sorry, real quick. What's the movie that's out today?
Denzel's movie with Spike.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
On Apple, I think it's directly to Apple.
Okay, that checks out because he did. I think Macbeth he did for Apple.
Yeah,
I did not watch that.
Old ASAP's a watch the other day too.
Sure, he gave it back.
Maybe
Denzel can steal his watch. Denzel cannot. Denzel, give me my watch back.
I don't know if the numbers are already out. I would love to see what the numbers were for last night's game, because every story on Instagram I clicked on, men, women, and children, football's back. I'm so happy. Picture of them in front of their TV watching the game. Like every story from last night had people watching that game last night, man. That was everywhere.
I just checked Sports Media Watch. I don't see anything yet. Eagles, Cowboys. I'm doing this is
probably
never safe.
Still trying to calculate.
But they might be. They might be. I tried to do a quick search of Twitter. Let me check the one other ratings website we have. Nothing yet.
And is tonight is only YouTube?
Yeah.
Not even
so.
YouTube TV. It's YouTube. You go to YouTube and watch the game.
No,
it's YouTube.
No,
TV.
it's YouTube TV.
Okay, got you. And real quick, you can answer when I get back.
Great. I will answer Kenny's questions when we return. And we'll talk 49ers football here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Shout out new member of the Chatty House, Wayne Mulholland. Says Eddie Murphy is one of his favorites.
Me too, Wayne.
I wonder what Mitch is doing right now.
Me too, Wayne.
Yeah, no, I think it's just YouTube. It's not YouTube
Really?
TV. Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
I mean, I don't think that matters. Like,
I guess
you got
not.
YouTube, so
I guess not. Yeah. Yeah, I clicked on YouTube and it's the big banner only on YouTube. Anyone catch Nick Cattles earlier?
I saw a little bit of it. He was
go?
good.
Wasn't bad.
He was good. He was in his bag. That's his bag.
He knows his Patriots.
Yeah. That was his bag.
We all assholes to him.
I think the Chatty House was okay.
Wayne says, it's me, D-Lo, Mitch from Staten Island.
Mitch, I didn't know you was in Staten Island. I thought you were in New Jersey.
That's not Mitch. That's Wayne. Man's an imposter.
Identity theft is a fraud, Wayne.
Millions suffer every year.
Look, he did a bomber. He misspoke, and that's how we found out he was an imposter.
I think you can catch the game on YouTube TV though, because there's a little channel for it right here.
Oh, okay. Still haven't gotten their shit together with ESPN yet, huh?
Whew.
The ESPN app.
Oh no, I mean, it's already in rotation. It's already in the auto pay. So,
oh man,
because I have the other two too. So it ended up working out.
Food situation here yesterday was pretty good. Not gonna lie.
I only had the smash burger. That was pretty good.
Yeah, the burger was good.
Damn, I completely forgot what I was going to ask Damien. Trying to remember it as we speak. We were talking about
Jim Carrey, the Raiders,
TV,
ratings.
No,
Cowboys, Eagles.
nothing.
Jalen Hurts.
Absolutely nothing is coming to mind. I'll remember.
You see that text we got?
Yes, from yeah.
Jesse, it turns out this stuff with Kawhi and Steve Ballmer is quite common. Well, and it teased the level of the earthquake killing Damien the Snake. Casey forgot what he was going to ask me.
That was really the worst tease of all time.
No, it was pretty bad.
He had a bad one recently too.
Yeah, I think it was something about, was it the Run Your Game?
Oh yeah, he was changing the rules or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh, the name change.
Yeah, he made us wait 2 hours.
Teased it.
Yeah, he's like, guys, I got something to tell you in 2 hours. Like, oh, what is it? He's like, oh,
Well,
you gotta wait.
Well, I couldn't do a thing because then it would have been the game would have been playing. They would have been filing in like they were yesterday for no reason. But I don't even know what I was talking about. And they were just run your game, No, sir, it's not time yet.
Well, speaking of run your game, how about bake your wine?
Hey,
with Baker Family Wines holding this Pinot Noir 2022 right here. Got a text earlier during today's show, as a matter of fact. The esteemed creator of Baker Family Wines would like to join us.
Let's do it.
Well, he's joined some of us already.
Hey, that was such a cool day.
But the owner and creator of Baker Family Wines would like to join both of us.
Now that's there we go.
Over the next couple. We have a date worked out, but I know better than to say it out loud. So plan on Dusty Baker being here with D'Lo and KC here in the very, very, very near future. In the meantime, head over to Baker Family Wines. It's in West Sacramento. Go to bakerfamilywines.com right now. Join Dusty's Clubhouse. Get some of those exclusive releases. Some of them they're going to roll out later on this month. You could find out about the tasting room specials. If you haven't been in there yet, it is a great place to go hang out. It's going to be a great place to watch football this year. We're going to do it there all together at some point. So make your plans to be with us at Baker Family Wines in the coming weeks. But stop by, grab a bottle, grab a drink. Check your local Nugget store and look for that familiar baseball stitch. You might be able to find Baker Family Wines there. So head over to bakerfamilywines.com right now, or just head over to the tasting room in West Sacramento.
That's right, man. That's right. Shout out to the Nugget over in Green Haven on Florence Road. You can go get some Baker Family Wines there.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. And shout out to the Hall of Famer Dusty Baker, who was the catalyst to launching this sponsorship with D'Lo and KC.
Yes.
And he'll be joining us here in the coming weeks.
Yes, indeed, man. And also, by the way, for the fourth time this year, Johnny G, bake your wine.
Again, is
He's
it bake
fire.
your wine or bake your wine?
It's up to you, pal.
It's not up to me. I'm not doing this.
It's your call.
What you mean? I didn't put that on the screen.
Oh, yeah. You're president of this league, whether you like it or not.
No.
And you know what? He brought up a good point. Other people have said, yeah.
Okay, well,
yeah.
tomorrow,
so Rest Dog
effective,
gets the win.
Effective at noon, I resign the presidency of this.
Nah, once you're in, you're in for life.
What is this, the mafia?
Blood in, blood out.
Yeah, once you're in for life.
And sorry, Johnny G, I have to take that win off the board because it is Y-A, and Rest Dog got the win today. Bake your wine.
Dusty Baker popping in here, though, the day you were out is probably one of the all-time random moments on this show.
That was super random.
He wasn't even supposed to come on the show that day either.
No.
I was like, hey, Dusty, you want to come talk to Casey? Sure.
I didn't even know he was going to be here. I walked through those doors. I said, that black guy they're talking to. I said, that's Dusty Baker. Wow. And I thought hey, Dusty, how you doing? Move on with the day. 20 minutes later, knocking on, can you come in? Sure. Good stuff, man. Oh, it would have been better if my boy D'Lo was here.
Don't lie to me.
It would have been better if
it would have been cool because like Kenny got a conversation with him. He was in here talking to me in the studio for a bit.
And all I got
was he dapped me up, gave me a little pat on the chest. Like, all right, see you, little bro. All right,
bro.
Bye, Dusty.
Just envisioning Jesse going, bye, Dusty. It's terrific.
See you, little bro.
Terrific. who you guys got this weekend?
Oh, the Colts.
You were talking about a must win.
Yeah, no, if they lose, I'm out.
Man, so fragile.
Well, no, I got the Colts winning 1 to 4 games this season.
No, I got you. I'm just mean sports fandom. It's so fragile.
No, if you lose to the Colts, then yeah, we're done here. Like, no offense to Michigan and Johnny G. Love them in the chatty house, but it's the Colts. It's Daniel Jones.
Wait, there's two? I do. Johnny G is a Colts fan too?
He
I
hides. Johnny G kind of hides behind his Colts fandom and lets Michigan take the heat. I've noticed.
Oh, sorry about that.
By the way, everybody, I just posted.
We know Michigan's got bad taste in sports teams.
What the hell? You missed it earlier when I was doing Cash Careway during one of the breaks. But yeah, we going into Norman, Oklahoma with my boy Bryce Underwood and handling business. 2-0. Michigan gonna handle business, baby.
Great. It's the only game worth watching all weekend, other than Sac State, Nevada. It's the only one worth watching.
That's a good one. Iowa State in the morning. That's gonna be a good one.
This is the only top 25 matchup all weekend, right?
Yeah, Michigan, Oklahoma,
San Jose State, Texas here, that sort of thing.
Man,
the spread is
Spartans gonna get
the Spartans. Yeah, San Jose State's getting 37 points in that one, I think.
Yeah, you'll like this one. Oregon is taking on Oklahoma State, and your boy Mike Gundy. Oregon is
Why is he my boy?
This is your boy.
Okay.
Oregon is a 27.5 point favorite. I took Oregon and the points. They're gonna beat the crap out of Mike Gundy. You'll enjoy that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tap in.
I'm actually surprised he still has a job.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Where the hell did that come from?
Honestly, I think that's the old Rise Guys soundboard. That's been here for a long time.
Somewhere Whitey just went, hey! Well, not somewhere, I know where, but shout out Whitey and Mark.
Yeah, man. So we got the Niners game.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, Christian McCaffrey officially, like our guy Rod said earlier, listed as questionable.
Okay.
For Sunday's game. He came out early in practice. I don't think he
did not practice.
Yeah.
He was Cam Inman had video of the running backs, and behind the running backs was Christian McCaffrey. He was working out with the trainers. He was skipping, jumping, moving, cutting. It's like, oh, okay. For whatever it's worth, and I think Matt Mayoko tweeted this part, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, they weren't around him. He was just working out with the trainer. So my guess is it's either not that serious or a decision has already been made. The smarter minds have said a decision has already been made. Rod even leaned towards like, maybe he won't. Like, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, but maybe it's something they lay off here.
Yeah, I'd fall back. I wouldn't play him. I wouldn't play him. That's a tough call too. But
Are we a little hypersensitive to calf?
Yeah, sure.
Injuries,
absolutely, and especially
pains, aches.
I think if this was how do I put this? If this was the beginning of the last season, I don't think we'd be as hypersensitive to it. But obviously, what's going on in the sports world. But he's just coming off a season where he had, what is it, bilateral Achilles tendonitis. And it's like, let's be cool with that. Could have been something, like I said, where if you've dealt with those type of injuries before, you feel any little twinge, and it's like, let's hold on a second. Let's not move too fast right now. Let me just calm down. That might be the case with him and the 49ers.
It could also be could it be? Ooh, I feel y'all know what this is. Not the same as before though. It's different. I don't know what this is. It's annoying.
Right.
There's painful, there's annoying, there's uncomfortable. There's also I'm hurt. Right. And it doesn't appear I'm hurt. We just don't know what.
Right. I would think he wouldn't even be out there.
This just dawned on me. Did Kyle talk already? I would think he did. Practice was started at least 3 hours ago.
Yeah,
let's get TC in here while we look into this a little bit. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. TC, what's good, baby? TC, what's good? Terrence,
is you ordering food?
TC, why did she do this? Terrence, TC, TC, the world is waiting for you.
Hey, look, man, check it out. I ain't got no Kings trades.
No.
Where are you at?
Where
are you
doing?
Bro, I'm ordering. Listen, I'm at Fire Wings right now. If y'all really want to know, Chatty House, I'm at Fire Wings right now. We're getting wings right now.
On free ads.
I told you it was ordering food.
Man, we have Fire Wings right now. Y'all, D-Lo, check it out. Listen, hey, I kind of want to, simple yes or no, bro. I kind of want to go back since they up against it, right? They up against it. Steve Ballmer, what y'all think about DeRozan, right? I know he ain't going nowhere. What y'all think about DeRozan for John Collins?
TC, go get your TC. Go get your wings. Go get your wings, Terrence.
He opened the call. I'm pretty sure saying he didn't have a Kings trade, right?
TC, go get. He just made that up in line at Fire Wings. Also, Fire Wings, you also like $5,000 for that. This man said I'm in line ordering at Fire Wings.
What did you think about DeRozan for John Collins? For no reason at all.
Just cause. Just vibes. Okay.
Man.
I got so many questions. Was TC in line ordering food and decided to call us?
No, he was on
like
hold. He probably
was he calling us and then got in line to get food?
No, yeah, he was on hold for like 5 minutes. I assume he called us, walked into the establishment that we're not going to name anymore unless you pay us.
Yeah.
And then was waiting in line while he happened to be on hold.
Okay.
And then when we were ready to take his call, order was ready to go.
Okay. And that's pretty quick too. It usually isn't that quick.
Imagine?
Maybe he was picking up the order. Maybe he had already ordered it online. It was picking up the order. And
Pray for Mojo says the line must have been annoyed. Can you imagine like the cashier lady just waiting to take his order? She's like, hold on, I gotta talk to D-Lo and KC right now.
Hold on, I gotta get this. I gotta get John Collins to Sacramento.
I wish that would have
Sir.
Do you want ranch or not? No, hold on one second. Yo, D-Lo, KC, Jesse in the back. Give me a second.
Check it out. Hey. All of those years working at WCW and I never had Fire Wings.
I like it.
Is it good?
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
That's $6,000 Fire Wings.
Yeah. It's a spec spot.
I'm gonna send this off to one of the sales execs right now.
Yeah, right. Hey, this is what we can do for you.
If that's the case, I love it. I love it.
All right, let's not get too carried away.
I'm gonna hit you with the Razor Ramon. Hey, you people, you know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here. Mitch in Staten Island.
Yeah, come on, man.
What's up, man?
KC, Damien, how you guys doing? Jesse, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, man.
We have to get TC a life. You know what I'm saying?
A life?
You're not going to be going to take out food or fast food. It's not good for you.
I think
hold on.
I think he said a wife.
Oh no, I think TC's married.
He's married, yeah.
Oh,
he's he's very happy.
Okay, good. I thought maybe he was in the doghouse. But a piece of that kind of reminds me. I've done this before. I never spoke in front of customers at FedEx while I'm on the phone. You know, the customers come first. But I'll be talking to you guys and a few other guys too. Okay, a few other stages. All right.
Yeah, we've heard.
Okay, all right. Giving the dog treats to the dog.
We love you over here, though, Mitch.
I love you guys too. Great show. You guys work hard. I love the effort. You gotta love the college football. Well, what's so funny?
I love the effort. The effort. Well, I'm glad you appreciate our effort.
What do you think of college football this weekend, Mitch?
College football, USC's in a cover. They're favored by 28. Big Ten is so good. A couple other quarterbacks you got to mention. Fernando Mendoza. I know he's Mexican. I have a feeling he is. He's great. He's going to be a first-round pick. And a guy from Hawaii, I believe Cal took him because they let go of Fernando Mendoza. Let me get his name right. Jerome Kewi Sagapalute.
What? I'd have cut that off before we got fired.
Oh my goodness.
What does him being Mexican have to do with anything?
And he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure if he was.
But he had to say it. Oh, man. I don't know what call was funnier. That is easily the funniest back-to-back calls
Cat
we've
Money
ever had.
Mitch. Money Mitch. He gave his pick. He said USC's covering. Money Mitch.
Courtesy of Nick Wagner. Oh my God, I'm crying. I cannot believe there are radio stations that put Mitch on a do not air list.
Oh my gosh.
You guys are doing this all wrong.
That guy. That's one of the GOATs.
Courtesy of our buddy Nick Wagner.
Really tearing the line there.
Oh my God. Well, still not the worst thing he's ever said on the air. All right, stop.
7 more minutes.
Knock it
7
off.
more minutes.
Everyone stop. We're professionals. We have a job to do. Courtesy of our buddy Nick Wagner. From Christian McCaffrey, I always plan to play. I feel great about where I'm at.
What?
Unfortunately, when you have the injury history that I have, sometimes when you don't practice, things get blown out of proportion. But I feel great. Again, that's Christian McCaffrey. I butchered that whole read, so hopefully everybody understood it.
Oh, I understood what you said. What he said, how do you feel great and you have a calf issue?
I read it as he's being just really, really proactive. Like maybe he felt something weird, and it might not have been even something, but just the fact that there's even feelings. All right, let me sit down real quick.
Listed as questionable. I always plan to play. I feel great about where I'm at. Unfortunately, when you have the injury history that I have, sometimes when you don't practice, things get blown out of proportion. But like I said, I feel great. Maybe he's not injured. Maybe it didn't feel great. Maybe it was tight. Maybe whatever.
Okay, how do we feel about that though? If he feels something, then he's got to sit. Like he's got to miss practice. Like if it's just
Well,
touch and
good
go
thing
already.
you're not in charge of. Good thing you're not in charge of whether you play or not.
Yeah, okay. I hope he's okay.
Casey's out.
Well, no, nothing. It's okay to be like, I felt a little twinge. You didn't feel great. Clearly,
Okay. Hold
something
on.
happened.
No, there's more. There's more. Okay. Now it's getting weird. Well, listen. Shanahan declined to go into detail about McCaffrey's injury. I'll learn to do this at some point, I promise. But McCaffrey shed a little bit of light on the situation, saying it was nothing serious, though he did not offer specifics. Here's another quote. I'm not supposed to go into anything that happened, but I felt like it was the smart thing to do to not finish the practice. I've been there before, and I've been my own worst enemy in situations like that, and I was proud of myself for not doing that again. Like I said, I went through a whole training camp. I feel great about where I'm at.
Okay. I don't
Asked Friday if he felt he needed to be conservative in coming back from his calf issue given what happened last year. At the end of the day, if you can play, you play in the game. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I haven't dealt with the obviously the national public scrutiny that he has for his injury history, but it feels like it's okay if you just said, yeah, it felt a little twinge at practice.
Why are Kyle and why the I'm not supposed to talk about what happened. What were you guys playing, freeze tag or something? What are you talking about?
I
don't think I've ever heard that before. You were at practice. Something happened. You didn't finish practice. Okay, why?
Yeah. Once again,
What, Nick Bosa got you in an ankle lock because you guys were playing WWE? What is the problem?
Because he saw you talking to. Never mind.
Well, hey, come on, man. Stop it.
What are you doing, Christian? I'll show you.
We called him White Boy Rick and White Boy Nick. Dave Garcia had a much better nickname for for Nick Bosa that I'll leave out there.
That was weird though. That's weird.
Yeah, that's a little
weird.
odd. That's a little odd. Does it heighten your concern or lower it?
Or
do nothing?
It does nothing because he's out there, he's walking around, he's at least participating in warm-ups. It doesn't make me feel any differently about the potential of that injury. But it's just odd. Like I said, I don't know why. If you felt a little twinge when you were running, it's perfectly normal to say, yeah, I felt a little something. I don't think it's serious, but as a precaution, I wanted to sit out the rest of practice as opposed to pushing through it like I have in the past. And maybe I didn't take something like that seriously in the past. I want to take all precaution this time and take it seriously and sat out in practice. Other than that, though, I feel great. There's no problem with saying that. Did you add more?
He said he's proud of himself.
Yeah. Good job, CMC.
Gold star for Christian.
Yeah, good job, I guess. But you just add more confusion by talking about it the way he did.
Yeah, well, at least he talked about it, I guess.
Kyle wouldn't talk about it, I think. That's all.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't. He said, I'm not going to get into specifics. What the hell happened? You were at practice. Like, what could have possibly happened? Were you planting trees? What was the problem?
Either way, Christian or no Christian on Sunday, the Niners are winning in Seattle.
Okay.
Hey, Seattle, Niners are coming to take you down. Yeah.
All right, Russ. We got a deal. What the hell is this problem?
Hey, Seattle, Niners are smacking that ass.
Hey, guys, I'm Russell Wilson. This is my alter ego, Mr. Unlimited. I'm unlimited.
I got the Niners winning, and I got the Patriots, unfortunately, winning on Sunday.
Really?
I think that's a little bit of a tough spot for the Raiders.
No Christian Gonzalez, though.
I did see that. That does make me fall back a little bit.
Why is New England a tough spot? Is it the like, is it New England, like being in New England? Is it the travel, or
there?
Are you in on the Patriots?
I'm not in.
Are you
on
listening to Cattles on the Insiders? You're all about.
I'm not in on them, but I do think they'll be competent. I think the defense will be pretty strong.
So.
Vrabel, his first game, he's gonna have those guys ready to go. So I think that's
careful though. I don't want to say they were incompetent last year. Like Jerome Mayo was a first-year head coach that they just told, "Hey, beat it, kid."
Well, all
right,
they'll be better.
Wow.
Drake May. I'm anxious to see what he got going on.
Back to hating black coaches.
Who did he fire the other day?
Who?
Did you fire Tomlin or did you fire Tomlin?
He said that Tomlin's going to suck and he's going to go below 500.
Yeah.
He said
I didn't say Tomlin was going to suck. I said the Patriots weren't going to make the playoffs and Tomlin was going to finish below 500 for the first time in his career.
Fraudulent.
I believe
that's not what I said. You two said
he
that.
He said the Undertaker's streak was more real than Mike Tomlin.
I might have said that. Or you said that. Someone
maybe we all said it.
How about we just end this show because I'm going home. I'm tired of this. We'll be back here Monday at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos 49ers.
Hey, just a reminder. We'll start talking about this a lot more on Monday. We're going to be at Sky River Casino 1 week from Monday. Dylan Harper tore a ligament in his thumb.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hope is he's ready for the season opener. Yeah, tore a ligament in his thumb. Had surgery on it today.
Darren ain't got to worry about him. Darren had a nasty little windmill alley-oop at some type of kids camp the other day. That was nasty.
You be dunking on them kids. 12:55. Hang on a second, guys. 12:55. We'll be at Sky River Casino for the Raiders and Chargers. Second game of that Monday night doubleheader.
That's going to be a 7 o'clock game
Monday.
too, guys.
Yeah, 7 o'clock start. We'll be out at Sky River Casino. So as soon as things wrap up here, we'll make our way out to 32 Bruce Street. So if you want to spend some time with D'Lo and KC, make your plans to be there for Chargers Raiders. Well, obviously, we'll talk a ton about that next week. Just wanted to give you all a heads up. Have a great weekend. We'll see you guys on Monday.